Reagan has taken the Florida. I'm sorry, we apparently seem to have a little bit of difficulty maybe in telling time. I gather some stations have just joined us, so let me start all over again, and please be patient with us. We have already projected Indiana for Reagan. We have projected Georgia for President Carter. No surprise either there. But the most significant news thus far on this election night, ABC News is now able to project a victory in Florida for Governor Ronald Reagan, the Republican candidate. With only 1% of the precincts reporting in, nevertheless, the returns from our key precincts indicate that Governor Reagan will take the state of Florida. This is the first break in the solid South that President Carter had going for him in 1976 that was so responsible for his victory in '76. And even if Reagan does not beat Carter in other southern states, winning Florida puts him in very good shape for a showdown in the major northern states. So that is the major thing right now. Let's look at our national vote totals, if we can, at this point. While the returns are still quite early, we'll be able to show you that, I'll turn around and look at them here, with only 2% of the precincts in. Governor Reagan is running at about 53% to 42% for President Carter. But the major news of the night thus far is that President Carter, according to ABC News, will not retain the 17 Electoral College votes from the state of Florida. As I said, we've already projected Indiana for Reagan and Georgia for Carter. Ted?
Well, while you're on Georgia, Frank, let me give you some sense of what's happening in Georgia. No great surprise there on the Senate side either. Herman Talmadge, who was facing a reasonably rough campaign from Mac Mattingly, not a particularly tough one, though. Tougher this time only because Talmadge, as you may remember, was denounced by the Senate Ethics Committee for financial improprieties that had been committed during his last senatorial campaign 6 years ago. So there was some sense that Talmadge could be in trouble. Not enough trouble, though, to take that seat away from him. Herman Talmadge has maintained his seat in the U.S. Senate. Let's go now to Lynn Scherr, who has some more information on exit polls. Lynn?
Ted, one of the things that President Carter was counting on was a rather large women's vote. That was supposed to be because women are considered more dovish than men, and the Democrats were hoping that that would therefore be to their advantage. But it turns out that as far as we can tell so far, it isn't happening. Let's take a look at the women's vote overall right now. It appears to us as if President Carter is not winning the women's vote, as he is not overall. Apparently, we do not have our graphics prepared yet for that, but let me tell you about it. The women's vote at the moment appears to be going 50%, half of it for Governor Reagan, and 40% for Mr. Carter. And with 8% for John Anderson, there you can see it. You can tell that Governor Reagan is winning it, President Carter not doing all that well. Now, just for your information, that's not all that different from the way the men's vote is breaking down. So we should point out that while some women did say that oh, there's our male voters board. Let's tell you about that. President Carter getting 34% of the men's vote, Governor Reagan getting 55%, and John Anderson 9%. Again, pretty close to the way it was before. So, as we say, there is no so-called women's vote, at least not on that issue so far in this election. That's something President Carter was hoping he would get. Frank?
Thank you, Lynn. Let's briefly review where we stand at this point on election night with another look at our national vote totals. With only 2% in, it's 53% to 42%. Governor Reagan leading President Carter at this point. The victory for Governor Reagan in the state of Florida, however, as projected by ABC News, is quite significant because it indicates that he was probably not hurt by one of the key issues that President Carter raised against him, namely worries that Governor Reagan's election might in some way jeopardize the Social Security system, which is a very important issue in the state of Florida. Well, we'll have more on the 80 vote right after this. The polls have just closed in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia, so we'll be expecting some returns from those states momentarily. Before I go any further, Ted, I understand you have a projection on the Senate.
Yes, we do. In fact, Jim Betts was the unfortunate man who had to run against the former astronaut and the two-term senator from Ohio, John Glenn. ABC News is now able to project that John Glenn will be the winner in Ohio, holding on to his Senate seat there. So that's Glenn over Jim Betts. In fact, Jim Betts, the Republican Party had trouble finding anyone to run against John Glenn, and they finally found Mr. Betts, who was willing to do battle. It wasn't good enough. We are going to have some projections now on some early House races in Washington. Here's Britt Hume.
Ted, the Republicans are expected to gain ground in the House tonight, but not nearly enough to get control of the House. However, a number of House leaders are in very tough races for re-election, including House Majority Whip John Bradamus out in Indiana, a state which you gentlemen have already projected for Ronald Reagan a winner, and for Bradamus' Senate colleague Birch Bayh a loser. And it appears that Mr. Bradamus was in very severe trouble out there tonight and in a very close race indeed. On the Republican side, all the official leaders appear to be in good shape, but the unofficial conservative floor leader, Robert Bauman of Maryland, is in very serious trouble. That's the result of his being placed on probation in a case involving an allegation of homosexual solicitation. Tonight, we will also see the result of one of the most interesting spectacles of the current campaign, and that's been the sight of a number of House members running hard for re-election while facing criminal charges as a result of the FBI's abscam operation. There is nothing like an indictment to stiffen a politician's resolve. All the congressmen indicted and even a couple convicted in the abscam investigation have stayed in the race for re-election. Richard Kelly, the only Republican of the lot, lost his primary. His Florida constituents apparently unconvinced by his extraordinary public claim that he was conducting his own investigation when he took the FBI bribe money and stuffed it in his pockets. He will be tried later. South Carolina's John Jenrette cited drunkenness as a defense at his trial and was convicted of taking a $50,000 bribe. But he's very much in the race for re-election.
The people of this district would not allow a bureaucrat in the Justice Department to tell them who was going to represent them in Congress.
Philadelphia's Ozzie Myers, who was not only convicted of bribery but kicked out of the House, is in re-election trouble. Videotapes of his bribe have been shown on TV. Myers also claims he was drunk at the time, full of FBI bourbon, he said. Across town, Myers' colleague Ray Lederer faces a similar $50,000 bribe charge, but has not been tried and has had a much easier time in his re-election bid. He's favored. Up in New Jersey, Frank Thompson, chairman of the House Administration Committee, and a man with many friends in Congress, is in a close race only because of the bribery charge pending against him.
It's got to hurt some. I don't think there's any question about that. But I don't think it's going to hurt so much that I'm not going to win.
Finally, on Staten Island, New York, John Murphy, the sleek chairman of the House Merchant Marine Committee, has taken the offensive in the bribery case against him, unsuccessfully demanding immediate release of the FBI tapes and denouncing the government for entrapment. It's close, but Murphy's expected to win his race. It is a paradox of American politics that the public tends to hold Congress in low esteem, but to exempt their own individual congressmen from that judgment. The abscam defendants would seem to be giving that principle a stiff test tonight. Frank?
Thank you, Brett. We'll keep track of all the abscam types as we go on through the evening. ABC News has projected now in the presidential contest Indiana and Florida for Reagan and Georgia for President Carter. We're waiting for returns from Kentucky, where the race there is too close to call. The polls have just closed in Ohio and a number of other states, and we'll be right on top of that, too. Well, it is November 4th, and what happened on November 4th, 1979? Everybody knows. The situation is still the same, although, of course, there is renewed hope now, particularly in the last couple of days. Barbara Walters is waiting to talk with a distinguished woman who, much against her will, I suspect, has become a public figure in this last year. Mrs. Kennedy, Barbara?
Thank you, Frank. This is Louisa Kennedy, Mrs. Moorhead Kennedy, Jr., whose husband is one of the hostages in Iran. Mrs. Kennedy has not heard from him since last August, and this is a grim anniversary to be celebrating, or celebrating is the wrong word, to be commemorating, I guess. But I must ask you, with all of the ups and downs and everything you've been through, what are your feelings tonight?
Very expectant. I think I'm talking about two things. First of all, the elections tonight, which we have finally gotten to here, and which spell something of such importance for the next 4 years for the United States. At the same time, this week certainly has offered us some positive signs coming from Tehran. And although it hasn't cracked as of today, it does look as if it will very soon.
I heard that it's your husband's birthday tomorrow?
That's correct.
What birthday is that?
His 50th.
You know, you and I first talked, I remember, just before Christmas, and you had the Christmas decorations up, and you hoped that he was coming home then, and you're a very strong woman. We've gotten to know each other over this past year. But how do you keep it all together? You know, when each week brings good news and bad news and...
Well, Barbara, I take it on a day-to-day basis. And there's been a great deal to do, you know, for the hostage families on this side. I think we feel as if we're fighting a little war here. Our weapons are perhaps words, but we have a side to keep up in this.
Do you think that President Carter has done the right thing?
Yes, I do. I feel that very fundamentally he has. He's handled this with great sensitivity.
We'll have perhaps a chance to talk a little bit later, but you know that our thoughts are with you tonight and every day until your husband is home with you. Frank has some more projections for us. We'll go back to you now, Frank.
Yes, thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Mrs. Kennedy. We're all looking forward to the day when we can see them all come back home. We have two very important projections for you now. First of all, from the state of Kentucky, ABC News projects that Ronald Reagan will be the winner of Kentucky's 9 electoral college votes. It's close, but that is a reversal of what happened in 1976. So Reagan has now taken 2 southern states that were captured by President Carter in '76. It's close in Kentucky, but ABC News projects that he will win it. And ABC News also projects that Governor Ronald Reagan will be the winner of Virginia's 12 electoral college votes. In 1976, Virginia went for President Ford. It was the only southern state outside of Oklahoma that went Republican in '76. Virginia has stayed in the Republican column. Here is our map now, our color-coded map. As you can see, red stands for Reagan and blue for President Carter. The only state that we've projected for the president thus far is his native state of Georgia. The two most significant, here is the electoral college vote total right now. If we can whomp it up somewhere here, 270 votes are required. Governor Reagan, with his victories in the states we've mentioned, has 51, and President Carter has 12 from the state of Georgia. John Anderson has yet to achieve victory in any one state. Well, Barbara was talking with Mrs. Kennedy about the hostages. The hostage issue naturally became an issue, or at least a subject of discussion throughout this long campaign. And Lynn Scher has been keeping track of the ramifications of that during our exit polling today. So, Lynn, what have we learned?
Frank, as you know, the Iran hostage situation seemed to help Jimmy Carter in the beginning. It helped his standing in the polls. However, towards the end of the primary season, by the California primary, it turned out that it was hurting him, and that is true today, too. The importance of Mr. Carter's handling of the hostage issue, it seemed important to only 15% of the Carter voters, but it seemed more important to 32% of the Reagan voters and 22% of the Anderson voters. We should point out that those Reagan voters overwhelmingly, the ones who felt that it was important, of course, they were overwhelmingly for Governor Reagan on that issue. If we look at it another way, we can tell you that the hostage situation was important to about a quarter of the voters today, and again, overwhelmingly, they voted for Governor Reagan. So, among Reagan voters, the hostage situation terribly important and hurting President Carter this evening. Frank?
Thank you, Lynn. Once again, 3 out of 4 southern states thus far have given their electoral college votes, according to ABC News, to Governor Reagan: Kentucky, Florida, and Virginia. Let's look at the national vote total. You see it here behind us, with 3% in. Governor, oh, you're right, you're fine, Ted, we can see you. Governor Reagan with 53%, President Carter with 43%, and Congressman John Anderson running at 4%. It should be pointed out that Congressman Anderson's 4% is not really representative of what we might expect later on, because the returns thus far have not come from states where Congressman Anderson is expected to show strength. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this. We note now that the million vote mark has been passed for the first time tonight. Governor Ronald Reagan now has 1,186,000 votes to 967,000 for President Carter, who very shortly, too, will go over that million mark. Any idea how many will be cast tonight? There's really conflicting reports about whether the voter turnout was heavy or light today. We'll have to wait and find out when all the polls are closed. Now we have another important race to report on the gubernatorial level. Max?
Frank, ABC News is now able to project that incumbent Democrat James Hunt in North Carolina is the winner of that race. James Hunt, powerful and popular governor of that state. in his race against State Senator I. Beverly Lake, who changed his party affiliation to run against Hunt with the backing of conservative Republican Senator Jesse Helms. Many feel that Hunt, who will serve another 4 years and will not be able to succeed himself, will run against Jesse Helms 4 years from now when Jesse Helms' Senate seat is up, and they figure that at that point the two most powerful political forces in the state will collide. Frank?
Thank you, Max. If you saw the evening news broadcast tonight, you saw an emotional moment when President Carter was addressing the townspeople in Plains and talking to them about how he fought to keep his commitment to them and to uphold the honor and integrity of the country. Well, thus far, it must be said, the news tonight is not encouraging for the president. We want to go to the White House now, to our correspondent who logged more than 6,000 miles traveling with Mr. Carter yesterday. We want to congratulate him, first of all, on being able to stand up. Sam Donaldson.
Well, Frank, the mood here at the White House is one of resignation tinged with serenity, interestingly enough. No one seems to be bitter. No one seems to be angry. But there is a deep understanding here of what has happened to President Carter today. As I reported on the evening news before the polls opened this morning, Mr. Carter's pollster, Pat Caddell, had told campaign officials that the numbers were not there for him and that he was not going to win this election. And so Mr. Carter, I thought, carried it off rather well this morning in Plains. He voted, and he came out of the voting booth, and we all asked him who he'd voted for. Well, he said he'd voted for himself, the best man. And I asked him, what would you do, Mr. President, if you lose? And he said, well, I'll abide by the judgment of the American people. I said, no, I mean, what are your plans? And he said, oh, well, I don't intend to lose. He knew at that time that the numbers weren't there. And then, as you point out, he went down to the train station, and it was reminiscent of that glorious morning 4 years and 1 day ago when he had won the election narrowly, and he was there in the street with his wife, and there was another emotional moment as he talked about a new day dawning. This morning he talked about hoping that he had kept a commitment to his townspeople and his fellow Georgians and to the country, hoped that he had been worthy of their having sent him to Washington to be president. And he choked up and finally got through it and said, God bless you. So Mr. Carter is here in the White House tonight. At some point this evening, he will go to a local hotel where a celebration is planned, but of course it will not be a celebration. He will make a statement, and then he will retire. And I'm certain in his own mind he will have felt that he had done his best and that he would have had no regrets about the campaign or about his presidency. Gentlemen?
Well, it is, of course, much too early for anyone to make any firm projection. Most of the nation, the polls are still open, and we are not in the business of making projections yet on who is winning the presidential race. It has been projected in a number of states, and Frank, I think you'll agree, particularly in states like Florida and Kentucky, that is not good news for President Carter, and it certainly doesn't look as though Mr. Carter is going to be able to hold on to the presidency. One of the big questions is going to be how much of a margin, if in fact Ronald Reagan wins, by how much of a margin, and how many Republican senators he can bring with him. Let's take a quick look at some of the Senate races that we have called already. Not too surprisingly, Herman Talmadge in Georgia over Mac Mattingly, Wendell Ford in Kentucky over Mary Louise Faust, John Glenn in Ohio over Jim Betts, and Fritz Hollings in South Carolina over Marshall Mays. The big surprise, not the big surprise because he had been targeted heavily by conservative groups, but the big changeover, a Democratic seat, Birch Bayh's seat in Indiana, has now gone over to Dan Quayle, the 33-year-old congressman. So there's the first change. There may be others as the evening progresses. Frank?
Thank you, Ted. The vote totals, the national popular vote totals at this point, with, let's see, 3% of the precincts reporting in, 52% for Governor Reagan, 43% for President Carter, and 4% for John Anderson. Our Electoral College election night map shows red for Reagan and blue for President Carter. The only blue state you see there is Georgia. That's those Electoral College votes have gone to him. That's the national election picture at 52 minutes after the hour.
This is an ABC News Special. The 80 vote, election night. The campaign is over. The votes being cast and counted. Now the results from the nation and what they mean. Reported from the ABC News Election Center in New York by Max Robinson, Barbara Walters, and special analysis and commentary by national columnists Tom Wicker and George Will, moderated by Robert McNeil. And at the ABC News Election Night Anchor Desk, Ted Koppel and Frank Reynolds.
And good evening once again. While we were away, an immensely important state was projected by ABC News. Ohio, with its 25 electoral college votes, will go for Governor Ronald Reagan, the Republican candidate. This is a reversal. President Carter won Ohio very narrowly in 1976, and Ohio's 25 votes were crucial to his victory because he won by only 27. But we have projected now that Governor Ronald Reagan will take Ohio. And we have another projection. This one is not a surprise. West Virginia will go for President Carter, according to ABC News, on the basis of returns from our key precincts. 6 electoral college votes. President Carter winning West Virginia by a comfortable margin. See if I have, it's comfortable also for Reagan in Ohio. Let's have a quick look at our map now to show you just exactly how it stacks up at this stage of the election night. Red for Reagan and blue for President Carter. Reagan has won 5 states with a total of 76 electoral college votes, and President Carter has won 2, West Virginia and Georgia, for 18. The map does not actually show the electoral college votes, but that's the setup as of right now. 76 for Reagan and 18 for President Carter, with 270 needed. So Reagan has taken Ohio, Carter has taken West Virginia. That's the latest news. Now to find out what happened in Ohio and just why the people there reversed their decision of 1976, we go again to Lynn Sherr. Lynn?
Yeah, Frank, what we're beginning to see in Ohio as elsewhere is a pattern that we first spotted earlier this evening on a nationwide basis. In Ohio, as throughout the nation, in 1976, Jimmy Carter did very well and won, of course, very big, those Democratic groups, Catholics, blue-collar union, all those sorts of groups. This year, even though he is winning a lot of them, he is not winning them by the margins he needs. Ronald Reagan is cutting into those margins. Let's take a look now specifically in Ohio at the union vote. This year, Jimmy Carter getting 49% of that vote, Ronald Reagan 42%, John Anderson 7%, and if you look at that 49% figure, in 1976, Jimmy Carter won 53% of the union vote in Ohio. Now when we look at the blue-collar vote, this year, Jimmy Carter is getting 48% of the blue-collar vote, Ronald Reagan 40%, John Anderson 10%. Again, look at that 48% number. In 1976, Jimmy Carter got 59% of the blue-collar vote in Ohio. One more very traditional Democratic area, the Catholic vote. This year, Jimmy Carter getting 46% of the Catholic vote, Reagan 40%, and Anderson 11%. So, once again, we are seeing this pattern being repeated in Ohio as throughout the country. President Carter simply not holding on to those big margins in those Democratic areas. Ted?
Thank you, Lynn. One of the interesting things that we're going to be watching throughout this evening is the progress that outfits like Moral Majority or NCPAC have been able to make in terms of knocking off some of the candidates, particularly liberal Democratic candidates, that they want to extinguish politically. Frank, before we go into that a little further, though, I understand you have a projection.
Yes, but it's not exactly a surprise, Ted. The District of Columbia will give its 3 electoral college votes to President Carter. That was expected. Our term for the margin of victory, landslide. That is the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., going for President Carter. Ted?
All right, back on the theme of some of these conservative groups that have been trying to knock off some liberal candidates, their first success of the night appears to have been Birch Bayh in Indiana. When I say appears to have been, he has lost in Indiana. Whether or not the conservatives were responsible for that, no one knows. But if anyone has an insight into the campaign there and Birch Bayh's years in the Senate, it is our Senate correspondent, Cassie Mackin. Cassie?
Yes, Ted. Bayh was chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and through his 3 terms in the Senate, he had worked his way all the way up to second-ranking member on the Senate Judiciary Committee. That, of course, is the committee chaired by Senator Edward Kennedy. But Bayh was also chairman of the subcommittee on the Constitution, and as chairman of that subcommittee, he shepherded through the Congress the constitutional amendments on the 18-year-old vote, on presidential succession, and on the Equal Rights Amendment. So the man has quite a distinguished record in the United States Senate. He is a reliable, liberal to middle-of-the-road senator. He is well-liked, well-respected by his colleagues, and there is no question that his leaving here will leave a big empty space among his fellow Democrats.
Thank you, Cassie. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this.
Another projection now by ABC News. This, our first from New England, but from a state that is not exactly a stranger to politics. New Hampshire will give its 4 electoral college votes to Ronald Reagan, the Republican candidate. It's always ironic how hard the Democrats work up there to win the New Hampshire primary, and then New Hampshire forgets about them, and they forget about New Hampshire. You notice that the size of the vote was very, very small there, but we do this on the basis of our key precincts that are reported in, and also, of course, with the great help of the League of Women Voters, who phone in the results from these key precincts. We're very grateful to them for their cooperation, and we want to thank them not only now, but many times through this evening for volunteering their effort. Ted, you have a Senate projection.
I do indeed. No great surprise there. A wide margin. Robert Dole of Kansas, the Republican, has defeated his Democratic opponent. His opponent, John Simpson, was in fact himself a Republican until he switched parties for the sake of running against Bob Dole. So Bob Dole is the winner again by a wide margin in Kansas. Let's go now to Jim Wooten.
Frank, I'm here with Chairman William Brock of the Republican National Committee. It's a different sort of evening tonight for you than it was 4 years ago. You're winning in Ohio. We projected you to win in Florida. You must feel pretty good about how things are going right now.
I feel fantastic. We're going to have I think, an incredible win for Governor Reagan, which was well-deserved, and I think a party-wide win all the way down to the legislative level, and that's the fun of it. It's going to be a good night.
Now, we're getting reports that there was heavy turnout in a great many of these states in which Governor Reagan seems to be doing really very well. That goes against the conventional wisdom that heavy turnouts help Democrats. Is the conventional wisdom dead this time?
Yeah, because people, when they get mad and they get hurt, as they have been by unemployment, by inflation, they're going to vote for a change. And the way to do that, and that's been our message all year, to vote Republican for a change. And I think that's exactly what we've seen. I had hoped very much for a large turnout because we thought this was what would happen.
Well, now, you're talking about specific issues that have worked against President Carter, obviously inflation and unemployment, the entire economic scene. Is there a sense in the Republican executive ranks, at least the strategists and the wise men of your party, that this is actually a realignment, that there is a major realignment going on here?
We've been trying for it for 4 years. We're getting very strong support, as you've noticed, from the Catholic community, not a traditional Republican community, from blue-collar workers, from union members. We're getting 25% of the Democrats in this country so far. What that does is it gives you a chance to build a coalition, and it is through coalition that you govern and govern effectively. And I think that's one of the more important things that's happening in this election, because it does argue for a very strong administration, and that's what we need.
Are you persuaded that voters, Democrats, for instance, who went more to Reagan this time than they did to Carter, are they dissatisfied with Carter or more attracted to Reagan? What's your instinct on that?
Yes. Well, what we've tried to do in arguing for a vote up and down the whole ticket this year is to say that the Democrats have been in power now for 25 consecutive years in the Congress. It isn't just in the White House that we need to make changes. And I think voters have decided that perhaps we really need a lot of new faces in politics, better faces, people that are newly elected, because that means they'll pay more attention to the average voter.
Thank you, Chairman Brock. Frank?
Bill Brock, the Republican National Chairman, who lost his seat 4 years ago to Senator Sasser in a Carter sweep of the state of Tennessee. Well, if you were watching that interview as well as listening to it, you saw that ABC News has now projected Kansas electoral college votes, 7 in all, will go to Governor Ronald Reagan. So ABC News now has projected Governor Reagan the winner in 7 states with a total of 87 electoral college votes. President Carter in 2 states and the District of Columbia with a total of 21 electoral college votes. If they're not breaking out the champagne at the Reagan headquarters now, it's only because they can't find an opener. Barbara is waiting now. She's just had a conversation with an insider in the Carter campaign. Barbara?
Yes, he is an insider, Frank. We just talked with Pat Cadell, who is President Carter's chief pollster and a good friend of the president. And he did say that last night he told President Carter that he was going to lose. I asked how the president took it. He said he took it well. And I said, well, do you mean, Pat, that you don't think that you have a chance? He said, well, all you have to do is look up at the boards and you can see it spelled out. He said that as of Saturday, it seemed to them that the situation was relatively even, and then things changed over the weekend. The hostage situation worked against President Carter, and when I said, well, was it because voters thought that it was a political move, he said, no, not that it was political. No, that wasn't it. He said they would have a fuller explanation later. But they watched things over the weekend. They saw that it was going downhill for the president, and last night his friend and pollster said, you're not going to make it. Right now, he said, President and Mrs. Carter are in the residence with the family, and nobody's feeling very good, but they all seem to be reacting rather courageously and calmly. Frank?
Well, as Sam Donaldson mentioned earlier, you know, Barbara, there's a certain serenity around the White House tonight. After all, there is the realization nothing more can be done. Decision is in the hands of the voters. Certainly, the president fought as hard as he could to win this. Here is another projection that is bad news for Mr. Carter. ABC News now projects Ronald Reagan will win the 17 Electoral College votes of the state of New Jersey. New Jersey for Ronald Reagan. We don't have any votes on the board yet, but the returns from our key precincts indicate that Ronald Reagan will win New Jersey's 17 Electoral College votes, just as President Ford did in 1976. Well, now, all right, I was just about to go somewhere else, but I'm going to go right over here to you, Ted.
Well, we go to neighboring, from New Jersey, we go to neighboring Connecticut, where Christopher Dodd, who is the son of Thomas Dodd, who was at one point the senator from Connecticut. Christopher Dodd is making it a family tradition. He has beaten James Buckley, the Republican. So we have something interesting happening here, Frank, in the sense that it appears to be going against the presidential grain. It doesn't seem to matter what Mr. Carter is doing in terms of helping anyone. You have to have a very strong lead to overcome those counter coattails. The Reagan coattails seem to be helping. For Mr. Carter, no help at all. So just to repeat, in Connecticut, it is Christopher Dodd over Jim Buckley. Let's go now to the gubernatorial desk and Max Robinson again.
Ted, we have a projection to make in the state of West Virginia. The incumbent Democrat, John D. Rockefeller IV, J. Rockefeller, he's called across the state, is the projected winner in the state of West Virginia by a fairly comfortable margin over the former governor, Republican Governor Arch Moore. That was a bitter personal contest being waged there, with the former governor, Arch Moore, accusing Rockefeller of spending the mint in his campaign. As a matter of fact, it appears that Governor Rockefeller spent upwards of $10 million or more in that campaign, and there were bumper stickers, Arch Moore bumper stickers saying, make him spend it all, Arch, and counter Rockefeller stickers saying, spend it all, Jay, it's yours. Frank?
Well, it is his, and if he spent only $10 million, he didn't spend it all. Let's go up now to our resident guests here tonight, Tom Wicker of the New York Times, George Will, syndicated columnist, and moderator Robin McNeil. We're happy to have you with us, gentlemen, and we understand you want to talk about Ohio and a good many other interesting things tonight. Robin?
Thank you, Frank. Yes, I'd like to ask these gentlemen if they think Ohio and Florida are mortal wounds. Is there any way President Carter could still pull it together after losses, symbolic losses there?
Yes, it's very hard to see how he could do that, Robin. Ohio and Florida alone take 42 votes off of President Carter's total from 1976. If you add in the 9 of Kentucky, that's 51 votes off a total of 297. He's down to 246. Just precisely where he would recover those 51 votes is very hard to see. I think if those aren't, at this point, mortal wounds, they are as close to it as you can get.
You want to add to that, George?
Only this, that all the talk in the preceding weeks has been that would the Democrats go home to their party and put Carter over the top? There has been a going home, but it's not Democrats, it's the South, which in 1976 voted regional loyalty, not its ideological inclinations, but that's the sort of thing you do once. Not since 1960 has the Catholicism of a candidate been an issue. We settled that issue. A Catholic can be president. 1976, we settled the question of whether or not a Deep South president could be president. I'm reminded of a story that Mel Alfin, our bureau chief in Washington, tells about his mother, a Jewish woman in Brooklyn. In 1968, I believe it was, Tom, Arthur Goldberg was running for governor of New York, and he said to his mother, are you going to vote for Arthur Goldberg and have a Jewish governor? She said, no, we've had one, meaning Governor Lehman. Once is enough. They made their point, now they've reverted to traditional voting.
Turning back to states like Ohio, how would you explain the inroads Governor Reagan is making into the union vote, into the Catholic vote, the traditional Democratic vote there?
Well, I think it's more than just pocketbook voting, although undoubtedly there's a great deal of that, people feeling that the economy is bad. I think a lot of that is social outlook. There's a kind of a social movement going here. People who are concerned about the state of morality in the country. I'm not talking now about the moral majority or anything of that sort, but I think that there is a kind of
it's more like the silent majority that Nixon used to refer to.
Yes, I think that's right. And I know that some of the Reagan people felt quite confident that Governor Reagan would be a very strong opponent for President Carter, because they felt that Governor Reagan could cut into the so-called born-again vote, the evangelical Christian vote. And that would be very important in Ohio, I think. It certainly was important in these southern states.
Several people have mentioned that in this exit poll of ABC, they've shown many people going to Reagan because of the hostage issue. Now, how would that cut for Reagan in your mind?
Well, I think it's a catalyst, because it does bring home the general symbol of American impotence abroad, which matches the sense of economic decline and cultural dissolution at home. For one full year of the Carter presidency has been dominated by this issue. 3 years of his policies, in my judgment, brought on the crisis in the hostages, and his policy since then has prolonged the crisis. Therefore, it is a proper catalyst, because it is a microcosm in a lot of people's judgment, including mine, of the failures of our foreign policy.
But a lot of people would argue with you on that. Symbolically, Mrs. Kennedy, whom we just heard interviewed, one of the leading hostage wives, who thinks that Carter has handled the thing well and with great sensitivity.
I think, yes, and I think to take a little bit of issue with George, it may have been more important that the hostage issue coming up at the last minute as it did, but not resolving the hostage question, just simply reminded people of the fact that for 1 year these hostages have been there. It brought that back into people's consciousness in a way I think that it was not there, say, 2 weeks ago.
But again, I would use the word catalyst. This really brought together a lot of general anxieties. Robin, we've had 5 presidents in 20 years. We're going to have a 6th, I think, next January 20th at about noon. The reasons for these changes have been many. We've had assassination, we've had a war, we've had a crime wave in the White House. The reason Mr. Carter is on his way out, I believe, is simply put failure, a general sense that people are not well off. We have lowered our expectations for the presidency tremendously in recent years. We've not lowered them this far.
George will continue later. Frank?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. While you were discussing the issues there, we, as you may have noticed, indicated on the screen that the state of Oklahoma is going to give its 8 electoral college votes to Governor Ronald Reagan. Oklahoma was one of the 2 states in the South that went Republican in 1976, the other being Virginia. All the others went for President Carter, and Oklahoma is staying right in its Republican tradition, at least in terms of presidential voting. Let's have a look at our national election night map. Red for Reagan and blue for President Carter. As you see, President Carter has won 2 states plus the District of Columbia, Georgia, and West Virginia. And Governor Reagan has won 9 states: Kentucky, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Indiana, Kansas, Florida, Ohio, Oklahoma, Virginia. It is beginning to look like, well, the word is landslide. The word is landslide for Ronald Reagan tonight in this election 1980. Now let's go to Max Robinson. Max?
Well, Frank, speaking of landslides, in the state of Delaware, ABC News now projects the incumbent Republican Mayor Pierre Pete DuPont the winner, and it appears it will be a landslide over Bill Gordy, the House Minority Leader, who was actually the 3rd choice of the Republicans to run against DuPont, so powerful and popular is he. The other 2 backed out at the last minute. DuPont will become the first governor in almost a quarter of a century to succeed himself in the state of Delaware. He is also the one who has backed GOPAC to help local races for Republicans across the country. Frank?
A very important projection now, Max, and it's beginning to fall into a pattern. The state of Pennsylvania, with 27 electoral college votes, Reagan. Pennsylvania, the 3rd largest state in terms of electoral college votes, with 1% of the precincts reporting. We have enough information from our key precincts to award that state to the Reagan column. So Governor Reagan has won Ohio, he has won Pennsylvania, he's won New Jersey, and he has cracked the solid South that formerly was President Carter's. He's doing very well in the industrial Northeast. Ted?
And it's holding true also on the senatorial side. It was a battle between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh in the sense that Arlen Specter, the Republican, who was the district attorney in Philadelphia, has defeated his Democratic opponent, Pete Flaherty, who was the mayor of Pittsburgh. So it is beginning to look, as you say, like not only like a Reagan landslide, but possibly even a Republican landslide.
Very, very grim evening for the Carter forces. Well,
one more quick one, Frank. It's Mathias in Maryland. Mac Mathias, the Republican in Maryland, has just been projected as the winner. And that's the national election picture at 22 minutes past the hour.
This is continuing ABC News election night coverage. The 80 vote. Reporting once again from ABC News election headquarters in New York, Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
Audio problems. I can tell you some of the results of our voter polling is indicating that the issue of unfair campaign tactics seems to have helped Governor Reagan quite a lot, and apparently also particularly in the state of Texas. ABC News is now able to project that Texas is going to go for Governor Reagan. Once again, Texas going into the Reagan column. That was a state that Jimmy Carter needed very badly. He needed to get the Hispanic vote there. We will analyze that shortly and see whether he did or not. Rather narrowly for Reagan, as you can see on the board, 55% compared to 42% for President Carter, 2% for John Anderson. Again, with only 2% of the vote in, ABC News is able to project that Texas will go to the Reagan column. We are also able to project that Maryland will go for Governor Reagan. There you see it, 51% to 39% Maryland for Governor Reagan, a new ABC News projection. Now back to Frank.
All right, thank you, Lynn, and thank you for filling in. Yes, Texas for Reagan by a relatively comfortable margin. Maryland for Reagan by a comfortable margin. That is a surprise. That's a total of 36 Electoral College votes. We are able to project a state for President Carter at this point. Massachusetts, with its 14 Electoral College votes, is going to be in the Carter column. He won Massachusetts in 1976. Despite the low total vote you see there, our key precincts indicate the president will win. The Anderson difference, if it was to be a difference, was expected to make itself felt in the state of Massachusetts, but John Anderson did not draw enough votes away there from the president. Now, the president has actually lost 6 states tonight, according to our projection, that he won in 1976. And here's the Electoral College scoreboard at this point. Ronald Reagan, with 270 needed, is now within 100 of victory. The president trailing badly with 35. Reagan 175, Carter 35, 270 needed. Ted?
Frank, we have a senatorial projection for North Carolina, where Robert Morgan has defeated his Republican challenger, John East. Here you have Morgan, who is going into his second term now in the Senate, with 7% of the precincts reporting in, 54 over 46. Robert Morgan was rated by the American Conservative Union as the most conservative senator in the U.S. Senate. So even though he had a very conservative challenger, someone who was apparently even to the right of him, John East, a political science professor, Morgan has been able to hold off that challenge.
Ted, here's the national vote totals at this point, with 7% of the more than 175,000 precincts scattered all around the country reporting. We show Ronald Reagan with 51%, President Carter with 44%, and John Anderson holding firm at 4%. The president, as we said, has now lost 6 states that he carried in 1976. And Barry Serafin, our correspondent who has covered Ronald Reagan throughout this long campaign, is standing by right now in the Reagan headquarters in Los Angeles, and we're going to go to him. Barry?
Well, Frank, the mood here is really one of confidence. Governor Reagan today has been cautious, as he always is. But through the afternoon, even before we started seeing these returns, some of his top advisors were saying, in effect, we've won it. They said, in fact, that the race was never as close as Gallup and Harris and other polls had shown at various times during the campaign. They insisted that it was always Ronald Reagan's to lose, that he was always ahead. And that's the kind of thing you take with a grain of salt during the heat of the campaign, but it's the kind of thing that now, given these kind of returns, you have to at least take a second listen to. Given the kind of projections that we're making tonight, they think it's over. They think they're going to win it. And they expect when Ronald Reagan shows up in this ballroom tonight in this hotel that he's going to come here to make a victory statement. Gentlemen?
Thank you very much, Barry. Why didn't the pre-election polling detect this landslide? Well, there was a very big undecided vote, or at least a lot of people who said they were undecided and who were apparently unwilling to admit, many of them Democrats, that they were even thinking of departing from their traditional home and going to vote for the Republican candidate. ABC News has learned, by the way, that there is consultation underway at the White House right now to determine when the president will decide to go to the election headquarters there in Washington and concede the election to Ronald Reagan. Let's have a look at the national popular vote totals right now. With 7% in, it's Reagan 2 million, nearly almost 3 million, 51% to President Carter's 44%, and John Anderson with 4%. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this. The Solid South is falling apart as far as President Jimmy Carter's electoral hopes are concerned. ABC News is now able to project from the heart of Dixie, Alabama will go for Ronald Reagan. Alabama, with 9 electoral college votes, will go for Ronald Reagan. The unfamiliar face that you may see there in the third spot on our board is Ed Clark, the Libertarian Party candidate. He is finishing third there. John Anderson is not making a showing, at least in Alabama. So Alabama goes for Ronald Reagan, as have so many other southern states. Let's look at our national popular vote total, or here is the national election night map, really, with red for Reagan and blue for President Carter. President Carter has carried 3 states plus the District of Columbia. Ronald Reagan has carried 12 states. 12 states, including some big ones. With 270 votes required for election, Reagan is now moving close to the 200 mark with 184, and President Carter still with only 35. So it is, at this point, by all odds, a landslide for Ronald Reagan. We have not yet begun to hear from the states in the far west where Reagan's strength is expected to be very, very strong indeed. We want to go now to the Democratic headquarters in Washington and Sander Vanocur. Sandy?
Frank, you can use Pennsylvania, as we did in our report on the World News Tonight, as a metaphor for what has happened to the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is no longer what it was. I resist phrases like end of an era. If you've seen one end of an era, you've seen them all. But it has come to a screeching halt. The basis for Democratic victories, white, blue-collar Catholic voters, blacks, Jews, that's gone. If you couple that with what's happened in the South tonight, again, that's a crack in the New Deal. Political eras run about 40 years in this country. In 1896, with McKinley and his genius of political manager, Mark Hanna, he got the Republicans to appeal with the workers with the full lunch pail slogan. And it lasted, even though there was an interruption in 1912 and 16, up until Franklin D. Roosevelt. From 32 on until 52, when Eisenhower won, the New Deal was basically in place. Now, you remember in Wisconsin, I said to you Ronald Reagan was going to run as a born-again New Dealer, and you laughed. In Indiana, I said, I'd like to see your face when they play Happy Days or here again at a Reagan rally. They did it in Dallas the other night. So what's happened is not that Ronald Reagan has buried the New Deal. He has merely stood it on its head and has begun a new political era in this country of differing coalitions. Now to James Wooten.
The Washington Hilton Ballroom, where the Republican National Committee has been celebrating rather moderately for a while, is that there's a sense of renaissance, a sense of anticipatory joy, that they have it in the bag, that Republicans are moving tonight as they haven't moved for a long time. These are Washington's faithful out here tonight, Washington's faithful Republicans, and it's been a long 8 years for them. Since Richard Nixon annihilated George McGovern in 1972, and then began the long slide toward his resignation. That included the indictment, the conviction, the imprisonment of several high-ranking Republican officials. In the off-year elections of 1974, the party seemed moribund. By 1976, the party was regaining a little bit of stature. Ford finished very, very close to Carter. Tonight, these people sense a real renaissance based on what they feel is a realignment of traditional Republican traditions. Frank?
Thank you, Jim. Barbara Walters at the moment is talking to Bob Strauss, the President Carter's campaign chairman. Wonder if we can eavesdrop. Barbara?
I think you can. Mr. Chairman, we are now on the air. Can you tell us why this happened? Why do you think?
Oh, I think, you know, I've been seeing political things for a long time, but I don't try to be as serious to what happened. But part of my judgment is that in our measurements show, Pat Caddell, who's been polling and tracking constantly, showed that after the debate we went down, and we went down for 3 or 4 days. On Friday night, his tracking showed that we picked up. And Saturday night, we had a good pickup. He and I met Sunday morning, and a couple others in my apartment, and we showed us about 2 points down. But I think the Iranian thing then reminded people of all of their frustrations. And my judgment is that from then on, we were tracking it every hour. We were going down. We're losing more and more and more. The fact that the president was handling the states in a like manner, the fact that he was keeping it out of the political arena, none of those things made any difference. It just, this reminded people of all their frustrations of everything, and they just poured down on him. And this, I don't think there was anything that anyone could have done differently.
It's interesting because the Iranian situation was supposed to have helped the president, and it backfired and hurt him.
I didn't think it would hurt him ever, and I don't know anyone that, well, a lot of people thought it would. I didn't think it would, Barbara.
I have 2 questions to ask you. One, how is the president taking it? And 2, what is the future of the Democratic Party? Sandra Van Oka seemed to feel that it was more than President Carter's defeat. It's the defeat of the party.
Oh, I think it was bigger than President Carter. I share that view, I think. I was with the president just about an hour and a half ago, and he doesn't feel good, but he's a man, and he handled it in the way I thought he would. As you know, I'm personally very fond of the president. He showed every bit of class you would want a president to show. And he said we're going to do everything we can. First thing he did was start instructing us what to do with respect to transition so it would be orderly. And that shows class. And as far as I'm concerned, I've been around a long time, Barbara. I broke my heart with Hubert Humphrey in '68. I'll win and lose some more before I get through, but the next few years I'll be trying to help this president that's coming in be a good president.
Is this the end of...
needs, you know, we don't support our presidents very well in this country. I'm a fellow's going to.
Is this
I'll support him as a Democrat with a lot of loyal opposition to it, but I'll still try to help him govern this nation properly.
Well, those are good words to hear. I know it's a difficult evening for you, and we thank you for being here.
The people spoke out pretty clearly, and when they do that, the nation is better off for it. And I think Democrats and Republicans alike will do their best to see Ronald Reagan and George Bush have a good presidency.
Well, those are very fine words, and we thank you, Robert Strauss, for being on with us now, and we'll go back to Frank now. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Bob Strauss has been a joyful winner and a gracious loser. Well, now let's go. Go ahead, Ted.
No, I was just going to say, he's a classy fellow, is Bob Strauss.
Sure he is. Yes, indeed. And he's a lot of fun, too, and he knows how to roll with the punches. Well, he's had one tonight. We want to go now to a man who is even closer at this moment to the president than is Mr. Strauss, Sam Donaldson, who is on the White House lawn where he has kept his vigil for 4 years. Sam, what can you tell us?
Well, Frank, the president is getting ready to go to the Sheridan Park Hotel to concede the election to Ronald Reagan. He wants to get it over with. That's characteristic of Mr. Carter. You know, the engineer in him wants to get things done. This afternoon, for instance, after he had heard the bad news from his pollster, Pat Caddell, and knew he was going to lose, and he came back to the White House, he jogged, as you might expect he does every day. He jogged right here in the rain in the south lawn of the White House. Then he met with some of his senior staff. His friend Charles Curbo from Atlanta, the lawyer, his mentor, some have described Mr. Curbo as being, is with him, and of course his family. He wants to go to the hotel and concede. I'm told that he will make what is described as a gracious concession statement. There will be no bitterness in it. Last night, in one of his last campaign appearances, he referred to Ronald Reagan as a radical right-wing Republican, harsh terms, but there will be none of that in the statement. There will be no whining, if you will, but simply a concession statement of grace and a pledge to help Governor Reagan in the transition period, as Bob Strauss just told us, and a pledge to do everything he can to make that a smooth transition. And then Mr. Carter will go to Camp David, probably tomorrow. There's an off chance he'd go tonight, but at least in the next 24 hours, he'll go up there and start the decompression process from this defeat. He may take a longer vacation someplace else later in the month, but of course his plans are inexact at the moment. Because really, I think that he did not expect to lose until the last day or two when the polling results of his pollster, Pat Caddell, became so prominent. He thought he was going to win, so had made a lot of plans for what he would do when he lost. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Sam. Of course they don't plan on what they're going to do when they lose, because they don't expect to lose. And the polls really, you know, the headlines in today's papers all show that it's very, very close, too close to call, became words that everybody was talking about all the time. Jimmy Carter becomes the first Democratic president in the White House during economic difficulties. And perhaps that is why he will be the first elected president since Herbert Hoover to be removed from office after one term. We are making all our projections here on the basis of key precincts, returns that are being phoned into us from the League of Women Voters and then very conscientiously analyzed. Even though the popular vote total is still small throughout the country, we're getting significant data and enough of it from these key precincts to enable us to make these projections. However, during the day, we talk to people in order to find out why they voted the way they did, and that's called the exit polling process that we've carried on all through this election year. And Lynn Scher has some more interesting information on what we've learned today. Lynn?
Frank, earlier you projected Pennsylvania as a Reagan state. Let me tell you now a little bit more of why that happened. It's getting to sound like the same old story. The union vote and the blue-collar vote. Once again, Mr. Carter seems to have won it in Pennsylvania, but not by the big margins that he needed in order to carry that very important state. However, when we look at another very important vote in Pennsylvania, and that is the Catholic vote, the story is a little bit different. There, Mr. Carter got 46% of the Catholic vote. Mr. Reagan got 44%. That is a virtual tie, with John Anderson taking 8%. Again, look at that 46% number. In 1976, Mr. Carter got 60%. We'll finish with his Pennsylvania story in just a minute after you, Frank.
Yes, thank you, Lynn. Another state that is in many ways comparable to Pennsylvania, Michigan, is going to go for Ronald Reagan. It will be close, but ABC News projects on the basis of our key precincts that Michigan's 21 electoral college votes will go to Ronald Reagan. President Ford won Michigan in 1976, but he won it by a big margin because, of course, he was a Michigan boy. But now Ronald Reagan has carried Michigan, completing his, so far, sweep of the industrial states. Now we want to go to Washington and Britt Hume, who has more on some very important House races today. Britt?
Report on the results there. Our board, I believe, will show that the Democrats have won 83 seats, the Republicans 47, and there's a net gain there of 2. The most interesting of those 2 is the race involving House Majority Whip John Bradamus of Indiana. And it does appear now that Bradamus has succumbed to the Reagan landslide, which also knocked off his Senate colleague Birch Bayh. He now trails his opponent, John Heiler, the businessman, 27-year-old businessman from that area, 54 to 46%. And it appears that Mr. Bradamus, after 11 terms and a rather distinguished career in the House of Representatives, will be retired tonight. 70% of the vote now in there. And as I indicated earlier, we have about 130 of the 435 races in. It appears it'll be 83 Democrats, 47 Republicans, a net gain of 2 for the Republicans. Gentlemen?
Go on. Thank you, Brett. It certainly is going to be interesting to see the makeup of the new Congress. We've already had some surprising upsets in the Senate. Let's see the national vote totals right now, with 10% of the precincts in the country reporting in. It's Governor Reagan with 4,300,000 approximately, holding at 51% to 3,700,000 for President Carter. Here is George Bush, Ronald Reagan's running mate, arriving at his headquarters in Houston. Mrs. Bush just went by, and there is his mother, I believe, is also with him. George Bush, the man who fought Ronald Reagan the longest and the hardest throughout the long primary season, a man who was so disappointed we just projected Michigan. The night that he won Michigan, the big news was that Ronald Reagan had gone over the top in terms of capturing enough delegates to win the Republican nomination. Let's see if we can hear what he's saying.
All the results.
He apparently wanted to keep right on going inside, and he'll wait to make his statement later. The national vote totals, once again, it'd be interesting to look at it, with 10% in, 51% for Governor Reagan, and 43% for President Carter, with John Anderson holding at 5%.
You know, Frank, there's one observation I wanted to make about the race at this point. We are so deliberately cautious about the small number of votes that there are, not wanting to project Ronald Reagan as the winner of the presidential race.
Yes.
But it's been done. I mean, the president, we hear, is preparing his own concession statement, and it occurs to me that what we've got now is not just a landslide that was in the making, but a landslide. We've got to remember the polls are still open on the West Coast.
Yes.
Folks are just going to start voting like crazy, I think, for Reagan. And what we may have at the end of all of this is the biggest landslide we've seen in years.
We still have 2 hours for many of the polls to remain open in many parts of the country. That's the national election picture at 52 minutes after the hour. Ronald Reagan, the winner in Illinois. With only 1% of the precincts reporting in, nevertheless, our key precincts tell us that it's going to be Reagan in Illinois, and it's Reagan in South Dakota by a comfortable margin with only 4 electoral college votes. Nevertheless, that was anticipated. The big question there is whether it will affect the race for the Senate with George McGovern involved in the close struggle. And we have another projection from the Northeast, Connecticut for Reagan. Connecticut went for President Ford in 1976. Its 8 electoral college votes will wind up now in the Reagan camp.
Frank, I've got a senatorial projection in Illinois. In Illinois, where Adlai Stevenson resigned and decided not to run against. It is the Democrat Alan Dixon, who's been the Secretary of State since 1977, and he wins the Illinois senatorial race against Dave O'Neill, who's been the Lieutenant Governor there since 1977. So there, the seat that was vacated by Adlai Stevenson, now picked up by Alan Dixon. Frank?
We show now 243, I'm going to turn around here and look at it, 243 electoral college votes for Governor Reagan and 35 for President Carter, still holding firm. Well, of course, this brings up the question about a Reagan administration. We know who will be at the top of it. We don't know very much about the people who will be all around Governor Reagan to help him run the affairs of the country for the next 4 years. Our correspondent, Barry Serafin, who has been following Governor Reagan and knows the Reagan staff and all his associates quite well, has this report.
Aides say there has been very little serious discussion yet about who might be asked to serve in a Reagan cabinet. Not surprisingly, the principal focus has been on winning the election first. So it's a guessing game at this point, but some of the informed guessing goes like this. Among the possible contenders for Secretary of State, former Treasury Secretary George Shultz, respected in the Reagan camp as a man with a natural air of authority. Former HEW Secretary and Budget Director Caspar Weinberger, a longtime Reagan associate. And Senator Henry Jackson of Washington, a Democrat but a hardliner toward the Soviet Union. Jackson is also seen as a possible defense secretary, as is another Democrat, Senator Sam Nunn of Georgia. Republican Senator Jake Garn of Utah, a longtime Reagan supporter, might be in the running, along with Texas Republican Governor William Clements, a former deputy defense secretary, and ex-NATO commander Alexander Haig. For Treasury Secretary Charles Walker, once a deputy secretary in that department, Alan Greenspan, former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, plus William Simon and George Shultz, both of whom have held the job before. Caspar Weinberger's name is mentioned for Attorney General, and William French Smith, Reagan's personal lawyer and longtime friend. Reagan's current domestic policy advisor, Martin Anderson, can probably have that job in the White House if he wants it, but Richard Allen, Reagan's foreign policy advisor until a few days ago, when allegations appeared in the press that he once leaked White House information to land lucrative consulting contracts, is not likely to be back as national security advisor. A possible replacement, Brent Scowcroft, an ex-Kissinger deputy in the White House. Another familiar face throughout Reagan's campaign, Press Secretary Lynn Nofziger, is also not likely to carry on in that role. Nofziger has been emphatic in stating that he does not want that job, and while respected for his political experience, he's seen by some others around Reagan as too flip at times. The press secretary's job could go to James Brady, who has worked on issues and speeches during the campaign and used to be press secretary for John Connally. Look for public relations man and longtime Reagan aide Michael Deaver in some sort of role overseeing the press operation. Stepping into the job of White House Chief of Staff, Ed Meeks, who had that title when Reagan was governor of California and again during this campaign. If not Meese, George Shultz or Caspar Weinberger might wind up in that slot. Anne Armstrong, a former ambassador to Great Britain, is also frequently touted as a choice for ambassador to the United Nations. Now, again, we emphasize that's all guesswork, and we should also note that there are a lot of familiar faces there, but you could see some dark horses, some new faces in a Reagan administration. One of them, perhaps, Michigan Republican Congressman David Stockman, who helped Governor Reagan get ready for his debate with Jimmy Carter through mock debates in which he played the part of Jimmy Carter. As to a kitchen cabinet, those Reagan might consult outside the government, or at least outside the executive branch. If his lawyer, William French Smith, and longtime friend, is not appointed to an office, then he would be likely to be the new Charles Kerpo. Ted?
Thank you very much, Barry. One particularly familiar Republican face from the past, Henry Kissinger, not mentioned by you, but you'll be seeing him with Barbara Walters and hearing from him when we return.
Election headquarters in New York. Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
Let me re-emphasize again that even though ABC News has a great deal of information from the exit polling that it has been doing throughout the country and throughout the day, we are never projecting races until the polls in a particular region are closed. They are now closed in the state of Arkansas, and in Arkansas, we can project on the Senate race that Dale Bumpers, the incumbent, has defeated Bill Clark. Mr. Clark was, in fact, himself a Democrat, another one of these cases where the man changed parties just a few weeks before the race in an effort to pick up that particular race. But Dale Bumpers, the man who has knocked off some giants in the past, is perfectly capable of holding on to that seat, and he has done so by a wide margin. Let's now turn to Barbara Walters and her guest, former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Barbara?
Thank you, Ted. Secretary Kissinger, if I may say this in front of you, had not been in the highest favor in the Ronald Reagan camp perhaps a year or so ago, even at the time of the convention, but now is said to have a great deal of influence and be quite close to the governor. Was this a surprise to you, what seems to be a landslide?
Yes, that was a surprise to me.
Why?
Well, because, first of all, I have to make clear, I am not speaking for Governor Reagan, but I know many of the members of his entourage, and they led me to believe, and I think they believed until a few days ago, that they were narrowly ahead, they were confident of winning, but I did not have the impression that they were expecting a landslide.
You talked to Governor Reagan this morning?
I talked to him this morning.
Did he seem to feel that victory was going to be there? Did he say anything to you about it?
We didn't discuss it.
I'd love to know what you did discuss.
I just wished him good luck.
Dr. Kissinger, the big question, or one of the biggest questions, is what does an election of Ronald Reagan mean to the hostages? Not just these hostages now, but to the, should it ever happen again? It was a question that I asked at the debate and did not receive an answer.
Well, first of all, with respect to these hostages, I am confident that the election of Ronald Reagan will speed the release of the hostages.
Why?
Because the captors know that a president elected with such an overwhelming landslide on a program of a strong America, of a confident America, would be much more difficult to deal with than what they have experienced in the last year. And so I firmly expect that this will be settled by Inauguration Day at the latest.
Now, what about a general policy? Does Ronald Reagan have a policy for negotiating and not negotiating with the terrorists?
Again, I don't speak for Governor Reagan. I think I know some of his general views. My own view on the matter, which I don't think is too far off, but my own view is this. One should never negotiate with hostages, with people who take hostages. Because once you begin negotiating, you have changed the issue from one of principle to one of price. Secondly, one should never go to international bodies unless one has an absolute assurance that some concrete, decisive action will be taken. Third, one has to put some time limit on whatever dealings there are, because the longer hostages are kept, the greater the investment of the people who have kept the hostages. And I would expect that there will be no hostages taken in a Reagan administration. I would also expect that if they are taken, it will be dealt with decisively and quickly.
Even if it might mean the lives of the hostages by not negotiating?
I believe that it is safer. When I was in office for 8 years, we always followed this policy. We never lost a hostage.
I must ask you about yourself, even though I don't expect you to announce tonight what your cabinet position might or might not be. But we just saw a report of the people around Ronald Reagan. There was some thought, or there were some rumors, that you might be made a roving ambassador to the Middle East, that you might even be made ambassador in charge of the hostages should that situation still continue. What's your view of that?
I have never discussed any position with Governor Reagan or with any member of his staff. And my support for Governor Reagan has been because of my conviction of what was important for the national interest. Now, position of roving ambassador. I think that I could serve the country better by being available for general advice on the outside, by doing an occasional mission, if that is what President Reagan would want. But I do not really think that my talents are best suited for being a full-time roving ambassador.
You have said that you would not take a position where you didn't have negotiating power. Am I quoting you accurately?
Well, I think it is impossible when you have a Secretary of State who has to be responsible for the conduct of foreign policy and a security advisor to, on top of it, have an ambassador who has an enormous amount of latitude. And without that, you can't really conduct a negotiation.
Does that mean Secretary of State or nothing for him?
No, I have no ambitions for any position. And I do not expect any position. I have not ever discussed this, and I think that the list of people that Barry Serafin listed is outstanding. They would all do an extraordinary job in the positions for which they were mentioned.
Well, we thank you for being with us tonight on this, your first appearance in what looks like a landslide for Ronald Reagan, whom you have been supporting and whom you have been, as we understand, very close to these last few months. Thank you for being with us, Dr. Kissinger. I'm sure we'll be talking again in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Frank?
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Dr. Kissinger. Ronald Reagan is now 27 Electoral College votes away from election as the next president of the United States. He has 243 Electoral College votes to 35 for President Carter. For more information now about some races for governor around the country, we go to Max Robinson. Max?
Frank, of those 13 governor's races, 4 have been projected at this hour, 2 Republican and 2 Democratic, and there haven't been any shifts in that power. In the state of Indiana, it's Lieutenant Governor, the Republican, Bob Orr. The projection in the state of North Carolina, it's the incumbent Democratic governor, James Hunt. In the state of West Virginia, it's the incumbent Democrat, Jay Rockefeller. And in Delaware, it's the incumbent Republican, Pierre Pete DuPont. So it's 2 apiece. We have 9 more governor races to go. And if you wonder why you're hearing about all the calls on the presidential race and not very much on the governors, there are a lot of horse races for those remaining 9. We'll be keeping tabs on them. Ted?
I didn't vote for me.
All right.
Thank you very much. If you want to join us, we're saying hello to Dr. Kissinger. Hello, Dr. Kissinger.
That's all right. That's all right. You don't have to duck away from a camera, Dr. Kissinger. History was made tonight. You did say you were surprised. Let's go now back to Washington and Sam Donaldson, who was with President Carter's pollster, Pat Caddell.
Yes, Pat Caddell is here with me. You were telling me that, as a matter of fact, you don't think it was that the Reagan-Carter images changed, but something else happened in this election. What?
Well, if you look at the results of the surveys we did a series of about 6 national surveys, really, before the debate and through Monday night. What you had is this situation. After the debate, the president went down about 5 points overall. The debate bump working for Governor Reagan, as most of the polls done Thursday and Friday showed. We did a major national sample Saturday night, and as we had seen in 1976, the debate bump tends to last about 72 hours. The president went back with Governor Reagan into about an even race. In fact, it was an even race, and moving back toward a situation as it existed prior to the debate. And we then surveyed Sunday night. In fact, the candidate attitudes, I should say, were showing very little change. The president had a slightly positive, favorable rating on a personal basis. The governor slightly negative again. On Sunday, what we saw was almost no change in the personal attitudes, but the governor took a 5-point lead over President Carter in the Sunday survey. By Monday night, that lead had gone from 5 to 10 points.
All right, if there was no change in the personal attitudes toward these 2 men, what was it?
Well, one of the major things that we saw changes in all had to do with related to the apparently to the hostages and to the events overseas. We saw that for the first time in 4 or 5 months, people's rating of the United States position in the world
declined 10 points between Saturday and Sunday and held that on Monday.
But the hostage news was essentially good news.
Yes, well,
unless you believe that the president was manipulating him.
That's right, and that's what we did not find. Interestingly enough, on two questions we had, one on the president's handling of the hostage situation, he enjoyed increasingly better ratings on Sunday and Monday, got up to 55-39 approval, disapproval. And on the other question on manipulation, two-thirds of the people consistently disagreed.
We're going to have to wrap this up, Pat Caddell, but I appreciate your coming out and giving us the explanation, because as I get it from you, essentially you're saying that hostage thing triggered a lot of frustration.
Well, yes, what it did, and you could see it in one major question, which is when people thought the hostages would be released. And what we saw there was that people thought it was going in the other direction.
And so it triggered the frustration. Thank you very much, Pat Caddell. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Sam. We do have another projection to make now in a governor's race here. And Max Robinson, you have that?
The projection to make, it is no surprise. Bill Clinton, the incumbent Democratic governor of Arkansas, is the projected winner in that state over Frank White, a savings and loan president who took a leave to run against Clinton. In fact, he changed his party affiliation. He was a Democrat. He became a Republican to run against Clinton. He wasn't given much chance at all to defeat Clinton, who happens to be the youngest governor in the United States at the age of 34 and a former Rhodes Scholar. Incidentally, Clinton was somewhat embarrassed in the primary when his opponent in the primary, a 77-year-old retired turkey farmer, got 31% of the vote. But that embarrassment, no doubt tonight, is forgotten, right?
No doubt indeed, Max. Thank you. Let's look at the national vote totals right now as we stand at this point of the evening with 16% in. The precincts reporting in. It is Governor Reagan with 51%, President Carter with 43%. And look at John Anderson, who is holding firm at this point with 5%. That's kind of important, very important to him, because if he can hold it, pay back much of the money that he's borrowed to finance his campaign. In terms of the Electoral College votes, Ronald Reagan has won 27 states with 243 Electoral College votes, only 27 more needed, and President Carter has won 3 states plus the District of Columbia for a total of 35 Electoral College votes. And we are still heading toward the West, where the Reagan strength is expected to be very strong. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this message. Another projection at this point, the state of Delaware, which went Democratic the last time, is going for Ronald Reagan. He picks up the 3 Electoral College votes there. That gives him a total of 246. So he is now only 24 away from cinching the election for the presidency of the United States. You may wonder why we haven't said out loud those words. Well, it's simply because there are still some polls open, and it's a firm rule at this network that we are not going to make that kind of a declaration while people still have the opportunity to vote. Also, it so happens there are several states where we consider the election too close to call at this point in those states, although there is no doubt in anybody's mind now that Ronald Reagan is going to be the next president of the United States. Well, that's the national election picture at 22 minutes after the hour. Ronald Reagan, the winner of North Dakota's 3 Electoral College votes. That puts Reagan 16 votes away from the 270 required for the Electoral College majority and the presidency. Now, James Wooten is standing by at Republican headquarters in Washington with Senator Howard Baker, the minority leader of the Senate. Go ahead, Jim.
Senator, a moment ago up on the stage, you said this is the most significant political event in this century. Why is that?
Well, I think this is the first time since maybe the middle 20s when the country has expressed such an overwhelming desire for a basic change in the policies of this nation. You know, electing Ronald Reagan by such an overwhelming margin as we're going to do tonight indicates to me that the country at large wants to change the basic way the government is run.
Why couldn't it mean that people just don't like Jimmy Carter and want to fire him?
It could mean that, but you know, Jimmy Carter's a decent man, and he's an honorable man, and he tried hard, and I think his failures, and there were many, cost him this election, but it didn't cost him a landslide. I think this is a clear statement that the country wants a fundamental change, and they want Ronald Reagan, and they trust him. They think he acted presidential, and they believe he gave credibility to the positions he's taken. So I think this is a watershed election. I think it is more important, by far more important, than the elections of the 50s and 60s. It remains to be seen if that prediction is carried out, but I believe it may be.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Cassie?
Yes, I'm up here listening to what you guys are talking about down there. Senator, there still is a couple of weeks left in the upcoming Senate session. Do you think anything will happen, or will the Republicans want to put a hold on everything now that you've got a Republican president coming in January?
The senator is having trouble with his earpiece. We've got Lionel Hampton in the background, and he's really singing, man. What Kathy asked was, are the Republicans now, I believe she asked, are the Republicans now with a Republican president going to do anything different in the Senate?
Jesse, I think if that's your question, that you'll find if we have a very substantial improvement in our numbers in the Senate on the Republican side, and certainly if we gain control on the Republican side, that you'll see some basic changes in the way the Senate's run. I think you'll see fewer bills passed, but you'll see more general statements of policy instead of 1,000-page bills. I think you'll see the Senate become a policy-setting group instead of an aggregation of elected bureaucrats.
Cassie?
Yes, Jim, well, as I said earlier, there is still a Senate session to take place during the course of the rest of this year. And what will be interesting to see is whether or not the Senate Republicans allow anything at all to happen up here. They may pass a few kind of continuing resolutions on appropriations bills. There may be a continuing resolution on a budget committee bill. But these are the very things that Ronald Reagan made the heart of his campaign, cutting back on spending. So I think what you're going to see in the so-called lame duck session of the Congress, and especially in the Senate side, that you'll see a filibuster, and the Republicans really won't be letting very much of anything happen until the new Republican president takes over in January. Ted?
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to take a look now at the numbers, first of all. And if I hesitate, it's only because I'm not sure which numbers we're about to look at. As soon as I see them, we'll start reading them off. Well, it's on those 34 Senate races, and as you can see, there have been 9 Republican victories, 9 Democratic victories, 5 Republican victories. Thus far, a net gain of only 1 Republican seat. Let's take a look now at the names involved. Arlen Specter, the Republican former Attorney General from Philadelphia, has been projected by ABC News as the winner in Pennsylvania. And we've got Dixon, the Democrat in Illinois, John Glenn holding on to his seat in Ohio. We've got Dan Quayle taking it away from, that's the one Republican gain, taking it away from, hold on, fellas, I didn't get to the end of the list. Can we go back again? We can't go back. All right, Herman Talmadge in Georgia. We've got Russell Long, who didn't have a race today. We have a Republican victory, Mac Mathias in Maryland, and we have Wendell Ford in Kentucky and Christopher Dodd in Connecticut. Frank?
Ted, we have another projection to make, this one from a far western state. New Mexico's 4 electoral college votes will go to Ronald Reagan. There had been some doubt about this, because even though New Mexico is in the West, generally considered Reagan country, nevertheless, there is a very strong Hispanic population there. Ted Kennedy made an effort there, and a very major effort was underway by the Democrats to try to snatch New Mexico away as part of the overall attempt to lure Spanish-speaking Americans to the Carter camp. Let's see the Electoral Board totals right now. 270 needed, and you see that Ronald Reagan is 12 votes away. 12 votes away. President Carter still holding with his 35. John Anderson has none. 258. We'll look now, if we can, at the states that we believe are, well, the ones that have been projected for Governor Reagan and those for President Carter. The map is predominantly red, because red is the color for Reagan on our map. Here's the states that we believe are leaning toward Ronald Reagan. California with 45 electoral votes, Iowa with 8, Colorado with 7, Idaho with 4. I believe we have some more still to show. Well, that's it. But it doesn't take very many more for Reagan to actually go over the top. As we say, he is only 12 votes away right now, according to the ABC News projection. And to discuss these momentous events of this evening, we go back now to our resident guests here, and Robert McNeil. Robert?
Yes, Frank, we'd like to pick up on what Senator Baker just said, that the vote shows that the people want a basic change in the way the country is run. Tom Wicker, do you think that's what the American voters are saying today?
Well, I think it would be very hard to deny that in such a sweeping election as this, clearly they're endorsing the major themes of the Reagan campaign, less government interference, less government spending. But beyond that, I would be a little cautious myself in talking about really basic change in the way the government is run, because I think so much of that would depend on what the Reagan administration is able to do, what it tries to do, what will it get through Congress, and if basic change really means a change in some of the programs that are valuable to people who are now unemployed, for example, that sort of thing, I don't think that people are voting for that, no. I do think that it's easy to proclaim a sort of a sea change in American political life, but a great deal of that will depend on what this administration is able to do.
George Will, can a Reagan administration effect a basic change in the way the country's run?
Well, up to a point. It does.
Or is that just Baker rhetoric?
No, what Baker makes a very acute point. There have been 3 earlier landslides in this century. In 1920, it was a call for normalcy. 1964, it was anti-Goldwater. In 1972, it was anti-McGovern. These were negative landslides. This is a positive landslide in the sense that...
This isn't a negative landslide?
I don't believe entirely. I believe that Robert Strauss was correct when he said this is not just people jumping on Jimmy Carter for his obvious manifold manifest failures. It also is a turning away from the Democratic Party. Because one of the reasons people have been willing to
just
turn...
a moment, George. The president is now arriving at the Sheraton Hotel in Washington, D.C., presumably to make a concession speech. A small patter of applause. We'll follow him through, but in the meantime, let's go on, George.
Well, as I was saying, what makes Governor Reagan, in contrast to the man on the screen, particularly interesting is that a Republican candidate has to put together an issues constituency, whereas a Democratic Party, having been in government so long, puts together an interests constituency. There are a lot of ideas behind the Reagan campaign, ideas about the Soviet Union, ideas about affirmative action, ideas about the level of taxation, and these ideas, it seems to me, have received a kind of mandate.
But in the... Excuse me.
I was just going to say there may be those ideas there, but there's an awful lot of frustration, too, behind that Reagan victory tonight. Frustration on the part of Americans, wanting things to change, wanting things to be better, but not necessarily endorsing some ideological, programmatic change. I would be very wary of saying that we are now going to see something as sweeping, let's say, as happened after 1932, which was not portended in that election.
Yeah, George?
Well, there's no question that when ABC...
Just a few seconds.
ABC won't name Reagan the winner, but it's been picking his cabinet tonight, and if you look at the cabinet ABC's been picking, it's an inclusive, mainstream Republican cabinet, different from Democrats, but they're not going to...
But not very different from the Nixon administration.
Well, they're not going to take down Washington brick by brick.
Exactly.
We'll continue this later. Thank you, Frank.
Yes, thank you, Robert. And gentlemen, ABC News has learned, you saw the president arriving at the Washington Hotel a short while ago. ABC News has learned that the president phoned Governor Reagan about an hour and 10 minutes ago. He conceded the election to him, congratulated him, and offered to help in any way that he could during the transition. This will be an interesting time with President Carter still in office, still with all the power and, of course, all the responsibility for the conduct of the affairs of this nation between now and next January 20th, before Governor Reagan takes over. But he did call him about an hour and 5 minutes ago, according to our information, conceded, congratulated, and then offered to help in any way he could. The president making his way into the hotel now. It looks for all the world as though he's coming in to claim victory because of the applause and everything he's getting, but of course he's coming in to concede defeat. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this. Well, we all thought it was going to be a long night, and it may yet be, but we thought it was going to be a long night in terms of finally coming to a decision, because that's, of course, was all the pre-election information, but turned out that almost from the very beginning, even before the polls closed in the first states this afternoon, on the basis of our exit polling, we had a pretty good idea that Governor Reagan was actually going to win this election. The national vote totals now are coming in at a pretty good rate, with nearly a quarter of the vote in. We see Governor Reagan with 51%, President Carter with 43%, and Congressman John Anderson with 5%. There really isn't all that much difference, a little less than 2 million in popular vote, but the big spread, of course, is in the Electoral College vote, because Reagan is winning state after state. He now has 258 to 35, and let's see the states now that Governor Reagan has taken tonight, according to the ABC News projection. He's won Pennsylvania, he's won Illinois, Texas, Ohio, and Michigan. There's There's more coming. Florida, New Jersey, Indiana, Virginia, Maryland. Maryland was a surprise. Alabama, Kentucky, Connecticut, Oklahoma, and Kansas. None of those much of a surprise except for Connecticut. We still have one more vote board coming up, I believe, as our computer will... Nebraska, New Hampshire. Well, I did read them off. Here's North Dakota with, it's 3, the last to check in, so it's 258 Electoral College votes for Governor Reagan, putting him only 12 short of the 270 that he requires. He has won 8 states that were won by President Carter in 1976: Kentucky, Alabama, Florida, Ohio, Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Texas. I may have missed some, but of the 9 major states with the largest Electoral College votes, 7 have been projected for Governor Reagan. Only New York and California still to come. The polls have been closed in New York for about 45 minutes. They still have time to vote in California, still have time to vote in quite a few states in the western part of the country. Now, with more information on what we learned today from our exit polling, here is Lynn Sherr. Lynn?
Thank you, Frank. This may be a little jarring after those very nice pictures of Mr. Carter smiling and going into the hotel room in Washington and hearing Sam Donaldson talk about how graceful the president is being in what appears to be his loss. Because what we have learned from our voter polling is that an awful lot of voters thought that he had used unfair campaign tactics. Let's take a look at the boards, and we can see that when we asked the question, do you think unfair campaign tactics were part of this, 40% of the Carter voters thought so, 23% of the Reagan voters, 5% of Anderson. I beg your pardon, 40% thought Mr. Carter had used unfair campaign tactics, 23% thought Governor Reagan, and 5% John Anderson. And of that 40% who thought Mr. Carter had used unfair campaign tactics, they overwhelmingly voted for Ronald Reagan. So what we're seeing is a little bit of the evidence of what Barbara Walters was talking to the president about, the so-called name-calling. Apparently, it worked against him. Ted?
Okay, I think it's about time I did a little talking about my constituency, about which we may have to talk a great deal this evening, now that the presidential race seems to have been ended so quickly. It has not, of course, ended. You are still voting out there in the rest of the country, but President Carter has made his way over to Democratic headquarters for the night, where he is expected to make a concession speech. As Frank told you a moment ago, ABC has already learned that he called Governor Reagan and made his concession on the phone. But what's going to be happening now during the rest of the evening is that we will be paying very close attention to some of these key Senate races. And let me run off a couple of names for you. The first, of course, George McGovern in South Dakota. ABC News is now projecting that Senator McGovern has lost to Jim Abnor in South Dakota. McGovern was one of those. You see James Abnor's name up there right now. With 9% of the vote in South Dakota, ABC is projecting that Abnor is the winner over George McGovern, who, of course, has been one of the key figures in the U.S. Senate over the past many years, the presidential candidate in 1972. There are a number of other liberal Democratic senators whose seats may very well be in trouble tonight. First of all, what this now means is that 2 Republican seats, or 2 Democratic seats, have now gone over to the Republican side. If the Republicans can make a gain of about... If the Republicans can make a gain of 7 seats, or thereabouts, they could control the U.S. Senate. That is not out of the question. Frank, I understand you've got a call.
Yes, we'll do this very briefly, Ted. From the Deep South, South Carolina, with 8 Electoral College votes, is going for Governor Reagan. That may well be in part due to the influence of Strom Thurmond, who campaigned very heavily for him there. 54% to 43% for Governor Reagan, or for President Carter in South Carolina, another state of the Deep South that deserted the president on this election night 1980, a state that was with him very firmly in 1976. So Governor Reagan now is what, how many votes away? He is 4 votes away from the Electoral College majority of 270. He now has 266. The president is arriving now in the ballroom of the Washington Hotel, where the Democrats planned to have their big victory party tonight. We want to warn our affiliated stations all across the country right now. We are not going to cut away at this particular point. in order to so that you might perform your very worthwhile service of bringing your viewers up to date on the local returns. But here is an incumbent president who has been defeated. He is about to make his concession statement and greet his supporters, and we think this is pretty important to stay right with him, so we're going to do that. Shaking hands with Benjamin Civiletti and with other members of the president's staff and cabinet. That's Bob Strauss leading the cheers. Go
Frank,
ahead, Ted.
just quickly, before the president comes to the podium, ABC News projects that Thomas Eagleton will hold on to his seat. He was opposed by Gene McNary in Missouri. Tom Eagleton, the Democrat, has won.
Well, the band is playing Hail to the Chief. That's poignant, isn't it? Here is the president shaking hands with Hamilton Jordan. Behind him, Frank Moore, his chief congressional liaison. There's Zbigniew Brzezinski, and quite a few other familiar faces and names.
We have another projection, and I'm told this is by a landslide. Mark Andrews, the Republican candidate in North Dakota, has defeated Kent Johansson. If neither of those names sounds particularly familiar to you, let me point out that the senator used to be Milton Young, who was 82 years old, and he has retired. The new senator from North Dakota, Republican Mark Andrews.
Ted, here is one very important one, although not needed at this point. New York is going for Ronald Reagan. New York with 41 Electoral College votes. That does it. That puts him over. He is the president-elect according to ABC News projection. And here is Bob Strauss.
Gentlemen, not only the president, but the splendid president of these United States.
I promised you 4 years ago that I would never lie to you. So I can't stand here tonight and say it doesn't hurt. The people of the United States have made their choice, and of course I accept that decision. But I have to admit, not with the same enthusiasm that I accepted the decision 4 years ago. I might say I have a deep appreciation of the system, however, that lets people make the free choice about who will lead them for the next 4 years. About an hour ago, I called Governor Reagan in California, and I told him that I congratulated him for a fine victory. I look forward to working closely with him during the next few weeks. We'll have a very fine transition period. I told him I wanted the best one in history. And I then sent him this telegram, and I'll read it to you. It's now apparent that the American people have chosen you as the next president. I congratulate you and pledge to you our fullest support and cooperation in bringing about an orderly transition of government in the weeks ahead. My best wishes are with you and your family as you undertake the responsibilities that lie before you, and I signed it, Jimmy Carter. I have been blessed, as only a few people ever have, to help shape the destiny of this nation. In that effort, I've had your faithful support. In some ways, I've been the most fortunate of all presidents because I've had the daily aid of a wise man and a good man at my side. In my judgment, the best vice president anybody ever had, Fritz Mandel. I've not achieved all I set out to do. Perhaps no one ever does. But we have faced the tough issues. We've stood for and we fought for and we have achieved some very important goals for our country. These efforts will not end with this administration. The effort must go on, nor will the progress that we have made be lost when we leave office. The great principles that have guided this nation since its very founding will continue to guide America through the challenges of the future. This has been a long and hard-fought campaign, as you well know. But we must now come together as a united and a unified people to solve the problems that are still before us, to meet the challenges of a new decade. And I urge all of you to join in with me in a sincere and fruitful effort to support my successor when he undertakes this great responsibility as president of the greatest nation on earth. Ours is a special country because our vast economic and military strength give us a special responsibility for seeking solutions to the problems that confront the world. But our influence will always be greater when we live up to those principles of freedom, of justice, of human rights for all people. God has been good to me, and God has been good to this country, and I'm truly thankful. I'm thankful for having been able to serve you in this capacity, thankful for the successes that we have had, thankful that to the end you were with me in every good thing that I tried to do. There's an old Yiddish proverb that I've often thought of in the days and months that I've held this office. It says simply, God gives burdens, also shoulders. In all the days and months when I have served you and served this country, you've readily given me your shoulders, your faith, and your prayers. No man could ask any more of his friends. I've wanted to serve as president because I love this country and because I love the people of this nation. Just one more word. Finally, let me say that I am disappointed tonight, but I have not lost either love. Thank you very much.
Sam, thank you. I'm sorry we had a little difficulty hearing you there, but obviously there was a great deal of noise in that room. We have another projection. It is now an anti-climax, of course. Louisiana's 10 electoral college votes will go to Ronald Reagan. Louisiana a state that went for President Carter in 1976 has now switched to Ronald Reagan. I don't know whether we got a chance to tell you before the president came into the hotel there in Washington, but Wyoming's 3 electoral college votes also go to Governor Reagan. It's ironic, Ted, that New York is the state that, according to our projection, actually put Governor Reagan over the top and gave him the more than the 270 required for election. It was New York that President Carter so candidly said, I can't win without New York.
Well,
and
right.
New York did win for him in 1976.
You know, Frank, I can't help but remark at this point, we just can't let it go by. This is one of those extraordinary moments that makes this country so unique when you think about how other countries transfer power.
Yes.
And how smoothly and how graciously it is done here in the United States. I just don't feel that we can let that moment go by without making some mention of it. But this election...
The defeated stand tall.
They do. And I had to think as I was watching Jimmy Carter there, just as Edward Kennedy at the Democratic Convention probably never looked better than he did in defeat, so Jimmy Carter has, I think, never looked better than he does perhaps at this moment right now. There's the president still being surrounded by well-wishers and, of course, photographers and journalists. It was an extraordinarily gracious speech. Let's listen to the president.
I'll be president for 2.5 more months, and that full responsibility is on my shoulders, and I intend to carry it out.
What about the Mideast negotiation? Do you think anything can be accomplished during this period?
Well, I hope so. I don't know.
President Carter pausing for a moment simply to say that he was going to administer the duties of his office for the next 2.5 months. He hopes that he could accomplish something in the continuing negotiations for a general peace in the Middle East, but that was about it. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Sam. Well, of course, that emphasizes a point that we have to keep in mind. We can't put the country on hold, and the president will have all the responsibility for the next 2.5 months while we wait for Governor Reagan to be inaugurated. So here is Vice President Mondale at his headquarters in St. Paul. He waited, obviously, for the president to make his appearance, and he's now about to speak to his supporters. The Vice President.
A few moments ago, President Carter congratulated President-elect Reagan on his victory. I join the President in extending to Mr. Reagan and Mr. Bush and their families our congratulations. Now we must stand together behind our President-elect, all of us. We have only one President. He deserves our support, and he will have it. Obviously, I would rather have won. But I also see, as I think you do, a chance to rejoice. For we are, above all, thank God, privileged to live in a democracy. Today, all across this nation, in high school cafeterias, in town halls, in churches and synagogues, the American people quietly wielded their staggering power and peacefully, without intimidation, made their choice. And whatever the outcome, tonight we celebrate above all the process we call American freedom. These last 4 years, and with your help, the American people have conferred on me the highest privilege I've ever held, a higher office than I ever expected to hold, and I am deeply honored to have served as Vice President of the United States. I especially want to thank President Carter and Rosalind for their kindness to me and to Joan and to our family. This kind and good man, this president, has permitted me to work more closely with him than any vice president in American history, and I thank him profoundly for that experience.
Vice President Mondale. Well, of course, it's too early to speculate on his political future. Obviously, would have been different had he been the heir apparent during the next 4 years, but we'll just have to wait and see. While the Vice President was speaking, you may have seen ABC News projected Rhode Island's Electoral College votes will go to President Carter, so that adds a few more to his total. But the Electoral College vote, as it stands right now, reads this way. Governor Ronald Reagan, the President-elect of the United States, 320, 50 more than he needs for election, 39 for President Carter, and none for independent candidate John Anderson. Max Robinson has a projection to make in one of the governor's races, so we'll go to Max. Max?
In the state of New Hampshire, Frank, it appears that the incumbent is bucking a trend tonight, and despite the big Reagan win in the state of New Hampshire, the incumbent Governor Hugh Gallen, the Democrat, is the projected winner over Meldrum Thompson, the arch-conservative Republican, whom Gallen ousted from office 2 years ago in that race. This was a rematch. It was expected to be close. It has been, but again, the Democratic incumbent bucks the trend. Gallen is apparently to be re-elected tonight. The John Birch Society, one of the members of the John Birch Society is Meldrum Thompson, a big member, and once he was charged with having his values rooted in the 19th century. He said, no, not rooted in the 19th century, in the 17th century. Well, apparently the voters didn't want to go back that far tonight. Frank?
Thank you, Max. Colorado's 7 Electoral College votes will go to Ronald Reagan. That was expected, no surprise. So Governor Reagan continues to pile up the expected plurality in the western states as we move now across the nation. Let me just point out to you that the polls have just closed in Arizona, Idaho, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, North Dakota. Still to go for another hour in Alaska, California, Hawaii, Oregon, and Washington. The president has already conceded the election. Governor Reagan has not yet claimed victory, but it is obvious that it is his, and that's kind of unique on a night when so many Americans still really have an opportunity to vote. On and on, the Reagan tide sweeps across the country, picking up states now that were expected to be in the Reagan column. And certainly that applies to the state of Utah, which now checks in, adding its 4 Electoral College votes to the total that Governor Reagan already has amassed. Utah, one of the most solidly conservative states in the Union. There was never any contest about that one. President Carter never went near the place in terms of actual campaigning, and the 4 votes have gone to Governor Reagan, or to President-elect Reagan, as I should say. Ted, you have some more?
Well, on the Senate side in Utah, there wasn't much of a race either. Dan Berman had challenged Jake Garn, the incumbent. Jake Garn, one of the leading anti-SALT figures early on. Former mayor of Salt Lake City. ABC News has just projected him as the winner with only 1% of the raw vote in. But apparently that's enough to do the job. Jake Garn remains the Republican senator from Utah. Now to Max at the gubernatorial desk.
Third, in the state of Vermont, we have a projection to make. The Republican incumbent, Richard Snelling, is the projected winner in the state of Vermont over his Democratic opponent, Attorney General Jerry Diamond. Snelling had one problem, apparently, in that race. He has a very famous temper. And his opponent, Diamond, attempted to goad him into losing it on occasion, but they worked very hard in the Snelling camp to keep him from losing his temper. He didn't, and he is the projected winner tonight in the state of Vermont. Frank?
Thank you, Max. You know, Ted, earlier today, I heard that one of the president's closest advisors said to him within the last 24 hours or so, Mr. President, we'll be lucky if we take Georgia and Massachusetts, reminding him of the McGovern business in 72.
Just look at that map.
Well, all they have is West Virginia, the District of Columbia, and Rhode Island, except for Georgia and Massachusetts.
And at the moment, they're leading into Reagan's strength. Just one point I do want to make. Voters out there on the West Coast, there's more than just the presidential race. Please do vote.
Yes.
And that's the national election picture at 22 minutes after the hour.
This is continuing ABC News election night coverage. The 80 vote. Reporting once again from ABC News election headquarters in New York, Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
Well, it's 10:30 at night on the east coast of the United States, and I must say that at this hour, we thought that maybe we would be able to begin to get some inkling of how things were going.
We've got an inkling.
We got more than an inkling, and very, very early on. Here's another state to add to the Reagan column, Vermont. which distinguished itself many, many years ago by being the only state to vote Republican outside of Maine in 1936. Vermont has joined the Reagan rampage across the country, 46% to 39%. Vermont's 3 electoral college votes added to the Reagan column. Ted, you have
I don't have any new projections, Frank, on the Senate, but we thought we'd take a look at some of the projections that have been made already. We've got 34 Senate races tonight. Of those 34, 24 belonged to incumbent Democrats, only 10 to incumbent Republicans. Let's take a look at the board right now and see how they're going. 10 Democrats have either been elected or re-elected, 8 Republicans elected or re-elected, a net gain of 2 for the Republicans at this moment. And let's take a look at how the Senate might look in 1981. There we go. The way it stands right now, the Democrats would still have a fairly considerable majority, but as you can see, it would be considerably reduced. At the moment, it is 17. Potentially, it would be 5. And I should point out at this time that this is not yet projecting any of the big races that we still have ahead of us out on the West Coast. We've got a very important one down in Florida that we haven't been able to project either, and of course here in New York. Let's take a look now at projections on the House side. For that, let's switch to Washington and Britt Hume.
Ted, the Republicans are making some inroads in the Democratic-controlled House of Representatives tonight, but not nearly enough, it seems, to disturb the balance of power held there by 276 to 159 going in tonight by the Democrats. If we can see our board there, I believe it will show that 168 races have gone to the Democrats, 104 to the Republicans. That's a net gain of 6 as of now for the Republicans. We are seeing what may be some kind of a coattail effect from Ronald Reagan's huge showing tonight in a number of very close races, and also in a number of races where the seats have been open. So far, we know about 12 of those races, and it appears that in those 12 races, the Republicans have gained 8. We should note, by the way, that one of the most notable figures in the Abscam matter, Congressman Ozzie Myers of Philadelphia, who was not only convicted of bribery but also kicked out of the House of Representatives, is now picked to lose his race, and he would join Frank Thompson, indicted but not convicted yet in the Abscam affair, as a loser tonight. One other race we should take note of, in Maryland's 1st District, that's mostly the eastern shore of Maryland, a notable conservative leader in the House of Representatives, Congressman Robert Bauman, who was caught up in a homosexual solicitation charge, placed on probation. That no doubt a great shock to his constituents, and he has fallen by the way there to State Delegate Roy Dyson. Dyson is challenged Bauman in '76, and the margin there appears to be something like 55 to 43 for Dyson, a rather handy win for him. Gentlemen?
We've done our sums now, and we believe that the turnout will be below the 54% of the potential voters who actually went to the polls in 1976. It is not expected to go below 50%. There are actually about 160 million people, potentially voters in this country. 81.5 million voted in 1976. One reason for the possibly lower turnout this time, not merely the usual saw about voter apathy and so forth, but also the fact that the turnout, the results have been known so early this evening, while so many polls in so many states were still open and people were perhaps wrestling with a decision that they then considered redundant. Well, turnout was very important to President Carter, particularly insofar as the black vote was concerned. And Lynn Scherr, who's been watching our exit polling statistics throughout the day, has more on that. Lynn?
Frank, it seems that the turnout figures you just mentioned carry through to the black vote, which was crucial for Jimmy Carter. If we can just take a look, you will see that the turnout this year among black voters wasn't so good. In '76, black voters represented 11% of the entire vote, but this year, black voters only represented 7% of that share. Now, when we take a look at how the black vote went throughout the country today, you can see that actually Jimmy Carter, while he did well, didn't do nearly as well as he should. Throughout the United States, Jimmy Carter got 80% of the black vote, Ronald Reagan 15%, and John Anderson down there in the bottom, 5%. Again, Jimmy Carter winning the black vote throughout the country, but not by the great big margins that he did in 1976. I believe it was 94% he got in 1976. This becomes even more critical when we look at it by regions. Let's go first to the South. In the southern part of this country, when you look at the black vote, Jimmy Carter got something like 83% of the black vote in the South. Ronald Reagan got 15%, John Anderson 2%. Again, good for Jimmy Carter, but not nearly good enough. We'll have more information on the black vote a little bit further. Right now, back to you, Ted.
Thank you, Lynn. As President Carter pointed out just a couple of moments ago, he still has 2.5 months in office. He still has the power of the presidency, and Jim Wooten has learned he'll be able to use that power in an interesting fashion. Jim?
Yes, one of the executive powers that President Carter has not had an opportunity to exercise is the nomination of a Supreme Court justice. The one thing that's happening tonight is that ABC News has learned that Justice Thurgood Marshall is considering resignation to allow Jimmy Carter to make a Supreme Court appointment. And we must make certain that everyone understands that the source is generally reliable and insists that Thurgood Marshall is only considering a resignation from the Supreme Court so that President Carter may nominate his own appointment. Frank?
Thank you very much, Jim. That's a very important and interesting bit of news. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this.
Back here at election headquarters, I might make a note, in addition to what Jim Wooten was saying about the possibility that Thurgood Marshall would step down from the court so that Jimmy Carter would be able to make an appointment. And that is the fact that Thurgood Marshall has been in frail health for the past 2 or 3 years, and that is known by his confidants, that he has been considering resigning from the court for some time. And so that news tonight, or that report, would be very interesting. It is supported by other evidence in some places. We'd like to make a call. In the state of Missouri, the former Republican governor, Christopher Kit Bond, is the projected winner over the incumbent Democrat Joseph Teasdale, who ousted Bond 4 years ago and took over that governorship. Teasdale had all kinds of problems during the 4 years of his administration. In fact, many members of his administration resigned, accusing him of incompetence. Kit Bond accused him of being an opportunist. And tonight, the Democratic incumbent in the state of Missouri has gone down to defeat again the winner, the Republican Kit Bond, former governor of the state of Missouri. Right?
Thank you, Max. It was quite a surprise to a great many people in Missouri when Kit Bond was defeated the last time out. And the general feeling was that he had taken his re-election for granted. Well, he certainly didn't take it for granted this time and fought and campaigned very hard. We're waiting for Congressman John Anderson to make an appearance. We expect him to come out very shortly now. And while we're waiting for him, we'll take a break here. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this. 2 more states now that ABC News is able to project for Ronald Reagan. Idaho's 4 electoral college votes will go to Governor Reagan. There was never much doubt about that. But what is going to be most interesting to see is, well, here we have Missouri also. Missouri, Governor Reagan is winning by a wide, or a comfortable margin, we should say. The 12 electoral college votes there. That, too, is a state that went for President Carter in 1976. Idaho, of course, went Republican.
I think you were just about to make the point that there's a big Senate race in Idaho. Because Frank Church, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, is in a battle for his political life out there, being challenged by Steve Sims, who's received backing from many conservative groups. And Church was one of those who was targeted by the conservative groups in an effort to get him out. He's in a fight for his life. And of course, George McGovern has gone down to defeat today, so there aren't that many Senate liberals left.
And so is Birch Bayh, too.
So is Birch Bayh, and of course, on the Republican side, Jake Javits is trailing badly here in New York, although we haven't been able to call that race yet.
We understand that Congressman John Anderson is about to make an appearance, so we'll be going to his headquarters. Here we are right now. Congressman Anderson, who at our last count is running at 6% in the national popular vote total for quite a long time, has had no illusions about actually breaking through and winning the election, but he persisted right on down to the wire. Talking about the Anderson difference. Ann Compton is there now.
Frank, John Anderson is a happy man tonight. He knew he would be defeated, but he is a happy man because he feels he has proved a point. He has given voters an alternative, and I think it will be a very upbeat Anderson who wants to tell the public tonight that there is hope for an independent movement in the future. He is not ready to commit himself to a race in 1984, although everyone asks him about it. But right now, John Anderson is relishing in the fact that no other man without a party has ever come this far in a national election, in the general election, and has never gotten this kind of attention on election election night has never raised the kind of money he has. John Anderson and his running mate feeling that they have made a real impact. Of course, they've come nowhere near to anywhere close to the kind of vote margin they wanted, having run as high as 24% in the early polls. Now John Anderson's down around 5%.
Well, thank you very much.
Here he is.
Thank you very much, Governor Lucey. Thank you so very much, Governor Lucey and Mary Crisp and Joe Rao, all of my other friends who are here on the platform tonight. Last night, when I closed out the campaign in a rally at my alma mater in my native state of Illinois, I quoted a line from H.G. Wells that an election should be the celebration of democracy. Now, your response tonight, I think, indicates that this is a celebration. And you know, there are so many people whom I should thank tonight, and my heart is full of the gratitude that I feel for all of the efforts that these many thousands and thousands of people have made. But I certainly want to ask my own family to come for just a moment and stand beside me again. My wife, Kiki, how wonderful it is that I was gifted with such a marvelous nature and sweet personality that I am never afflicted with feelings of envy, because there were times when I traveled around the country when I thought that many people would have preferred Kiki to me as the candidate. But a couple of days ago, emulating that grand lady of American politics of a generation or more ago, Eleanor Roosevelt, Kiki was down some 600 feet underground in a coal mine in Illinois campaigning for her husband. She's been in the senior citizen centers. She's been in the public housing projects. She's been wherever across the face of our great land. People needed to feel some encouragement. And when they have seen her and heard her voice, and what she has had to say about the campaign, it's made a great contribution, and I will be forever grateful. And Eleanor and Diane and John, who have been on the campaign trail, I'm thankful to them for what they have done. This whole campaign experience has been one that has really brought our family very, very close together because of the common enterprise that we shared. And Susie, even you have contributed, because from time to time I've used you in my jokes and said that you were home studying your non-proliferation lesson. And Karen, now, did you ever see more of a teenage heartthrob than Karen? She's been out there getting the teenage vote for us. Sure. You know, throughout this campaign, I have talked about a new realism in American politics, and I've done that because I felt that our country was in trouble, that the nation simply had to face the facts. And now, of course, tonight, I must do the same. Actually, I don't want you to think that I just looked at my watch 5 minutes ago and came to the conclusion that perhaps the time had come to make this concession speech. I react somewhat more quickly than that, I can assure you. Actually, history will record that it was at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, Standard Time. Eastern Standard. Let's have it straight for the historical record. 8:35 that I telephoned Governor Reagan in California and offered my congratulations to him. Because the returns by that time had clearly shown that I was not destined to be the next president of the United States. That is a decision deferred. If you don't let me finish this speech, it will be 1984 and I'll still be up here. You have obviously chosen to take a very enigmatic remark and place your own interpretation on what I said. You know, right after Abraham Lincoln had suffered one of his electoral defeats, and he suffered many during the course of his career, he was asked how he felt. And he replied, disappointed, yes. Bruised, no. Well, of course I'm disappointed. I'm only human. But I hope that you can tell from my remarks and from my spirit and from my demeanor tonight that I am not bruised in spirit or in mind. This has been, I think, this campaign, the greatest event of my life. And obviously, of course, I am now hoping that we hold at 6% at least so it doesn't turn out to be the most expensive as well. But, you know, there are many reasons that prompt the feelings of real joy that I feel tonight. It's been my good fortune to run with somebody like Pat Lucey. You heard it. You know what kind of a man he is. His wit and his experience, his wise counsel, his good judgment have reminded, I think, millions of Americans how decent and honorable politics really can be. And Mary Crisp, this lovely lady that epitomizes all that I was going to say I have more women in my life than ever before, but that might be a somewhat injudicious statement to make. But if there are any, going to be any, I would want them to be like Mary Crisp, because she has given so much to this campaign. I was asked a little bit earlier today, while we were still awaiting, of course, the results. I was asked by a member of the press, a reporter, how had I kept going in view of some of the evident discouragements that we had suffered, particularly within the last week or 10 days. What was it that fueled this campaign from my standpoint? And for me, the answer was very simple. All I had to do was to reflect a little bit, to think about the literally tens of thousands of Americans whom I had been privileged to address in audiences spanning this great continent, and the hundreds and hundreds of people with whom I had made individual contacts and with whom I had talked. And they are the ones, and you are part of that great multitude that have served at one and the same time to inspire me and, yes, to humble me because of what you have been willing to pledge, because of what you have been willing to do. I've talked many times about those people who put their children in charge of babysitters, well-trained ones, of course, stood on windy street corners on cold days in the late spring in order to get the 2 million signatures that we needed to appear on the ballots of the 50 states.
Congressman John Anderson making his statement. Presumably it's a statement of concession, although I don't know that he has actually acknowledged defeat yet. He's going on thanking everybody. Well, we're going to review things briefly. We also are going to allow our local stations an opportunity to bring you up to date on the local election results in your particular area. And we'll have more on the 80 vote right after this. Well, at about 5.5 or 6 minutes before the hour, we think it's time to check in to get some reaction from abroad to this momentous event in American life now, the obvious election of Ronald Reagan to become the next president of the United States. So we want to go overseas now to our correspondent, Pierre Salinger. Pierre, how are they going to react abroad?
Well, Frank, I think, first of all, that the high levels of the French government are not surprised by the outcome of the election tonight. President Giscard d'Estaing had decided during the last week that he thought that Ronald Reagan was going to win the election. I think that the size of the Reagan victory is probably going to surprise people here in this country. This country has been the leader in Western Europe of those who were not great fans of Jimmy Carter. In fact, one would even say that the ABC Club was founded in France, the Anybody But Carter Club. And therefore, I think the election of Ronald Reagan will not come as any great disappointment to the French government, because I think they feel that they can work with him. They feel confident that he will be surrounded by people who will have value and who will run a government that is competent. They've always thought that Jimmy Carter was a man who was quite intelligent, but who had difficulty making decisions, who was vacillating, and who was not a person who was firm in his relations with the East.
Thank you, Pierre. It's going to be very interesting to see because obviously a great many people in Europe and elsewhere presumably expected Jimmy Carter to be reelected.
Frank, we've still got an awful lot to go on the Senate side. Out of 34 races so far, we have called only 18 of them, 10 to the Democrats, 8 to the Republicans. Probably the two most prominent losers tonight, and forgive me if I mention the losers rather than the winners, George McGovern in South Dakota, and of course Birch Bayh in Indiana. Now let's go for a quick wrap-up on the gubernatorial picture to Max Robbins.
Well, Ted, so far we've projected 9 races on the governor's side, and even though we've seen some upsets in other races across the country, when it comes to the governors, we really haven't been surprised tonight. The Republicans have gained 1 state house, and that was in the state of Missouri, as expected. Christopher Kit Bond will become governor. Christopher Kit Bond again, he was governor 4 years ago in that state. In the case of the others, it's incumbents winning across the board. There are 4 states remaining that we haven't called, and they are all Democratic incumbents, so the Republicans have a chance to pick up a couple of more governorships. Frank?
Thank you, Max. There are still states to be heard from, but the die is cast. The decision has been made by the American people today. Ronald Reagan is the overwhelming majority in the Electoral College and in the national vote total. We'll see that right now if we can go to that board with 41% in now. It's Governor Reagan leading with 50% to 43% for President Carter, and John Anderson still holding at the 6%. The Electoral College vote, the one that really counts, 350 for Ronald Reagan, 39 for President Carter, none for Congressman Anderson. By our count, it was New York that put Governor Reagan across. Well, we're going to be back 30 minutes from now to bring you a complete review, and also we, of course, will hear from the new president-elect when we come back 30 minutes from now. We'll see you then.
This is an ABC News Special. The 80 vote, election night. The campaign is over. The votes being cast and counted. Now the results from the nation and what they mean. Reported from the ABC News Election Center in New York by Max Robinson, Barbara Walters, and special analysis and commentary by national columnists Tom Wicker and George Will, moderated by Robert MacNeil. And at the ABC News Election Night Anchor Desk, Ted Koppel and Frank Reynolds.
Good evening once again from ABC News Election Headquarters in New York. While we were away for the last 30 minutes, the polls closed in just about every place in the country. Here is the governor, the president-elect, and Mrs. Reagan in their suite at the Century Plaza Hotel. And they suddenly see themselves on the television set, which is why they were pointing. Well, the polls have closed. Oregon and Washington have both gone for Ronald Reagan. And the Reagan tide has swept throughout the West. We'll begin with Oregon. Its Electoral College votes went for Reagan. The state of Washington also went for Reagan. California's 45, the largest in the block in the country, went for the home state governor by a comfortable margin. He won California's 45. Iowa went for Reagan by a comfortable margin. The next state, Arizona, a landslide for Reagan. Montana, a very comfortable margin, wide. Nevada, very wide for Ronald Reagan. However, Minnesota went for Jimmy Carter. So the Democratic ticket carried its home states. The president took Georgia, and you might say that Vice President Mondale took Minnesota. Here is the Electoral College status as of right now. With 270 needed, Ronald Reagan is way over the top. 416 to 49 for President Carter, none for Congressman Anderson. It is, in truth, a Reagan Republican landslide sweeping across this nation tonight. And the major story still to be determined is the makeup of the United States Senate. And there is some doubt about that right now. It's been firmly in Democratic control for a long time. But, Ted, things seem to be changing, don't they?
They are indeed, Frank, and the big question of the night is to what extent the Reagan coattails are responsible, to what extent groups like NICPAC and the moral majority are responsible. First of all, let's call some races that ABC was able to project while you were gone, or perhaps if you've just joined us, let us tell you that we have not yet projected these races, but we're about to. Beginning with the biggest, California. Alan Cranston, the Senate Majority Whip in the U.S. Senate, was able to hold on against Paul Gahn. The big question is whether or not he will still be the whip when he goes back, the majority whip. Let's go on now to Nevada, where Paul Laxalt, a very close advisor to Governor Reagan and probably a dominant figure in Washington in the 4 years to come. Laxalt, an easy win over Mary Gojak. Idaho, here we have one of the big upsets where Frank Church, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, has been ousted by Steve Sims, who had the backing of the moral majority. And in Iowa, where another liberal Democrat, John Culver, was ousted by Chuck Grassley. Again, it was a case of the moral majority and NICPAC, the conservatives, targeting Culver. In fact, they have done an extraordinary job. Let's move on now to Alabama, where Jeremiah Denton, the man who was a prisoner of war in North Vietnam for 7.5 years, former Rear Admiral, has taken the seat away from the Democrats. The seat was not held by Jim Folsom. You may recall that Folsom in the primaries defeated Don Stewart, who was the Democratic senator in Alabama, but that seat has now also gone over to the Republicans, Jeremiah Denton, who belongs to the moral majority. And now just going over some of the calls we've made during the course of the night, where major liberal Democrats have been knocked off. It is Quayle over Birch Bayh in Indiana. It is Jim Abnor over George McGovern, another prominent figure in the U.S. Senate in South Dakota. And behind, as of this point, these races have not yet been called. It is Mary Buchanan over Gary Hart in Colorado. It is Leahy over Stuart Ledbetter, or rather Stuart Ledbetter over the Democrat Leahy in Vermont. And it is Warren Rudman over Durkin, the incumbent, in New Hampshire. Now, those races, those past three races, the one in Colorado, Vermont, and New Hampshire, they have not yet been projected. Those people are just behind. And what we really have to look at now is the possibility that if those three that are behind, together with those that we have just projected, where liberal Democrats or just Democrats have been ousted by Republicans, if those come true, and in fact if we have any more erosion on the Democratic side in Alaska where it's possible, in Florida where it's possible, and in Washington state where it's possible, we may very well be dealing with a Republican Senate when they come back after the election. Cassie Mackin, who is our Senate correspondent, is standing by now with someone from NCPAC.
Yes, Ted, this is Terry Dolan, who is the chairman of NCPAC, the National Conservative Political Action Committee. And Terry, you have had yourself quite a night. You got all 4 of the big liberals that you went after, didn't you?
Yeah, we were very pleased with the results. I think a little bit surprised at the margins in some of the places, but delighted with what happened.
Mm-hmm. In one of the interviews that I did, you said that you didn't mind using fear in politics. In another interview that you did, you said with your techniques you could get Mickey Mouse elected to the Congress. Are you going to continue with these kinds of techniques?
Well, that's a when did you stop beating your wife question. In context, what I said is that people ought to be afraid of what some of the senators were doing in Washington, and I think they established tonight that they're sick and tired of liberal senators not representing their constituencies, and not only in the races that we targeted, but many other places. The comment about Mickey Mouse was a comment about campaign technology, which applied to every campaign and every operation, not only ours. But to answer your question, I think the program has shown itself to be of some success. How much, I don't know. We're going to be taking exit surveys and a whole series of tracking surveys beginning tomorrow, and we'll probably be making some announcement in a few months.
Of course, NCPAC, which is the National Conservative Political Action Committee, had itself quite a night, but you really couldn't now call the Senate a conservative body. There's still quite a few very active liberals there. I went through a whole list of mine, with about 33 either full-out liberals or people who vote liberal, so you still have a lot of work to do, I'd say.
Well, I think we've proven a couple things tonight, and when I say we, I think conservatives in general. I don't think there's any question that there is a conservative mandate in this country. I think if Ronald Reagan does not run his administration on a strong conservative record, he is making a big political mistake. I think that the Democratic Party will be extinct unless it understands that there is, in fact, a conservative majority in this country, and it better get rid of the sick, tired, liberal cliches that have brought it destruction tonight. And I think, by the way, that would also apply to the media. I think, in fact, people would view us in the sense of all the things we've done positive, straightforward. I think you'll see a continuing growing conservative movement. And finally, I think you're going to see liberals who are going to decide that maybe they aren't as liberal as they ought to be, particularly those who are standing for election in '82.
Okay, Terry, thank you. We'll be watching you very closely in what you do these next couple of years. Now back to you, Frank.
Thank you, Catherine. Obviously, Mr. Dolan is going to be watching Governor or President Reagan very closely, too. There was the first veiled threat that Reagan had better govern in keeping with all the conservative principles. Barbara Walters has just talked with Frank Church, who has suffered defeat, the prestigious chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, represented Idaho for so many years in the Senate. Barbara?
Well, Frank, the Churches are at home in Boise, Idaho with their family. You would have thought that Frank Church won. They said everything's fine, nobody's down here at the Church house. Mrs. Church just then got on the phone and said, I've always felt like a salmon swimming upstream in this state, but this was a tidal wave. 80% of the state went for Ronald Reagan. Whether it was NCPAC or not, they haven't fully figured out yet. But the final word is nobody's down here at the Churches. At one point, Frank Church had cancer and was only given 6 months to live, and the Churches said, look, we survived that. We'll survive this, too. Do we go to Frank? Max?
Thank you, Barbara. One of the things that we're observing tonight in the governor's races is that the Reagan sweep across this country appears to be having almost no effect whatsoever on the governor's races. We have 2 more races to call in the state of Montana. The Democratic Lieutenant Governor, Ted Swindon, is the winner there over Jack Ramirez, the Republican House Minority Leader, and it was thought that if Ramirez was to win, he could win with Reagan coattails. Apparently, there weren't any Reagan coattails. Again, the Lieutenant Governor, Democrat Ted Swindon, the victor in that race, he knocked off the governor, Thomas Judge, in the Democratic primary. In the state of Utah, we are projecting Scott Matheson, the Democratic governor, to win another term there in his fight with Bob Wright, the former GOP party state chairman. And Scott Matheson becomes now, by taking office, the projected winner. It means 2 decades of Democratic governors in Republican Utah. Frank?
Thank you, Max. Just a reminder that we're expecting President-elect Reagan. It's going to take a while to get used to saying that, I guess. President-elect Reagan to emerge from his suite at the hotel in Los Angeles and go to a ballroom to address all of his supporters. And, of course, we'll go right there as soon as he makes an appearance. We're also going to examine in a moment one of the very important constituencies that Jimmy Carter counted on to pull him through this election, the black vote, and how black citizens today cast their ballots and in what numbers. And we'll do all that in a moment. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this.
We're back here at ABC Election Headquarters, and we have another projection to make in the state of Washington. It's the Republican King County Executive John Spellman, the projected winner in that race over James McDermott, state senator, Democrat, who's also a child psychiatrist. It was McDermott who knocked off the incumbent governor, Democratic Governor Dixie Lee Ray, in the primary, and was thought to be a very effective campaigner. He was liberal. Spellman was more conservative, and perhaps that holds up the trend in this race tonight, and that the liberal lost. In the state of Washington again, it is John Spellman, the county executive, in the governor's race there. Then, sure.
Yeah, thank you, Max. Earlier we were talking about how the black turnout has been rather low, or at least down from 1976 this year. I wanted to mention that the worst area of the country for Mr. Carter in terms of the black vote was the Northeast this evening. He did much more poorly there than he did in 1976, and the worst state in that part of the country for him was New York, where he got only 67% of the black vote this evening. That is compared to 91% of the black vote for New York State in 1976. So that's some kind of indication as to why he is doing as badly as he seems to be doing. Barbara?
Thank you, Lynn. With us now is Vernon Jordan, who is the president of the National Urban League and feeling well enough after his very serious accident to be on with us in the program tonight. Mr. Jordan, what does Ronald Reagan mean to the blacks?
It's not clear. Based on what he said at the National Urban League Conference this summer, that blacks lacked opportunity, that he had been misunderstood in terms of his own beliefs in equal opportunity. Based on the 23% increase in black employment during his term as governor of California, we have to wait and see.
So right now you're not too sure that it's the best thing. And if you feel this way, and if other blacks felt this way, how come the turnout for Jimmy Carter was so low?
I don't think the turnout for Jimmy Carter was low. Based on what I understand from the Joint Center of Political Studies this afternoon, Eddie Williams' operation in Washington, the black vote turned out higher than it did in 1976.
We have 1976, 11%, 1980, 7%.
It's just a question of who's right, the ABC or the Joint Center. I'd take the Joint Center figures.
I see. So you think they did come out and support Carter, but it just wasn't enough?
It was not enough, obviously, and the political process has worked. A selection has been made. We get a president one at a time, and we'll have to deal with Mr. Reagan as we've dealt with other presidents.
Mr. Jordan, we had a report earlier that Justice Thurgood Marshall, the only black on the Supreme Court, who had been appointed by Lyndon Johnson, might resign so that President Carter could appoint his own person. Does that seem like something that might happen?
Well, that's inconceivable to me. If you just look at the process, it's inconceivable to me that President Carter now could even get through a nomination of anybody based on any resignation between now and January 20th. I doubt that very much, although I cannot confirm it one way or the other.
What are you going to tell your leadership now about the election of Ronald Reagan and what blacks should strive to do?
Well, I think, first of all, we have to say that we have to get ourselves together to meet with Mr. Reagan, to say to him that we expect him to be president of all of the people, that black people did not vote for him, and they did not vote for him based on his perceived negative attitude toward black aspirations.
Yeah, but then forgive me for being this blunt, but then if they didn't vote for him, then what does he need to do things for you now?
The problem is that he's president of all of the people. The problem is he made an effort to get the black vote. The problem is he has to govern. And it seems to me that you cannot govern a part of the people, you have to govern all of the people. And to do that, you have to maximize everybody's interest to the extent that you can.
Well, I know that he did come to see you. You met when you were in the hospital, I think this past July or August, and you liked him a good deal then. You expressed personal good feelings with him.
Oh, he came through as a concerned citizen, a nice man. What kind of president he would make, the jury is still out.
Thank you very much, Vernon Jordan, for being with us. And again, it's good to see you looking so well. That makes us all feel good.
Thank you very much.
Frank?
Yes, thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Well, now we want to go quickly to California, to Los Angeles, and our correspondent, Barry Serafin, who has just had a brief conversation with Governor Reagan. Barry?
Oh, there it is.
Barry, we're coming to you right now.
Okay, as you can see, there's some celebrating going on here in the ballroom of the hotel in Los Angeles. We expect Ronald Reagan to show up here in about the next 15 minutes or so, but there's celebrating going on upstairs in his suite, too. A lot of people jammed in up there, old friends and supporters, some old friends from Hollywood. Charlton Heston is up there. But Ronald Reagan has been off in a side room of the suite, working the phones, talking to a lot of Republican supporters around the country. He called thousands of them in Washington who were gathered there to celebrate, and he called it one of the greatest Republican victories of all time. He called Texas Governor Bill Clements just a little while ago, and he said, "I feel great. It's just unbelievable." He also said of his phone call to from President Carter that Mr. Carter graciously offered his cooperation on the transition. And I accepted it, Reagan said. We both want a smooth transition. So that's the scene now. You hear the chanting, "We want Reagan." They'll get him in about the next 15 minutes. Frank?
Thank you, Barry. Obviously, it's a joyous scene out there. Well, we'll have more on the 80 vote right after this.
Folks, as you see that map behind me there is, in fact, an additional patch of blue where we had placed some red before. We had initially projected Maryland as being in Ronald Reagan's column. We now find that some additional precincts have come in. In fact, it looks as though Maryland is going to go for President Carter. It isn't going to make any difference in terms of the overall outcome of this race. It is clearly Reagan all the way, but we apologize for that mistake. Frank?
Well, we have another projection to make, and we're certain of this one. Alaska is going to go for Ronald Reagan. Alaska's Electoral College votes by a wide margin. We'll get the Maryland business straightened out. We'll give those to President Carter, and we'll give Alaska's to Ronald Reagan. So that's one projection that we were required to withdraw throughout an evening of making a great many. And I must say that we're not terribly unhappy about it. Now we have a very important announcement about an important Senate race, Ted.
We do indeed. It's a huge Senate race. It's the one right here in New York. And Alphonse D'Amato, the Republican candidate, the man who ousted Jacob Javits in the primary, is going to be the next Republican senator from the state of New York. As you can see there, 82% of the vote in. It looked like a very close race between D'Amato and Liz Holtzman, but it is going to be D'Amato. Now, this is one instance where a Republican is replacing a Republican, but in this case, you've got a very conservative Republican, Alphonse D'Amato, replacing a very liberal Republican, Jacob Javits. Javits was barely in this race at all. D'Amato, during the primary, had made a great issue of Mr. Javits' age and his infirmity. He's suffering from motor neuron disease, but even though Javits was knocked out in the Republican primary, he would not give up. It is entirely possible that had he given up, the race would not have gone to the Republicans. The feeling in New York is that Javits certainly took some votes away from Liz Holtzman, who is also perceived as a very liberal candidate. What we'd like to do now for a moment, or what I'd like to do for a moment, and I've got one more projection here, and this one is from Oregon. This is another Republican winning, Bob Packwood in Oregon, but in this case, Packwood is regarded as a liberal Republican, and he has defeated Ted Kolongoski, the Democratic candidate. And that is the national election picture at 52 minutes after the hour.
Continuing with ABC News Election Night reportage, this is Steve Bell at the ABC News headquarters in New York. Well, looking back now, it was a very early call for Ronald Reagan as the next president of the United States. Jimmy Carter making his concession statement before many states had even had their closing of the polls. And it was a gracious President Carter who spoke about Ronald Reagan and said that he looked forward to working with him closely in the next few weeks in what he said would be a very close transition period. He said he hoped it would be one of the best. He said that he hoped it would be one of the best transition periods in history. And here is a portion then of President Carter's comments where he was talking about his own time in office.
God has been good to me, and God has been good to this country, and I'm truly thankful. I'm thankful for having been able to serve you in this capacity. Thankful for the successes that we have had. Thankful that, to the end, you were with me in every good thing that I tried to do. There's an old Yiddish proverb that I've often thought of in the days and months that I've held this office. It says simply, God gives burdens, also shoulders. In all the days and months when I have served you and served this country, you've readily given me your shoulders, your faith, and your prayers. No man could ask any more of his friends. I've wanted to serve.
Well, there you see Ronald Reagan, who is now coming into the hall at the Victory headquarters out in California. Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Reagan finally making their appearance some hours after the concession statement of Jimmy Carter, that portion of which you just heard. We broke away from that, of course, to give you this opportunity to see the President-elect of the United States. Ronald and Nancy Reagan. You may have seen very briefly early on, Frank Reynolds was showing you the Reagans as they watched themselves on television from their hotel room. But now they're down in the convention hall where you can see the very crowded.
Everett Nicholas Jr. to introduce the first family. First family.
Well, you hear the reference to the first family. Not officially for a couple of months yet. Members of the Reagan family coming out now.
And Colleen and their son Cameron.
Daughter Maureen.
And Patty and Ron.
For those stations that have just rejoined us now, you're seeing the President-elect of the United States and his family. Ronald and Nancy Reagan, the Reagan children and grandchildren. This, the victory celebration, the first moment when the faithful who've been waiting down in the hall have seen the man who is now the President-elect of the United States. For so many years, Ronald Reagan has been seeking the office of the presidency. At age 69, it is overwhelmingly his as the returns come in tonight, well over 400 electoral votes now, projected by ABC. As you heard earlier, President Carter promising a very cooperative transition period, saying he's looking forward to working closely with Ronald Reagan for what he hopes will be the best ever transition period.
Thank you.
From one presidency to another.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. You know, here we are. This is... You know, we're all here but one now, and he was here, but they just took him off stage. It's way past his bedtime. But let me just say first of all, this has been, well, there's never been a more humbling moment in my life. I would have been not only humbled by the extent of what has happened tonight, even if it had been the cliffhanger that all of us, I think, were expecting, it would have been the same way, but just to have had the support of the people of this country. I consider the trust that you have placed in me sacred, and I give you my sacred oath that I will do my utmost to justify your faith. Earlier this evening, I spoke on the phone with President Carter. He called, John Anderson called, but the President pledged the utmost in cooperation in the transition that will take place in these coming months. I offered him my own cooperation. He graciously said that he wanted this to be the
Governor Reagan, we just wanted to show you what the map of the United States looks like as of 8 o'clock tonight.
Hey!
It's all yours.
All right. When that began to slide, I thought that maybe the world was going out just as I was getting in. But anyway, as I say, the President was most gracious about this. And now all across America, there are some people that I owe a great debt of thanks to. There they are. They're meeting tonight in our national headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. The National Committee people, the dedicated professionals who made the campaign run, and in every state, in the counties, the cities, and the precincts, to all of them who worked so tirelessly, literally hundreds of thousands of volunteers, and I've seen them at work throughout the country on this campaign. I just owe them an immeasurable debt of thanks. To George and Barbara Bush, our running mates down in Texas, no one has worked harder than they have. We only crossed paths a few times on this campaign and had to go out of our way to do it because their schedule was so heavy. And I can tell you that we're going to have a true partnership and a true friendship in the White House. And now, as I said before, my family. I'm so grateful to them for the love, for the support, and for the hard work, because some of them were out on the campaign trail easily as much as Nancy and I were. And speaking of Nancy, she's going to have a new title in a couple of months. And it isn't really new because she's been the first lady in my life for a long time. Now, we'll share that a little bit in the future. You know, Abe Lincoln, the day after his election to the presidency, gathered in his office the newsmen who had been covering his campaign. And he said to them, "Well, boys, your troubles are over now. Mine have just begun." I think I know what he meant. Lincoln may have been concerned in the troubled times in which he became president, but I don't think he was afraid. He was ready to confront the problems and the troubles of a still youthful country, determined to seize the historic opportunity to change things. And I am not frightened by what lies ahead, and I don't believe the American people are frightened by what lies ahead. Together, we're going to do what has to be done. We're going to put America back to work again. You know, I aim to try and tap that great American spirit that opened up this completely undeveloped continent from coast to coast and made it a great nation, survived several wars, survived a Great Depression, and we'll survive the problems that we face right now. When I accepted your nomination for president, I hesitatingly, but I asked for your prayers at that moment. I won't ask them for this in particular moment, but I will just say I would be very happy to have them in the days ahead. And now just all I can say to all of you is thank you, and thank you for more than just George Bush and myself. Thank you because if the trend continues, we may very well control one house of the Congress for the first time in a quarter of a century. We have picked up some governorships, and Bill Brock told me on the phone just a few minutes ago that it looks like in a number of states we have turned the state legislatures around, and for the first time they are majorities for us. So you did it. I have one message that I have to give before I leave. I've been upstairs on the phone trying to get a hold of two celebrations, two parties that are going on, one in Tampico, Illinois, where I was born, and one in Dixon, Illinois, where I grew up. I've got two hometowns. And finally, we managed to get the radio station in that area, and they told us that they would broadcast my message into the two parties that are going on. So to all of them, thank you too, back there in the hometown. Thank you all. Thanks very much.
President-elect Ronald Reagan and the new First Lady greeting the crowd there in the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles. Perhaps some of our stations along the way were away when the President-elect came into the hall. He began by saying that he'd never experienced a more humbling moment in his life. He went on to say that he considers the trust the American people have extended to him sacred, and he said, I give you my sacred word, I will do the utmost to justify your trust. He also recounted his conversation with President Carter, described the president's offer of cooperation in the transition period as very gracious. He's talking right there with his daughter Maureen. He looks, doesn't he, just great. He always looks great. And he certainly doesn't look his age, and he doesn't look fatigued. And as a matter of fact, I think I can say now that I had a brief conversation with him late this afternoon and asked him if he were exhausted. And he said, no, I don't know what it is about me, but I feel just fine. He said when he broke up the campaign plane last night that he felt rather sad. It was like breaking up a group of old friends. And of course, in the way it is, you can get kind of develop a sort of party atmosphere aboard a campaign plane, particularly one that was as amiable and amenable as I assume President-elect Reagan's plane was. He said one other thing, just a moment before we go to the map that I think I ought to recount. He said, I hope that when the country goes to bed tonight, it feels good. I don't know what that means, but that's indicative of the way he was feeling late this afternoon when he already had advance information that he was going to be the President-elect of the United States at this hour tonight. Let's have a look at the Electoral College map to show you just how it's done. We don't have any of the colors in there, but the colors are practically all red. Watch them leap onto the screen. Red for Reagan, blue for...
They're not leaping.
Here we are.
They're all leaped out.
There they are
the big map
behind us there. Look at that. It is almost solid red, the entire Pacific Northwest, The white ones, the few that you see there, still too close to call. Only a few states.
And the point that he made, Frank, of course, that they look as though they're making big progress in the state legislatures. They're making a little bit of progress on the gubernatorial side. And as he pointed out, they may control, the Republicans may control one House of Congress for the first time since 1952, since the Eisenhower landslide of 1952. They only held on to it for 2 years, but at the moment they have gained some 6 seats in the Senate that they've taken away from the Democrats, and it is entirely possible that they will take enough more. They only need to take, need a net gain of 8.
Yes.
Together with Harry Byrd, who of course is an independent and frequently votes with the Republicans. That would give them control of the Senate. If they make a net gain of 9, and they've already got 6, they'll have it on their own.
Senator Byrd of Virginia always votes with the Republicans, except in organizing the Senate. This time around, who knows what he'll do. Well, we'll have more on the 80 vote from ABC News election headquarters in New York right after this message. There are only 7 states that we now consider too close to call in terms of the presidential contest. They are Maine, where the voting has been over for quite some time, but still it's proceeding rather slowly. Arkansas, Mississippi. That was the one that kept us all up so late in 1976. Tennessee, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and the state of Hawaii. Hawaii and Mississippi, I recall, were the combination 4 years ago, Ted. Everybody kept waiting to see what was going to happen there. Well, there are a great many questions to be answered and certainly to be asked about what has happened today and what it means to our country in terms of foreign policy. The broad outlines of President-elect Reagan's positions are well known. He believes in a stronger defense. He believes in a, let's say, a stiffer attitude toward the Soviet Union. He certainly believes in scrapping the SALT II treaty and starting immediately and trying to work out a new arms control agreement. We're going to be talking with our diplomatic correspondent, Barry Dunsmore, who, of course, has concentrated on this possibility in the last few weeks. But before that, we do that, we're going to have a projection on the Senate from Ted.
We are. And you can chalk up another one for the Republicans. In New Hampshire, it is Rudman. Warren Rudman, a Republican, has beaten the incumbent senator, John Durkin. John Durkin himself, you may recall, 6 years ago had a very, very tight race with Republican Lewis Wyman. It was in the Senate for 10 months before that one was finally decided. Well, he was the first Democratic, I'm sorry, I'm talking about New Hampshire now. He was the Democratic senator in New Hampshire. He has just lost that seat, so the Republicans have now picked up 7 seats. I am told that we have made this announcement before. I don't recall it. Let me make it just anyway. Warren Magnuson, who is the president pro tem of the Senate, has lost the Senate race to Slade Gorton, another Republican in Washington State. And I believe, no, that still makes it
7, right?
7.
They need 8.
They need 8. They need 9 if they're going to do it without the help of Harry Byrd. They need only 8 if they want to count on Harry Byrd's help. But the Republicans have made extraordinary inroads. In the Senate today.
They're very close. Ted, what are the states now that are still out?
All right, the states that have not been called yet: Colorado, Florida, Hawaii. We just called New Hampshire, Vermont, Wisconsin, Alaska, and Arizona. Arizona, Barry Goldwater. Surprising that that one hasn't been called, but of course they're a couple of hours behind us.
Yes, and he's in a tough fight there, too.
All right. We'll have more on the 80 vote. Where are you? Right over there. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this.
Let me say how
Vice President-elect George Bush greeting his supporters at the Bush headquarters in Houston, Texas. That little confetti in the hair.
Thank you very, very much. You've just heard Governor Reagan thank the Republican National Committee and the headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, our national headquarters, and I would only add to that a personal note, a regional note, and I am grateful to the people of Texas for this fantastic win in this day. It's a great pleasure to have our family here. None has worked harder than Barbara Bush, I'll tell you. She's just done a fantastic job. And I'd like to use this rather expensive means of communication to thank Nancy Reagan and their entire family for what they did. I'll tell you, I've never seen a family work as hard as that whole Reagan family out there. Let me just briefly and seriously address myself to our countrymen, Republicans, Democrats, independents, not only here, but everywhere. And first, let me say that while we celebrate here tonight, we all fervently hope and pray that Americans may soon join in a celebration of freedom for those 52 hostages held in Iran. And indeed of happiness for their families on their return. To those who voted for the Reagan-Bush ticket, to those who supported another ticket, the election is over, but our real challenge as a nation dedicated to peace and the betterment of mankind lies ahead. This is a night of celebration for some of us and a night of disappointment for others, but tomorrow, in that great American tradition, those of us who celebrate tonight and those who have suffered disappointment must come together as one people to meet the larger challenge. And to all of you, whether you supported our ticket or opposed our ticket, let me say, as President-elect Reagan has said, what this victory tonight represents is not simply a mandate for change, but a mandate for peace and freedom. A mandate for prosperity, a mandate for opportunity for all Americans, regardless of race, sex, or creed. A mandate for leadership that is both strong and compassionate. And as Governor Reagan has so clearly epitomizes, a mandate to make government the servant of the people in the way that our founding fathers intended.
Vice President-elect George Bush echoing the statement of all the candidates victorious and defeated tonight, a call for national unity. Also notable because it was the first mention I've heard, except by Mrs. Kennedy here earlier tonight, of the hostages in Iran. Well, we'll have more on the 80 vote right after this.
In Arizona, Barry Goldwater is behind, but we may not get the answer to that one tonight. I've just been handed a note that in Pima County, that's Tucson, they've run out of ballots in some polling places, and the county attorney tomorrow is going to petition a judge to see if those people who are online now can't vote tomorrow. As you see now, Schultz, the Democrat, is marginally ahead of Barry Goldwater with 15% of the votes in. Frank?
Thank you, Ted. I mentioned earlier that we're going to have to talk about the foreign policy questions now before the country in light of President-elect Reagan's victory today. And we are going to have that discussion with our correspondents here and in Washington and abroad when we come back. Also, we'd like to remind you that former President Ford is on his way here, we understand, and we'll be talking with him very shortly, too. And that's the national election picture at 22 minutes after the hour.
This is Steve Bell in New York with continuing ABC election night coverage. Well, from the very beginning of this campaign, since the conventions, we've been hearing about the Anderson factor. President Carter in particular worried that John Anderson would draw away the votes that he would need to defeat Ronald Reagan. Certainly, Mr. Carter lost tonight, but there is a substantial question as to whether he was really hurt by John Anderson. Lynn Scherr has been taking the look at our exit polling throughout the evening. Lynn, what can you tell us about the Anderson factor at this point?
Well, Steve, what I can tell you is that, in fact, John Anderson did a little bit better than we think he did when you look at him the way we looked at him with our exit polling. Let me try to explain that. You know what John Anderson is doing nationwide according to the raw votes and our projections. However, let us take a look at what happens to John Anderson in a two-man race with President Carter. In that case, President Carter got 44% of the vote, but John Anderson got 51% of the vote. Now, very interesting, he clearly beats President Carter in a hypothetical two-man race. That's what we found out from our exit polling. Now when we look at the Anderson voters, where did they go? Where would they have gone had they not voted for John Anderson? Well, for President Carter, 49%. For Ronald Reagan, 37%. So, as you can see, John Anderson very clearly hurt Jimmy Carter, since almost half of his voters would have gone for President Carter and added to his totals. We can also tell you that of our sample, almost a quarter said that they felt that John Anderson was a spoiler. It was about the only negative quality that they could come up with, the only one that really showed up on our sample. And what it means is that had these people thought that John Anderson had a chance, perhaps he might have done better than he did. But as it turns out, of course, he did not. Just for your information, about a quarter of the Anderson voters liked the way he stood on ERA, another quarter liked the way he stood on the energy question. And one area where he did cut into Mr. Carter's vote particularly was among Jewish voters. He didn't win that, but he cut rather heavily into that. So the Anderson voter tended to be of a higher education, tended to be Jewish in some areas, but as we say, most of all, the Anderson voter hurt Jimmy Carter this evening. Steve?
Lynn, is it fair to say that Anderson's vote was concentrated as we expected in the suburban areas?
Well, we haven't got total figures on that yet. What we can tell you is that he did not do as well in the suburbs as he was expected to do. He did not do as well among those various age groups, the young people, as he was expected to do. Just not a very good showing in all areas.
So is it still too early to say whether or not John Anderson might have been the spoiler in this case, or is the Reagan margin just too large?
Oh, I think there's no question but that the Reagan margin is too large. All you have to do is look at the raw vote figures for that. In other words, if Mr. Carter's percentage plus Mr. Anderson's percentage would have defeated Ronald Reagan, that would be the difference. So we just aren't showing it at this point.
Thank you very much, Lynn Scher, with the exit polling results on the Anderson factor. ABC News coverage of the 80 vote will continue right after this. Another unique aspect of Campaign 80 that we've been following is the effect that Abscam would have on those who were caught up in the scandal. Well, the Abscam scandal proved to be an impossible burden for all but one of the congressmen implicated. Pennsylvania Democrat Raymond Lederer was the only one to escape. He defeated two opponents to win re-election. However, Democrat Michael Myers, convicted of bribery charges, lost his race in Pennsylvania to independent Thomas Foglietta. South Carolina's John Jenrette, also convicted on Abscam charges, lost to Republican John Napier. In New Jersey, longtime Democratic Congressman Frank Thompson, a surprise loser despite his involvement in Abscam, as was John Murphy, the Democratic congressman from New York. Meanwhile, another congressman recently implicated in scandal, but not Abscam, conservative Robert Bauman from Maryland. He also went down to defeat only a few weeks after admitting tendencies toward alcoholism and homosexuality. Now let's take a look at the presidential electoral vote up to this point. ABC News now projecting Ronald Reagan with an overwhelming 424 electoral votes to 59 for Jimmy Carter. And a late look at the raw vote totals as we have them for the presidential race. Jimmy Carter, with 63% of the votes in, getting only 42% of the vote nationwide. Ronald Reagan getting 50%, and in a three-man race, that's something of a monumental accomplishment if he is able to hold on to a clear majority of the votes. We'll be back with more ABC News election coverage in a moment.
This is continuing ABC News election night coverage. The 80 vote. Reporting once again from ABC News election headquarters in New York, Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
Good evening once again, and we're going to go right over to Barbara Walters now, who has with her former President Gerald Ford. We're sorry we couldn't hum "Hail to the Chief" or something as you came in, Mr. President, but we're delighted to have you with us.
Thank you. It's a
Barbara?
pleasure.
We could all do it together.
Oh, well.
Welcome.
Nice to see you, Barbara.
It's nice to see you, President Ford. You are the only man in this country who knows how Jimmy Carter feels tonight. Do you remember how you felt 4 years ago?
4 years ago, at this point of the night, we were beginning to come back and were starting to give Mr. Carter a pretty good race. So we hadn't conceded at this hour anyhow. We finally conceded the next morning when we did lose. But there were times 4 years ago during the evening when in a practical way I knew the ball game was over. And it's not a very pleasant feeling. After all, you've worked hard, you think you're right, and so there's some inward remorse, but you shouldn't show it.
I want to ask you something. I know that you just talked a few moments ago to Governor Reagan, and it was very up and very exciting. Do you have any words now, perhaps, to address to President Carter from your own experience? Any advice, any solace?
I'm sure when he gets up tomorrow, he'll need a little encouragement. It's been a tough 4 years. He's had some disappointments as well as some achievements. I think he probably needs some good friends to give him a call and uplift him and say, you did the best you could under tough circumstances, and don't let this... he's a young man, relatively speaking. He ought not to take it too hard. Good people have lost political races before. And Barbara, I'm sure he's the kind that will not let the immediate emotion of losing overwhelm him. He'll come back somewhere, somehow, I'm sure.
When we were listening to President-elect Reagan, he said, "My troubles are just beginning." So when things are a little quieter, when he gets over the euphoria and the friends have, you know, stopped it, what advice would you give him from your own experience? What are the first things you think that he has to do when he takes office?
Well, he's got some couple of months to move in effect with a transition team and start appointing his top cabinet people and other advisors. The first thing that he has to do after he takes the oath of office is to realize that every day has some potential problem of serious magnitude, whether it's domestic or international. There's always in this tough world in which we live the possibility that when he walks into the Oval Office in the morning, there might be some problem overseas or some problem here at home that he's got to work on.
Does it seem to you, from your looking at the situation now, that he might still have that hostage problem?
Barbara, I can't analyze that because I have not been in the negotiations in the last, well, I've never been in these negotiations for these hostages. I think in this crisis, and it is a crisis now, that President Carter would be well advised to try to get some consensus between himself, Governor Reagan, the leadership in the House and the Senate. A unified front would maybe be more persuasive to the Ayatollah to show the Iranian government that we've had enough and that we aren't Democrats or Republicans, we're Americans, and by gosh, we want some action.
And we're all solid together on this. Now that you have seen the results of this, what is this going to mean? We know that it's bringing us a new president. What does this mean in Congress?
Of course, at this stage, it looks like the Republicans have a possibility of winning control of the Senate, which will be controlled for the first time in 25 years. It looks like we'll make significant gains in the House. It isn't likely we'll get a majority. But the Congress, if there's a Republican Senate and a Democratic House, will have to operate on a more bipartisan way than they have for the last 25 years when the Democrats control both branches in the Congress. This may be the kickoff to maybe a little more cooperation between the two major political parties, because if you've got a Republican Senate and a Democratic House, they either better get along or the public won't like it and they'll all suffer the next election.
I have to ask you this. Way back here, way back there, is there just a little twinge of Gerald Ford saying it could have been me, it could have been me?
Oh, no, Barbara. I must say that both Betty and I made a very definitive decision some months ago. We have no regrets.
What are you going to do? Now, you said that you're not going to take a position in the government, but you're there for counsel. You're a young man. You're just going to sit back and counsel for the next 4 years?
Oh, I've got a lot of things to do, Barbara. I will continue charity work. I'll do some work in the business world. I'm going to spend more time with Betty, and I better, because I've been hearing about it since I've been on the campaign trail for the last 2 months.
We're delighted to see you, and we hope that there'll be many more times that we'll be seeing you in the future. Thank you very much for being with us.
Great to see you and everybody here at ABC.
Thank you, President Ford. Good. Now back to Frank and Ted.
Right here. Hello. Thank you very much. Mr. President, thanks very much indeed. We would just like to point out some of the Senate races that are left, and of course these are going to be key, because if the Republicans pick up 1 or 2 more votes, then, as President Ford was just saying, they might get it. Here's the box score. The way it is right now, 58 Democratic, 41 Republican, 1 Independent. The way it is looking now for 1981, and of course we don't have them all in, 45 Democratic, 47 Republican, and 1 Independent. I don't know whether what we've done here is to project some races that have not yet been called. I get the impression that that is, in fact, what we've done. The races that have yet to be called, and we've got some important ones here. We've got Bill Gunter and Paula Hawkins in Florida. Paula Hawkins could be one of 3 women in the Senate if, in fact, she wins. And this is the raw vote that you're looking at right now. Nothing has been projected. And if in this next state that we're going to look at, Colorado, if Mrs. Mary Buchanan defeats Gary Hart, and at the moment, as you can see, she has a slight edge with 57% of the precincts reporting in. In Wisconsin, one of the great old names of the Senate, Gaylord Nelson, is just ahead of Robert Kasten, the Republican challenger, but only just ahead, and that one is too close to call. And in Vermont, the first Democratic senator ever in Vermont, Patrick Leahy, is a little bit ahead of Stuart Ledbetter, but only a little bit ahead, and again, with 78% of the precincts reporting in there, that one is still too close to call also. When we return, we will be going to our columnist guests, George Will and Tom Wicker and moderator Robin McNeil, and we will have more on the 80 vote from ABC News Election Headquarters right after this message.
This is continuing ABC News Election Night coverage, the 80 vote, brought to you by Maxwell House Instant Coffee. Good coffee, cup after cup. Maxwell House Instant Coffee. Every Maxwell House coffee, always good to the last drop. Once again, from ABC News Election Headquarters in New York, Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
There is no more suspense involved in the presidential contest. In fact, there has been very little suspense almost from the moment the polls closed in the first few states, and we began getting in the vote, and the true ramifications or extent of the Reagan landslide across the country became apparent. But there are still some states that are too close to call in the contest between President Carter and now President-elect Reagan. For example, Wisconsin. You see, with more than half of the vote in, it is 47% for Governor Reagan, 44% for for President Carter, and 8% showing there for John Anderson. He expected to do perhaps a little bit better than that in the state of Wisconsin. Arkansas, where the president was expected to do quite well and win handily, that is practically a dead heat at this point. Less than 1,000 votes separating the two candidates. John Anderson showing 3%. Mississippi, a state that had been counted pretty much, I believe, by the experts in the Reagan column, may well wind up there, but it's still too close for us to project. 50% to 48% for President-elect Reagan. Tennessee, another state that had been thought to be safely Democratic. The president is leading 49% to 49%, but it is, as you see, very, very close, about 4,000 or 3,000 votes, really, between the two of them at this point, with almost all the votes counted. And John Anderson's 2% there, who knows, in Tennessee might actually make the difference. It was not thought that he would have that kind of an impact in Tennessee. North Carolina, with 13 Electoral College votes, more than 85% of the vote in. It is Reagan 49%, Carter 48%. It was thought, I believe, that North Carolina would go to President Carter without too much difficulty. John Anderson has a 3% vote there. And Maine with 4 electoral college votes, 115,000 at this point for Mr. Reagan, 108,000 for President Carter. Here we can make a projection and straighten out one of those states now. Mississippi, ABC News projects, will go for Ronald Reagan. It was Mississippi that refused to go for Ronald Reagan 4 years ago at the Republican National Convention, spelled the death knell of his hopes for the nomination. But ABC News now projects that the governor will carry Mississippi's 7 electoral college votes. So he's really smashed that once solid South. Well, we mentioned before that all the foreign policy implications involved in Mr. Reagan's new administration, his stands. So we want to go up now to our resident guests here and have a discussion with them about foreign policy as it confronts the Reagan administration. We'll also be calling in our correspondent Peter Jennings in London. But here now is Robert McNeil. Robert?
Thank you, Frank. We'd just like to pause on the way to discussing the foreign relations by noting what the impact of a Republican majority in the United States Senate could be. And let me ask George Will, what committee chairmanships could be affected which would seriously affect policy?
Well, first, let's take a note that this was not just a Waterloo. It's a Verdun that's been going on for 2 years, an absolute carnage among liberals. In 1978, Clark of Iowa, McIntyre of New Hampshire, Haskell of Colorado, Anderson of Minnesota, and Hathaway of Maine, 5 Democratic liberals lost them. So what happened tonight comes on the top of that. Clearly, we were arguing early in the evening about the extent to which you could assert that there was a mandate involved here. I think there is a mandate, not just for tax cuts, which clearly the Senate will be sympathetic to, and not just this means probably a redundant nail in ERA, which cannot get another extension through this Senate, and not just redundant nails in the SALT II treaty, which is now thoroughly dead. But the fact is that to an unusual extent, considering we are at peace and not in a shooting war, foreign policy played a very large role in this election. And this was, in many cases, a referendum on whether or not we had neglected our defenses and deferred investment in that, and it seems quite clear that we're going to. Just to take some of the committee chairmanships that would change. The crucial Finance Committee, which is essential to everything the President wants to do, President-elect Reagan, would go from Russell Long to Bob Dole. The Judiciary Committee, surely the most astonishing turnabout with the Republicans to take charge, would go from Edward Kennedy to the chairmanship of Strom Thurmond, the Dixiecrat candidate from 1948. And the Foreign Relations Committee will either be under the chairmanship of Claiborne Pell or Charles Percy, or conceivably, if Percy picks another committee assignment, of Jesse Helms of North Carolina. And we just might note in passing that service on the Foreign Relations Committee has been risky in recent years. Fulbright defeated, McGee, Clark, Case, Griffin, Javits, Church, McGovern, and Stone of Florida, all defeated from the Foreign Relations Committee in recent years.
Is it necessary to say this is a final nail in the coffin of SALT II?
Oh, I would think so, absolutely, because it was very dubious that the old Senate would have passed SALT II, and with Governor Reagan, now President-elect Reagan, having promised to withdraw the SALT II treaty, and all of these liberal senators falling by the wayside, it seems almost superfluous to say it's dead.
Let's move on to the impact on foreign policy. The American people have been promised what sounds like a very different approach to the world under President Reagan. Even with an amenable Senate, how different can that actually be? Is it a difference merely of style and of rhetoric, or is it going to be a difference of substance?
Well, it'll differences of style.
Assuming that the world itself doesn't change.
Can be differences of substance, and if there's no question that if it seems to me that if President Reagan moves very promptly to withdraw SALT, as he said he would, if he sends in programs and recommendations for building up defense in certain ways, that will have a profound impact on foreign policy, because it will look like a different approach to the world on the part of the United States. So it seems to me that in the immediate future, style and manner will have a lot to do with substance. In the long-term future, I think the role of the United States in the world, the impact that we have, the power that we have in the world, depends much more on our domestic economic good health than all of that. And so
some people felt during the campaign, George, and President Carter often said that Ronald Reagan seemed to be talking about a world that no longer exists, and that the United States could not confront the broad world as the sort of magnificent, all-powerful imperial creature she emerged as right after World War II. Notice it is forced to be interdependent with the rest of the world. It is not omnipotent anymore.
I think Governor Reagan understands full well that we were perhaps at an artificial preeminence in the aftermath of World War II, having been spared direct physical damage by the war. Nevertheless, Governor Reagan is convinced that our decline has had a large optional element in it, that it has gone too far and can in many ways be reversed. I don't have, for example, the slightest doubt that the principal record of Jimmy Carter will be that his administration reflected in foreign policy the McGovernite takeover of that party in 1972. He appointed George McGovern's 1972 defense advisor to negotiate the SALT II treaty. He gave that famous speech at Notre Dame urging the country to get over its inordinate fear of communism. Well, in the aftermath of a badly negotiated SALT II and the Afghan invasion and the general collapse of détente, the McGovernite propositions on foreign policy, that the great tensions were north-south and not east-west, and all that revisionist history of America's role in the Cold War has been tried in power, been put to the test, been found wanting, and been rejected by the voters. So in a sense, there is going to be a restoration of America's...
Of an inordinate fear of communism?
No, not an inordinate fear, but a realistic, wholesome anxiety about the decline that we have allowed to proceed in this country while pursuing the chimera of détente.
That decline is very seriously argued by some people.
Yes, indeed, and I think George's statements here are quite sweeping in the sense that all of this has been tried and found wanting. There certainly can be, and are, as you suggest, questions about whether that's the best approach to foreign policy, but you can't argue on the one hand, it seems to me that Jimmy Carter has been inept, that Jimmy Carter has been vacillating, that Jimmy Carter has not made firm decisions, say that that's what's wrong with him, and on the other hand, say that there's some sweeping judgment made here about innate fundamental policy.
But Tom, I have never, and would not now say that he's been inept. I think on foreign policy he has been consistent, has pursued his goals, has had the wrong ideas.
George,
they have been rejected.
We're going to carry on with foreign policy in the next half hour. Let's go back to Ted now. Ted?
Thank you, Robin. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this. Ah, there you are.
Yes.
We are, just to pick up the theme that our colleagues up there on the Hill were discussing a moment ago, and that is this new Republican-dominated Senate, which we may be looking at in a few hours, and it isn't quite there yet. The Republicans have picked up 7 seats. Here are a few more of the chairmanships that would go, and I realize some of this will be a little repetitive. Agriculture would go from Talmadge of Georgia to Helms of North Carolina. Appropriation from Magnuson of Washington to Hatfield of Oregon. Armed Services from Stennis of Mississippi to Tower of Texas. Banking from Proxmire of Wisconsin to Garn of Utah. Finance from Long of Louisiana to Dole of Kansas. Energy, Jackson, Washington to McClure of Idaho. Foreign Relations from Church, possibly to Percy. Judiciary from Kennedy to Thurmond. And Budget goes from Hollings of South Carolina to Domenici of New Mexico. Well, that would be the way that it goes, and it may yet. And that is the national election picture at 52 minutes after the hour.
This is continuing ABC News election night coverage. The 80 vote. Reporting once again from ABC News election headquarters in New York, Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
And good morning once again. It is morning now where we are in our part of the country, 1 o'clock in the morning here in the East Coast. A few minutes ago, we listed some 7 states that we said were still too close to make a projection on. Well, we can withdraw 2 of them now. North Carolina's 13 Electoral College votes will go to President-elect Ronald Reagan. He gets them. President Carter had them before. Here's the board, 49% to 47%. It's close, but ABC News now projects that Governor Reagan will win North Carolina. And the state of Maine, the far northern, northeastern corner of this country, will also go for President-elect Reagan, giving him its 4 Electoral College votes, 46% to 43%, relatively close there. That means that President Carter has tonight won 7 votes. Let's look at the Electoral College board here to show just how overwhelming this Reagan triumph is. President Carter has won 7 states with a total of 59 Electoral College votes, and Governor Reagan has now won 41, by my count, with 448 Electoral College votes, none for John Anderson. That's the Electoral College status as of right now. Of course, only 270 needed, and Governor Reagan, or President-elect Reagan, I should say, passed that milestone quite some time ago. Now, Ted, let's talk about foreign policy.
Let's talk about foreign policy, although there's one line that's coming to us from the control room that they'll be very upset if we don't get it in. As the nation goes, so went Maine. All right, now we can go to foreign policy. Our colleague Peter Jennings has been up. It's been a long, long night for him. It may be 1 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. Peter, it must be about 6 o'clock in the morning over there in London. Your thoughts, Peter? You've been watching this, and you've been watching it obviously from a European vantage point. What are the Europeans going to think about this? What do they know about Ronald Reagan, and what do they think of him?
Well, Ted, as you know, it's a very broad canvas, the overseas view of the presidential election, but it's interesting. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here, by the way, and we've been fascinated listening to it. But the inevitable, I think, is happening. The perceptions of Ronald Reagan, the candidate, who was certainly not the preferred candidate overseas, are beginning to soften, as they inevitably will. And the view of Ronald Reagan, president-elect, is somewhat more positive in the early hours of the morning than it was a day or so ago. Jimmy Carter's record overseas, as everybody in America must now be familiar, was not a well-regarded one. But there were 2 thoughts which I think are sort of converging at the moment. One, with people being very much impressed with the size of the victory, is, on the one hand, they hope that this large victory will give America a new sense of confidence, which people overseas have perceived America has not had since Vietnam. On the other hand, one of the views I've heard expressed over here this evening is that the size of the victory should not lead to extremism. Mr. Reagan is not well known, of course, as you point out, to many of the leaders overseas at all. Perhaps here in Britain there is more ideological closeness with him, he and Mrs. Thatcher, than there is anywhere else. There's great concern, of course, about his views on SALT II. There are a great many people who are concerned lest he continue with this apparent desire, or at least willingness, to enter in an arms race with the Soviet Union. But I really think it's important to note that this inevitability, I think, which I talked about at the moment, and that is that, as one politician said here tonight, America is so strong that a president can't affect it dramatically, and they will work things out with Ronald Reagan, as they did, despite their view of him with Jimmy Carter.
Peter, please don't go away, but I would like to bring into our conversation our good mutual friend Barry Dunsmore, ABC's diplomatic correspondent, who's standing by at the State Department right now. Barry, we have begun our conversation now about the effect that this will have on American foreign policy, but you're our expert. Tell us.
Well, I think one has to say, Ted, that the effect will definitely be profound. I think we're moving from one kind of an approach to the Soviet Union, which we've had over a number of different presidencies, to another kind, which is Ronald Reagan's, and we have to base that on the statements that he's made publicly and the people that he surrounded himself with. Ronald Reagan believes that the Cold War never ended. Ronald Reagan believes that the SALT agreements didn't provide a stabilizing factor for the U.S.-Soviet relationship, but allowed them to catch up in strategic weaponry. So the nature of the U.S.-Soviet relationship has been fundamentally changed. And I think that will mean a great deal to all of us.
Barry, as George Will pointed out before, under the current administration, there was a tendency to see the world in north-south terms, in terms of the haves and the have-nots, rather than in the more traditional U.S.-Soviet bloc terms. Are we going back to that more traditional kind of perception?
I don't think there's any doubt. If you listen to what Ronald Reagan has had to say throughout the campaign, his only real interest in the third world, in places of Latin America, Central America, or Africa, are only in the context of the East-West competition. They really have nothing to do with developing countries, developing ideologies. And certainly that will be a very big change in the nature of our foreign policy.
Frank, you have a question.
Barry, I'm just curious, what do you suppose the State Department people who deal with the Soviet Union all the time believe about Governor Reagan's election to the presidency, and what the Soviet attitude will be? So far, I think we've seen one no comment. TASS merely reported that President Carter had lost the election and had conceded to Ronald Reagan. What do you think the Russians feel about Reagan?
Well, this may be the upside, Frank. The Russians have traditionally been able to deal with conservative Republicans more effectively than they have with the liberal Democrats. They were able to deal with Richard Nixon. They were able to sign a SALT agreement with Richard Nixon at the same time that the United States was bombing Haiphong Harbor, in which there were Soviet ships. So it seems to me that it is entirely possible that the Soviets will even feel more comfortable with a Ronald Reagan because they will find him more predictable than they found Jimmy Carter.
Thank you, Barry, and I'm sorry that I didn't mean to interrupt there. I thought we were going to have to go to Barbara, but not quite right away. Let's continue on here.
I'd like to bring Peter back into the conversation, if I may, and pick up the point that Barry made. Peter, you've spent a great deal of time in Africa. If there is one step forward, and there have been more than one, but if there's one big step forward that this administration took, I think it was with regard to the way that America was perceived in black Africa. What change do you think will come about as a result of a Reagan presidency there?
Well, I think it's very hard to tell the change, Ted, but you're quite correct, and particularly through the efforts of Andy Young, this administration is well regarded in black Africa. I think the perception is that Ronald Reagan is going to be less hard on the South Africans, perhaps less responsive to the needs of the emerging black states like Zimbabwe. And I must confess I would disagree in the short run with Barry. It may be in the long run that the Republicans and the Soviets will get along better, but you must remember that SALT II is a keystone in President Brezhnev's policy. He tried hard in the final days to make things look better for President Carter, and I don't think the Soviets at all are going to be happy about Mr. Reagan's, President-elect Reagan's determination to abandon SALT II. I think that's going to make for very difficult days.
Peter, what about the man who is generally perceived as being the leader of Europe these days, Helmut Schmidt? He's a man who has created his whole policy on the basis of an Ostpolitik, on the basis of trying to normalize relations with the Soviet Union. How will he react to a Ronald Reagan presidency, do you think?
Well, I think if it goes, as you are suggesting it goes, it puts Chancellor Schmidt in a very difficult position for the very reasons you suggest. He resents deeply, and the Germans generally fear any Cold War that reflects in Europe. Because, as you say, the Germans do have these two keystones, one which is a strong America, in which they are very interested and to which they are very devoted, but the other is an East-West co-relationship, which in the wake of the Polish experience and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan is going rather sour already.
Peter, as you know, excuse me, Peter, as you know, if you've been listening this evening, we are a large and varied group tonight. I'd like to bring Robin McNeil into our conversation too. Robin?
Yes, just to comment on the relations with the Soviet Union, I'm reminded of what Leslie Gelb, who's been both inside administrations recently in the Defense Department and the National Security Council and columnist for the New York Times, formulated recently the idea that relations with the Soviet Union all through the Cold War have tread a very narrow middle line for the last 30 years or so, with slight variations from time to time, as he put it, slightly emphasizing the carrot more than the stick more than the carrot. Let me ask you, as our resident Reagan expert here, are we going to see anything very extreme, or is it still going to go down the main line with just slightly more emphasis on stick than carrot?
I don't think you'll see anything extreme, but I do think that Governor Reagan becomes President Reagan in the aftermath of a long bipartisan effort to invest American hopes, and it really was often no more than wishful thinking in my judgment, in the belief that the Soviet Union truly was mellowing, becoming just another player in the international system. Governor Reagan and his closest advisors are very skeptical of this, and certainly are skeptical of the fact that the best way to encourage the Soviet Union to mellow is to back off from the Soviet Union. They do not credit the fact that American arms buildups or America's surrounding the Soviet Union with alliances has produced paranoia among conservative, essentially conservative Soviet rulers, and therefore that the Soviet arms buildup is essentially conservative, defensive, reactive, and imitative. They reject that.
I think it's aggressive.
Indeed, they do. They think there is no conceivable way to analyze their buildup, which coincides exactly with détente and unilateral and unreciprocated restraints in the United States. There is no way to analyze what they have invested in the way of military hardware in terms of defensive purposes.
You have a comment on that?
Well, yes. Once again, I find that a little too sweeping because we had the opportunity, you say, unilateral and unreciprocated restraint on our part. It wasn't restraint in SALT I when we were the ones who refused to put limitations on MIRVing missiles. I mean, we began there to do that. And while you cannot say now that had we not gone in for MIRVing ourselves, they wouldn't have. You certainly can say that had we put restraints on it at that time, then we'd be better off than we are now.
Would you expect, Tom Wicker, a very big change in the way we behave towards the Soviet Union?
Well, I'm not, and don't rank myself an inside authority on the Reagan views of things.
Do the realities permit of a very
I was going to say that I think that an American president, even though he is much freer to act in foreign policy than he is in domestic policy, I think he finds himself confronted with certain limitations on what he can do. The Senate is indeterminate at this point, but the House will apparently remain Democratic. That's one thing. The bureaucracy exerts a certain influence. And I would read Governor Reagan's record in California as being one of dealing with realities as he found them, rather than in imposing an ideological viewpoint, whether or not it fitted the reality.
Yeah. Can we go back to Peter Jennings in London? You've been listening to this, Peter. Do you have a final thought on this area?
Yeah, just that it may be wishful thinking, Robin, but certainly there's been a great deal of attention paid tonight, as there has in the past, but more so, I think, tonight to the Reagan team. That concern as to whether or not American foreign policy is going to remain essentially in the center. The view over here is very often that the Governor Reagan campaigns on the right but governs in the center. There is a lot of attention being paid to the team, and the great hope here that he will be surrounded by a foreign policy team, which in the words of one French politician tonight, which is perhaps a bad one to pick, will be realists.
Barry Dunsmore in the State Department, do you have a final comment on this area?
Well, on that particular subject, Peter, I think that it is very important to consider the team that Mr. Reagan has surrounded himself with. Now, it's entirely possible that people like George Shultz or Henry Kissinger will somehow appear on the scene, but the names on the list of Reagan's foreign policy advisors are very much among the group who feel that the Soviet Union is prepared to fight an aggressive war against this country, and that the United States must be also prepared to fight an aggressive nuclear war and win. And these are people who are not very much in the center of things.
Well, thank you very much. Back to Ted Koppel.
All right, gentlemen, thank you all. Let's give the final word to a Soviet expert. I mean, literally, a Soviet citizen, Georgy Abatov, who was the head of the U.S. Institute in Moscow. He made the observation the other day, and perhaps he is right, that it doesn't really matter who becomes president of the United States. Those who are to the right of center move toward the center. Those who are to the left of center tend to move toward the center. And perhaps if we end up with a centrist government, we will all be well served. We'll have more on the 80 vote right after this.
This is continuing ABC News election night coverage. The 80 vote, brought to you by Sanka Brand decaffeinated coffee. Enjoy Sanka Brand the way you like it. Instant, freeze-dried, and ground. Enjoy your coffee and enjoy yourself. Now, from ABC News election headquarters in New York, Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
We now have a late return from Florida on the Senate race there. There, you may recall, the incumbent was Richard Stone, the Democrat. He was defeated by Bill Gunter. Bill Gunter has now been defeated by the Republican candidate, Paula Hawkins. Paula Hawkins becomes the second woman in the Senate. As you can see, there are the figures. Paula Hawkins with 51% of the vote to 49% for Bill Gunter. Another extraordinary woman, our own Barbara Walters, now has the Prime Minister of Israel on the phone. Barbara?
Well, it's very extraordinary of the Prime Minister to be with us. Good morning, Mr. Prime Minister. Can you hear me?
Barbara?
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, can you tell us what the election of Governor Reagan means to your country? Can you hear me?
I am sending from my office in Jerusalem 2 cables, one to the President-elect, Governor Reagan, in which I say that on behalf of the people and government of Israel, they express to him our heartiest congratulations upon the election to the great post of the President of the United States. The clear decision by the American people is an expression of its democratic spirit and an example to all nations living in freedom or trying to achieve it. We believe in the friendship of the President-elect for Israel, and we look forward to close cooperation between him and his advisors and Israel to promote peace and liberty throughout the world. The second cable I am sending to President Carter, saying that on the occasion of this democratic decision by the American people, I wish to thank him for his friendship to Israel on behalf of the people and the government of our country, for his great contribution to our security and the incessant efforts to bring about peace between Israel and the Arab countries in the Middle East, and especially his incessant work to achieve the peace treaty between Egypt and Israel, a turning point in the Middle East. This is now what I am doing in my office in Jerusalem, Barbara.
Yes, it's very early in the morning there in Jerusalem, I know. Mr. Prime Minister, do you think now that it will be a fresh voice, a new man, that it may make negotiations with Egypt improve, somehow having a fresh start with a new president here?
Well, I suppose now it's too early to make forecasts. Governor Reagan expressed his deep friendship for Israel, his understanding for Israel's security. He called Israel a strategic asset for the United States. He spoke about the unity of Jerusalem, and he said clear words about the so-called PLO, so we hope for the best.
Mr. Prime Minister, you will be visiting our country next week. Do you plan to meet then with Governor Reagan? I know you're going to be meeting with President Carter.
Yes, of course. I'm on a private visit, and President Carter several months ago invited me to come to Washington. On the 12th of November, I will be there. If it will be possible to meet with President-elect Ronald Reagan, I will be very happy.
Have you ever met him before?
I cannot speak on his behalf.
No. Have you met President-elect Reagan before? Have you ever met?
No, we never met.
You have never met?
No.
You were very close to President Carter and, of course, through all the negotiations at Camp David. Do you feel any personal loss? I realize you can't take sides, but did you feel a little pang tonight when he lost?
Well, I am a friend of President Carter. I always repeated it, and friendship is always friendship, whatever the post of a man is.
Yes.
But a democratic election is a contest, the result of which should be accepted by everybody. I heard a speech by President Carter. He accepted the choice of the American people, and everybody is doing so throughout the world.
While I have you, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to ask you one question about what is happening between Iran and Iraq. How do you think that is going to affect your country?
Well, the war is going on there. It will be a protracted war, no doubt. If Saddam Hussein, the ruler, the tyrant rather, of Iraq, thought it's going to...
Mr. Prime Minister, we have... Yes.
There is great resistance by the Iranian people. Both regimes are hostile towards Israel. We do not rejoice in their infighting, because you can only tell when a war starts.
Yes.
You can never tell how it develops,
yes.
Or when it ends.
Yes.
This is a conflagration which is dangerous to the whole world.
Mr.
I hope it will finish soon, but for the time being, it seems to be a long and protracted war. I heard in the morning new threats by Saddam Hussein against Iran, but I don't think he is capable of carrying them out.
Mr. Prime Minister, we have to go now. We are losing the line. We are very appreciative of your talking with us and of your sending the messages to President Carter and to Governor Reagan. Thank you so much, sir, and we welcome you when you come here next week.
All the best to you.
Thank you. Frank?
Thank you very much, Barbara, and our thanks too to the Prime Minister. And now try to get Sadat on the phone, and I'm sure that she is working on that right at the moment. Well, we're still waiting for 3 states, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Hawaii, to declare themselves in terms of the presidential contest, although that contest is settled. President-elect Reagan has been elected, And we have several Senate races, however, 6 that are extremely important, will determine whether Republicans or Democrats control the United States Senate in the next Congress. That's the national election picture at 22 minutes after the hour.
Continuing with ABC News election night coverage, this is Steve Bell in New York, and this is certainly a presidential election in which we're going to have lots of second guessing, lots of post-election analysis of just what it was that brought Ronald Reagan to such a clear victory over Jimmy Carter in this presidential contest. With some of the early findings, Lynn Scher with the ABC News exit polls. Lynn, what do we know about voter perceptions in terms of what really turned Reagan up and Carter down?
Well, let me tell you first, Steve, that what we know as the result of interviews with more than 10,000 voters across the country, a rather impressive number, which lends quite a bit of credence to these already very impressive figures that we've come up with. What we are finding is that the second most mentioned reason why people picked a candidate was strong leadership. And this is an area where Governor Reagan, President-elect Reagan, really did very well. 48% of the people said that Mr. Carter was a weak leader. However, of our sample, oh, I'm terribly sorry, we have got, I'm talking about a different thing from what you're seeing. What you're seeing is that of those who said strong leader, the strong leader is an important thing. 12% said Mr. Carter, 83% voted for Governor Reagan. I'm sorry for the confusion. What we're trying to tell you is simply that more people thought that Governor Reagan, President-elect Reagan, appeared to be a strong leader. More people thought that than thought Jimmy Carter. That was obviously a very bad thing for President Carter. Now, in addition to our exit polling, we also talked to other voters, not just the ones that we polled. Here's what some of them said.
I think Mr. Reagan has the ability to pick better people than we've had.
He has the ability to delegate authority to other people. And I think the presidency should be a position where you do delegate authority.
And he's going to try at least to do everything he said. I know it's impossible to do, I know that, but I think he's going to try.
Well, again, not only did people think that Governor Reagan was the stronger leader, they thought of President Carter as a weak leader. There was another reason for picking a candidate. In fact, the #1 reason, and that was he is intelligent. Of them, 38% went for Carter, 47% for Governor Reagan, and 12% for John Anderson. I'm sorry, but those numbers are a little bit mixed up. It is a little bit late in the evening here. But once again, intelligence was the reason why Governor Reagan got it over President Carter. And that turns out to be a rather interesting beginning portrait of the president-elect. Steve?
Especially, Lynn, when we had a situation where President Carter tried to make a primary focus of his campaign that he was the more intelligent as well as the more experienced candidate.
Absolutely. Indeed, it's something that he won quite a bit during the primary season, but we are finding that in this race with Governor Reagan, intelligence and leadership went the other direction. Steve?
A fascinating turnaround there. Thank you very much, Lynn Scher, with more information on the ABC News polls and exit polls. And now we have a call from ABC News, a projection on
headquarters in New York. Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
Well, we had 6 states in which the Senate races had not yet been called. Now we can remove one of those from our list in Vermont. Let's take a look at Vermont. Incumbent Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy wins over Stuart Ledbetter, the Republican challenger. And this is kind of interesting because Leahy is the first ever Democratic senator from the state of Vermont. Now, of course, he becomes the first Democratic senator ever re-elected in the state of Vermont. We still have 5 states left to be called: Colorado, Hawaii, Wisconsin, Alaska, and Arizona. In Arizona, Barry Goldwater is having one tough fight. And wouldn't that be an irony if on the night when all the Democrats are being knocked off by Republicans, Mr. Conservative Republican ends up being knocked off by a Democrat. But that one is still too close to call. Now to our gubernatorial desk and Max Robinson.
Ted, we had one race left to call, and that was in the state of North Dakota, which was nip and tuck all night. But now we can project that the Republican Attorney General, Alan Olson, has defeated the incumbent Democratic governor, Arthur Link. He has defeated him, and that means the Republicans this evening have gained 3 state houses across this nation. And let's look at the board. They have gained 3 state houses, and there is one that may change again. We're looking at it in Arkansas. We're not sure at this point, but there's word that Bill Clinton may not be the winner there. Again, here we have 7 Democrats elected and governors tonight, 6 Republicans. Again, a gain of 3 state houses for the Republicans. Britt Hume?
Very much, Max Robinson. You'll recognize the white-haired man standing next to me as Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, it is going again to be a Democratic House of Representatives, but we've got about 407 races now that we've called, and it looks like there'll be a net gain for the Republicans so far of about 22 seats. What happened out there tonight?
Well, that's exactly as we call it. As you know, in our office, we're checking around the nation, and we have 27 losers at the present time, and there are 5 Republicans we feel that we have defeated. So your figure of 22 is correct, and there is still 7 or 8 seats out there that we still could lose, and a couple of Republican seats we could win. So the loss should be somewhere around 25. Very interestingly, 7 or 8 of those are the seats of Democrats who didn't run for re-election, and the Republicans put up good candidates, and they were extremely well financed. On the entire list, there are only 3 who have been defeated that we didn't have on our list, so everybody that has been defeated, we knew that they were for a difficult race.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the events tonight with the president being unseated and the Republicans really threatening now to get control of the Senate could leave you as the last Democratic leader standing after this election tonight, and this has been a pretty unruly Democratic Congress you've had to try to get control of over the last several years. I wonder what it might be like if these things come around the way they look like they're going now.
Well, we won't have that many problems. The Democrats, well, the House is coming back in session on November 12th to complete the year and to complete the appropriations bill and the budget. We go into caucus on December 9th, both the Democrats and the Republicans. We'll discuss at that time what happened to us along the line and what road we would have to go. When I'm addressing the Congress at that particular time, or the members of my party at that time, I can remember 1953 when I came to the Congress. Eisenhower had just been elected and the Republicans had taken control. And old Sam Raven got up and he said, any jackass can kick over the bond. He says, it takes a good cop to build one. Let's see what the plans and the programs of Reagan are. We're interested in the country. We're interested in a successful transition. But it's too early to say what is going to happen out there.
What do you think happened out there tonight, Mr. Speaker?
Well, it was a combination of things. The economy isn't good, of course, and the inflation rate and the energy, plus the fact that the Iranian situation hurt tremendously, in my opinion, particularly in the closing days when we had all of this reports coming from Britain and London and reports from Tehran, and our government actually didn't know what was taking place, and I think there was a feeling in the American public that there was an overall lack of leadership. It's interesting as you appraise the votes and what the pollsters say that the women vote in America broke 50-50, and 7 2/10 men out of a 10% against 2.8 voted for Reagan. It looks to me as though America is thinking strength and defense, that there may have been a weakness out there.
Well, now, Mr. Speaker, I gather that all of your partners in the leadership have survived tonight. Jim Wright has been reelected, and I gather quite handily, except for John Bradamant.
Was defeated. Well, that was very interesting. As you know, there was a tremendous sweep out there. John's been in the House 11 terms. He's the only Democrat, I believe, in the history of that district ever to have carried the district. I think that the district did wrong because ultimately John would have been Speaker of the House. But as you look at the state of Indiana, Reagan winning it so well and Birch Bayh losing, all our other Democrat incumbents were fortunate enough to hold on. And John was just in an area that there was a depression in at the present time. The automobile industry, of course, is heavy out there, and he was a victim of the times.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for being with us at this late hour. Just to recap in the House of Representatives, it appears that there are some 407 races now that we've called, 408, 232 Democratic, 176 Republican, for a net gain, as we said earlier, of 22 on the Republican side. Ted?
Thank you, Brett. A rather thoughtful and it seemed subdued Speaker O'Neill. This has not been a good night for the Democratic leadership, although better on the House side than on the Senate side. On the Senate side, however, some good news for the Democrats in Hawaii. No surprise here. Daniel Inouye, a landslide winner over Cooper Brown, a young man who is a strong environmentalist, made no secret of the fact that he was really running more for the publicity for environmental issues than because he thought he could knock off Daniel Inouye. We'll have more on the 80 vote from ABC News election headquarters in New York after this.
Just a few moments ago, we're back here at ABC election headquarters. Just a few moments ago, I mentioned that something was developing in the state of Arkansas. We had projected the incumbent Democratic Governor Bill Clinton to be the winner in that race. We have heard from the Clinton forces and from other sources in the state of Arkansas, and we're now moving that from the Clinton column for a projection for Clinton to too close to call. That means the Republicans could pick up 4 state houses in this election, gubernatorial election year, and that's something that very few people expected on this election night. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Max. We have another presidential projection that we can make, the state of Tennessee. We've been watching this one all evening long, and Tennessee's 10 electoral college votes will go to Governor Ronald Reagan, to President-elect Ronald Reagan. So the sweep of the South is just about complete for Mr. Reagan tonight. With 100% of the vote in, it's Reagan, but it's close in Tennessee. But it is still Reagan's. Well, one name that has not been mentioned tonight, the name of the last Republican who ran for president and won, Richard Nixon. Now it has been mentioned, and he has reacted to the events tonight, and we have some videotape of the former president commenting on the events of this day and evening. Mr. Nixon?
To me, the most impressive thing is that he got over 50% of the total vote. In other words, the so-called Anderson factor did not defeat President Carter. So President Reagan, President-elect Reagan, now has a clear mandate, which he has earned by a very effective campaign for new leadership for America at home and for the free world abroad. And the fact that we now have also a majority in the United States Senate, I think we will have before the evening is over, means that in the foreign policy area, that when he has a treaty, he will have a Republican majority to get that treaty through. So he not only has a mandate for himself, but he has also the support of the Senate, which he needs, which any president needs, and which, of course, no president has had since President Eisenhower had it in 1953.
Mr. Nixon commenting on the possibility of the Republicans having control of the Senate, and he was correct, of course, in pointing out that that has not happened since the first 2 years of the Eisenhower first term, back in 1952 to 54. Now we want to go to our correspondent, Jim Wooten, who was at the headquarters in Washington. Jim?
Well, I've been trying to figure out whether this represents a major realignment of substantial political proportions, or whether this is merely a transitory, momentary expression of distaste for a particular president. That is, have we seen tonight a great shift in the Democratic traditional holdover, or is this simply a means of expressing a dislike for Carter? I think it's probably a little bit of both. As you go around the country in this campaign year, one of the things you discover is a rather deep-seated distaste for Mr. Carter's techniques, his policies, not for Mr. Carter himself. One of the things that we discovered in polling is that for the last 2.5 years, there's been a very, very high negative performance rating on Mr. Carter. So I don't think anybody should have been too surprised tonight that Governor Reagan won. I certainly was surprised myself at the rather substantial margins. If you look at on the other side of the coin, that something significant really has happened here in traditional voting patterns. You see 40% of the Catholics going to Reagan, according to our exit polling. You see enormous numbers of blue-collar voters who were generally regarded as a part of the Democratic coalition going to Ronald Reagan tonight. That's been happening for a long time. That may be what Sandy Van Oker's been talking about for quite a long time, too. I looked up some Mr. Dooley, the fictional bartender, political philosopher at the turn of the century by the journalist Peter Dunn. Mr. Dooley said, a man is not made a Republican or a Democrat by platforms of candidates. A man's a Republican or he's a Democrat, and that's all you can say about that, unless he's an independent, and then he's a Republican. I doubt that Mr. Dooley would be quite so sure about those judgments tonight. Sandy?
Jim, Mr. Dooley also said politics ain't beanbag, and I'd like to say transition ain't beanbag either. Some very well-meant and sincerely felt intentions were announced tonight about cooperation in a transition. I think immediately there's going to be a terrible problem in the transition, and that is on the question of the hostages. President Ford brought this up in his conversation with Barbara Walters, suggesting that perhaps a bipartisan effort, both of the members of the Congress, the Carter transition team, and the Reagan transition team, perhaps even Mr. Carter and Governor Reagan, could meet on this. But the fact is, in custom and in Constitution, the responsibility for dealing with the hostage situation, what do we give to Iran if we give anything, would be a problem for Mr. Carter even if he were elected tonight for another term. Now, transitions have never been easy. If you go back to 1932, we were in the middle of a terrible domestic crisis. Roosevelt had almost nothing to do with Herbert Hoover, and that was from November to March, because in those days, inaugurations came in March. Later on in the transition period in 1952 between President Eisenhower and Harry Truman, it was frosty. And Mr. Truman never forgave Eisenhower for his frostiness to him in that transition period when we had a war going on in Korea. In fact, in 1960, when Mr. Truman was the first guest of the White House after the inauguration of Jack Kennedy, President Kennedy was talking to us a little while later, some of the reporters, and we asked, what did Mr. Truman say about President Eisenhower? He said, the SOB moved my piano downstairs to the basement. In the transition between Kennedy and Eisenhower, Eisenhower remarked to me once down in Palm Beach, he said, God, he said, after hearing him, I look under this end of the carpet, that, and the problems have all been swept under. And the one thing that President Eisenhower did not mention to President-elect Kennedy was the Bay of Pigs. He found out that later in the White House and worried that if he didn't go through with his plan, which he didn't believe in, he'd be accused of being anti-communist. So the transition thing is a very difficult thing, and I think the hostage problem is going to be a terrible thing for these transition teams to work out. Gentlemen?
Well, they had better get together on it if there is any possibility that the hostages can be brought out by some display of unity between the Republicans and the Democrats, particularly between President Carter and President-elect Reagan. And that, I suspect, would be a good message that the President and the President-elect would like to send to the Iranians. It would be very interesting to know just precisely what they plan to do about that. We want to go back now to Washington, to Capitol Hill, to Catherine Mackin, who is with the present Senate Majority Leader, Robert Byrd, who we understand may still be the Senate Majority Leader when this night is over, but there's a possibility maybe he won't be. Cassie?
Thank you, Frank. Senator, do you think that the Democrats will keep control of the United States Senate, or do you think it's going to go over to the Republican side?
I think it's a little too early to make any judgment in that regard. I'm naturally disappointed in losing some of the races that were lost. We lost some good men. They had served with honor and distinction, but at the same time, we'll have some good men coming in. And whatever the final result may be, whether the Democrats are in control, as I hope it will be, or whether the Republicans are in control, we Democrats will do our duty. And we will cooperate with the President. I congratulate the Republicans on winning the presidency. And we'll cooperate. The nation has an agenda of work ahead of us. We have plenty of work to do, and it will require cooperation. We still have energy problems. We have inflation and economic problems. We have to build up our defenses. And I think in the nation's interest, we need to work together, and we'll cooperate. Where we differ, as we will from time to time, there will be honest differences. And we'll attempt to have something to offer that's better when we feel that we have to differ. But
aren't the differences pretty well mapped out there? Reagan says he will balance the budget, raise defense spending, cut federal spending, and there's some talk about changes in social welfare programs. Aren't we looking at a real struggle between what Democrats do remain in the Senate and the new president?
Well, I think we probably don't differ on the problems that face the country. What we differ on is the way we meet those problems, how we meet the challenges. And where we can, we're going to cooperate, because we only have one president, and we have one country, and we'll work together and cooperate in meeting those problems. But we'll have honest differences. We'll differ in good conscience. When we do, we'll differ with enthusiasm, and we'll try to have something to offer rather than just offer criticism.
Thank you very much. Senator Robert Byrd, the current leader of the United States Senate. Now back to Max.
Thank you, Cassie. We now have a clarification in the state of Arkansas. A final call. Republican Frank White has, in a stunning upset, been projected the winner over the incumbent Democrat Bill Clinton, the youngest governor in the United States at the age of 34. Frank White is a savings and loan president in Little Rock, and he was given almost no chance of winning against Clinton. He has created a stunning upset tonight. He was thought to be a very fine Republican campaigner. Again, Frank White, the Republican in the state of Arkansas. The Republicans have now picked up 4 state houses on the evening. Ted?
Thank you, Max. Only 4 Senate races left. We can give you the result on one of them now, and it's a big one. In Colorado, incumbent Senator Gary Hart is projected as the winner. He is a Democrat. He had a really tough race from Mary Estelle Buchanan. Ms. Buchanan was not even going to be on the primary ballot. She had to go out and literally get enough signatures to put herself on the ballot. She did. She defeated all the other Republicans in the primaries and then proceeded to give Gary Hart one heck of a race. All right, we'll have more on the 1980 vote right after this. Well, the big story of the night, of course, is reflected by that map over our shoulders there. It's almost all red, and that means it has been a landslide, at least from the point of view of electoral votes, for Ronald Reagan. But the secondary story of the night, and the one, Frank, that may really have an even larger impact, if that's possible, on the country as a whole, is the fact that the Senate is right now teetering on the brink of moving out of Democratic control and into Republican control. It may not. And ironically, that future may rest in the state of Arizona. We have not yet been able to call Arizona. Barry Goldwater is behind there right now. If he loses that seat, that means the current gain of 8 seats in the Senate by the Republicans would be reduced to 7. We have yet to hear from Alaska. We have yet to hear from Wisconsin.
But in Alaska, the Republican is favored. In Wisconsin, Gaylord Nelson apparently is, well, he's leading, but not by that much, is he?
He's fighting for his life, and that, folks, is the national election picture at 52 minutes after the hour.
Continuing ABC News election coverage, this is Steve Bell in New York. Well, with the Republicans looking at the possibility of controlling the U.S. Senate, the stock of Minority Leader Howard Baker of Tennessee is definitely on the rise. Earlier tonight, ABC's Cassie Mackin talked with Senator Baker about how this new and definitely more conservative Senate will deal with key issues, among them SALT II.
One of the issues that interests a lot of people is what will happen to SALT in this new session of Congress with this new president.
Well, begin with the bobtail session of the Congress, the post-election session. I don't think there's any chance that the SALT II treaty, as presently submitted by President Carter, will be ratified by this Senate. I think in the next Senate, it is likely that the treaty as submitted will be amended extensively to make it acceptable to those of us who opposed it, or that it'll be withdrawn by President Reagan and renegotiated with the Soviet Union and resubmitted. I was pleased to see Governor Reagan at that time suggest that he would urge renegotiation and possibly even a consolidation of SALT II with the next treaty, which would be SALT III. I think that's a good idea. It is not the only way to approach the matter, but I'm convinced that the SALT process will continue and that we will be better off for the delay and better off for President-elect Reagan's commitment to an improvement of the treaty that I believe was fatally flawed.
All of us listened very carefully when Ronald Reagan promised this year to balance the budget, to increase defense spending, to cut taxes. When is all this going to take place?
Well, it won't be an easy job, but let me point out, as Governor Reagan does, that we aren't speaking of cutting the amount of money that is collected by the government, but rather reducing the rate of increase because the way things are, the amount of money the government collects every year increases. Well, let's reduce that. Let's reduce the rate of increase. Number two, let's stimulate the economy with a tax cut so it produces more revenue. And the last time we did that was with President Kennedy. And indeed, and in fact, the stimulation of the economy produced more money for the government than was lost from the tax cut. The increase in defense spending, we simply have to do. I think that President Carter made a serious mistake when he reduced our commitment, our money commitment to the defense of the country, and I think that became a great issue in this campaign.
Do you think that what has happened here tonight with the election of Reagan and with the change in the Congress, that expectations are going to be high in the country for a lot of activity, a lot of change from you people?
I think it will be. And I think that the country will give President-elect Reagan a reasonable time to perform on those commitments. But there's a clear implication that there are going to be basic and fundamental changes in the policies of this country. I think that there'll be the usual presidential honeymoon for 6 months or a year, but in that time, I think the country will expect President Reagan and this Senate to have some tax relief, to increase our defense position, to improve our foreign policy, and to try to retard the ravages of inflation in this country. And I believe we can do that.
ABC's Cassie Mackin with the minority leader of the Senate, at least still at this hour, Howard Baker, with the Republicans picking up at least 8 Senate seats, 3 still to be called. It could be a Republican-controlled Senate in the next year. We'll have more ABC News Campaign 80 coverage in just a moment.
Continuing ABC News election night coverage. The 80 vote. Reporting once again from ABC News election headquarters in New York, Frank Reynolds and Ted Koppel.
There are still a few loose ends to be wrapped up before this election night 1980 passes into history. Mainly the question of the control of the Senate, whether it will be with the Republicans or the Democrats. At the moment, it appears that the Democrats will probably still retain control. But there's been no doubt for a long, long time, almost from the moment the first polls closed, about the top prize at stake today, the presidency. That has been Ronald Reagan's from the beginning. The national popular vote total, as you see here on our board now, with more than 3/4 of the precincts around the country reporting, it's Reagan 50% and President Carter 42%. John Anderson, interestingly enough, still holding there at 6%. That will enable him to qualify for matching funds and enable him to pay off his campaign debts. In terms of electoral college votes, it's Reagan all the way. 469 electoral college votes for President-elect Reagan, only 59 for President Carter. President-elect Reagan has won 42 states. Mr. Carter has won only 7. Only 7. We should look at our board behind us here, the color map of the United States, because it is really rather interesting. You see it is all filled in with almost all red, except for one spot there in the central part of the country. Arkansas is still holding out. We're still unable to project a winner in Arkansas, and Hawaii. Hawaii. But Alaska's in. Everything else is in. Arkansas and Hawaii enjoy the unique distinction of being the last to come across.
That's on the presidential side. We, pardon me, we have 3 states where the Senate races have not yet been resolved. Let's take a look at the boards on those races right now. In Wisconsin, where Gaylord Nelson and Robert Kasten are battling to the finish. As you can see, Gaylord Nelson has a whisker-thin margin. Well, it's about 11,000 votes, but still not enough, with 78% of the precincts reporting in, for us to be able to make any kind of projection on that race. As for Arizona, where Barry Goldwater is fighting for his political life, there you see Mr. Schultz, who himself was a Republican until very recently and became a Democrat just so that he could run against Senator Goldwater, and who has made a great deal of Senator Goldwater's absenteeism from the Senate. He was 94th among all the senators in terms of attending the sessions. Well, Mr. Schultz is ahead there by 50 to 48%. And one last quick look now at Alaska, where Clark Greening, the grandson of the former senator from Alaska, Ernest Greening, is ahead by Well, that looks extraordinary. 66% to 34%, but Murkowski, in fact, the Republican candidate, was favored going into this race tonight, and with only 2% of the precincts reporting in, it may just be that there are precincts coming which will change that enormously. We'd like to switch back down to Washington now, and Brit Hume at the House. Brit?
Thanks, Ted. Okay, let's take a look at the House leadership. John Bradamus of Indiana has lost, it appears. He is the House Majority Whip, and he has been beaten out there tonight by young John Heiler, a 27-year-old businessman. There you see it, 54% for Heiler, 46% for Bradamus. Down in Texas, however, Bradamus's partner in the leadership, Congressman Jim Wright, the majority leader with all the vote in down there, has won apparently overwhelmingly over Jim Bradshaw, a very well-heeled Republican challenger. Out in Arizona, Morris Udall against Mr. Richard Huff out there has won by 62 to 37% with 53% of the vote in, and it certainly does appear that Mr. Udall has won handily, despite the fact that he was supposed to be in a very tight race. In Washington, Congressman Thomas Foley, Foley, the chairman of the Agriculture Committee and a member of the leadership, is apparently a winner out there tonight, although he is in a very, very tight race indeed. And Harold Biz Johnson, who is the chairman of the Public Works Committee, an obscure but powerful figure, appears to have been in a very tight race, and it is too close to call at this moment. All of the Abscam defendants, except Raymond Lederer of Pennsylvania, all four of them, except Lederer, have now gone down to defeat. And that's about the picture here in the House at the moment, Frank.
Thank you, Brett. One note we would like to make here to help us put into perspective what has happened tonight, just in comparison to 1976, when Mr. Carter won. At that time, he received 75% of the vote of Jewish citizens, and apparently tonight, or in Election Day today, he received 41% of the vote of Jewish citizens. 39% of those votes went to Ronald Reagan, and 21% for John Anderson. So that helps to explain, in large part, why Ronald Reagan won some of the big states, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, New Jersey, and some of the others that the last time around went for Mr. Carter. That does not include, of course, New Jersey. Well, now to continue our process of trying to understand exactly what happened here today, we want to go back to Lynn Scher for more information on why people voted the way they did. Lynn?
Well, Frank, as we've been saying all night, in a word, Jimmy Carter just didn't look like a Democrat tonight. He did very poorly among the traditional coalition of his own party. Blacks, union members, blue-collar workers, Catholics, losing some and winning others, but never by the margins that he needed. Nationwide, he won 67% of the Democrats, but compared with 1976, when he won 80%, that was a poor showing within his own party. More telling was his standing among black voters in the South. This year, 83%, not nearly enough to save it for him, as it did in 1976, with 90% of the Southern black vote. But perhaps even more galling for the president was his downslide among Southern white voters, particularly his fellow Baptists, many of those born-again Christians and evangelicals. They went for Reagan this year. Other religious groups followed that pattern. As Frank just mentioned, in New York, where the Jewish vote usually accounts for about a fifth of the total, it was down to 14% yesterday, and of that, it was won by Reagan. Note, of course, John Anderson's rather large share of the Jewish vote in New York. And Catholic voters in the Northeast, particularly the Irish and the Italians, again went for Reagan. Finally, we also learned from our exit polling of more than 10,000 voters across the country that the Iran hostage situation hurt the president, and so did John Anderson, cutting into Mr. Carter's margins. Exit polling has allowed us to take apart the electorate, to examine it very closely, voter by voter, group by group, region by region, and find out just why they did what they did. Perhaps tomorrow, we and President-elect Reagan will start to see what it means when we all start to put it together again. Frank?
Thank you, Lynn. I would simply like to say that our exit polling has been an invaluable asset throughout this long election, throughout primary after primary. It enabled us to get a handle on the way people were voting the way they did, and certainly it's been helpful in analyzing this general election. And you're quite right that tomorrow, when we have an opportunity to go through it all, it will help us to know exactly what happened and precisely why. Now let's go back to Max Robinson at the gubernatorial desk. Max?
Frank, when we started tonight, the Democrats control 31 governorships, the Republicans 19, and after tonight it will be the Republicans with 23 governorships and the Democrats 27. The Republicans gained 4 state houses tonight, and here's the way that lineup will look. They gained 4 state houses in Missouri, in the state of Washington, in the state of Missouri, as I said, the state of Washington. They also gained in Arkansas in a shocking upset, and they gained in North Dakota. Here's the winning lineup. Rockefeller in West Virginia, the Democrat. Schwindon in Montana, the Democrat. Gallon in New Hampshire, the Democrat. Garrahy in Rhode Island, the Democrat. Matheson, the Democrat, in Utah. But the Republicans again picked up 4 state houses tonight, and it is a significant gain for them. Governor Reagan earlier tonight talked about other Republican gains. He talked about state legislative houses across the country, and that's especially crucial this year as legislatures across this nation will start redrawing congressional district lines based on the 1980 census. It is projected at this point that 8 states will lose congressional representation, 10 will gain. And 2 of the losers will be Illinois and Ohio. And in Illinois and Ohio, the lower house in Illinois has been captured by the Republicans. The upper house in Ohio has been captured by the Republicans, and that means that they will be able to forestall any attempt by the Democrats to gerrymander, meaning the Democrats to draw those lines in a way that will favor Democrats. And so we can see that the quiet struggle for the control of state legislatures across this country could prove to be a big impact on the political direction of this country. Ted?
Thank you very much. Tom Wicker, George Will, Robin McNeil have had the luxury this evening of sitting back and thinking deep thoughts about what's been happening tonight, and we will be going to them in just a moment. Just a reminder, we still have a couple of Senate races left to call. Hopefully we'll be able to call them before we go off the air tonight. Now let's go up to Robin McNeil.
Thank you, Ted. We've just heard from Lynn Sher once again who deserted Jimmy Carter and what blocks of the electorate and in what quantities. Why did they go away from him? Let's have some explanations. Tom, why do you think they deserted him?
Well, I think the primary reason, there are 2 primary reasons. The first is that this administration, not just in the campaign, but this administration for 4 years has gained a reputation for ineptitude, for not being able to deal with Congress, for not being able to deal with the economy, for not being able to deal with the Soviet Union, for not being able to deal with the energy problem, many things of that kind. So the ineptitude is one factor. Another factor is that in its policies, in its various policies, the administration seemed almost systematically to alienate the interest groups that ordinarily have made up the Democratic majority. Blacks, for example, I think, suffered a great deal from the economic disabilities that took place during this administration, and the mere appointment of a few blacks to office and singing hymns with Daddy King didn't make up for the number of jobs that were lost, the feeling that the hope blacks invested in the Carter administration in 1976 simply had been disappointed.
George, you want to add to that?
Yes, journalists sometimes seem, I think, more interested in campaigning than in governing, but it was in governing, not in campaigning, that President Carter lost this presidency. Take 3 groups. Jews, there are only so many times you can, and I'll use the bluntest word I know because it fits, betray the state of Israel in the UN, for example, not vetoing resolutions you should have vetoed, accidentally voting for some terrible resolution without sacrificing your Jewish support. Catholics, for example, when the Republicans in Detroit put together a platform strong on cultural conservatism, family, prayers in schools, and all of this, strong on abortion, people said, oh, the Republicans are at it again, indulging themselves. I think it probably paid off for some, if not all, certainly, of the Catholic votes. Finally, the blue-collar vote. My goodness gracious, let me just read one thing from a UAW official talking about his problem in getting them to vote for Carter. Our main problem is telling a laid-off auto worker who has lost his cottage on the lake and his recreational vehicles and who can't send his son to college to vote for what the Carter administration has done. Well, I should hope that would be a problem.
It struck us as a coincidence when we were chatting here a few minutes ago that Jimmy Carter at present has and may only have 59 electoral votes, which happens to be the number of electoral votes the last elected president defeated after the first term, Herbert Hoover, won in the election of 1932. Herbert Hoover, in the political folklore of this country, is dismissible as a president. He's been confined to a kind of political oblivion. Is that where Jimmy Carter is going to go?
Yes,
Sure.
I think that in the long pull of history, and acknowledging that the Panama Canal Treaty, for example, is an achievement and so forth, I think in the long pull of history, Jimmy Carter is going to be remembered primarily as the man who broke the long taboo on Southern politicians for being President of the United States, and I think that is a lasting achievement.
Is he going to be regarded by the party in retrospect as the sort of albatross that Hoover seems and rather comical electoral figure to Republicans?
I think Republicans and many other Americans may regard President Carter as part of the nation's punishment for Watergate and Vietnam. It's sometimes been said that the lessons we choose to learn from our catastrophes are in their own way as bad as the catastrophes themselves. From Vietnam, the country, or some parts of the country, learned the so-called lesson that we should rely on less traditional forms of power, that we should retreat from the world. With regard to Watergate, the country seemed to feel that what we needed was a highly moralizing president. Jimmy Carter provided both of those, but neither of those was adequate.
If he lost it through his presidency, could he have pulled it out in the campaign? Was it savable in the campaign? How do you assess the campaign?
I never thought from early this year, I never thought that Mr. Carter could be reelected. It seemed to me impossible in terms of everything I knew about politics. After all, if you remember in the primaries, the Democratic primaries, he lost the major states. Either he lost to Senator Kennedy in some cases, or in other cases, he ran very far behind the winner of the Republican primary in the same state. Very clear handwriting on the wall at that time. I do think, however, that part of the landslide we've seen tonight is caused by the ineptitude, again, of the Carter campaign. I think that campaign was wrongly conceived. They thought that they were running against Goldwater. They thought that Governor Reagan was Goldwater, which is clearly not true. He proved a much more flexible and able candidate. They thought that the country was going to be as easily frightened into voting against that sort of a position as it was in 1964. That was clearly not true had they known that. I think the campaign was ill-conceived, and then when President Carter came on so strongly, attacking, as many people saw not only unfair tactics, but I think it undid that reputation he had had, at least for honor and decency. A lot of people felt that he had undermined that.
Did he capitalize on the opportunities he had with Reagan?
No, I don't think he did. I think Governor Reagan offered many hostages to fortune, that a president with a light touch and a sense of humor and an ability to ridicule without sounding harsh and vindictive might have exploited. Tom and I were talking earlier about one of the rare episodes of humor in this campaign, and after Governor Reagan made his celebrated and biologically novel discoveries about the polluting trees, Tom saw a sign out in, where was it, California or Texas or somewhere. Someone had tied a sign to a tree that said, "Chop me down before I kill again." In an otherwise dreary campaign, it was
Carter should have been on that every day, or every speech.
Exactly.
And I think Vice President Mondale is much more adept at that, at just sort of twitting his opponent in an effective way.
Let me say that a lot of people have said that this campaign was much too long. I think, not only because I think the outcome was magnificent, but I think the campaign was just about the right length. Long enough for Governor Reagan to prove that he was better than his ragged, stumbling start at the end of August and beginning of September, and long enough for Jimmy Carter to reveal to the American people an aspect of him that they had not hitherto noticed, but they should have noticed and should have been disturbed by.
Well, I don't think the general election campaign was too long, but I think the whole thing was very much too long, and I think that ought to be measured in terms of the effect that it had on American policy. We don't fully know all that yet, but we'll learn it in time. I think it had great effect on, because President Carter was a candidate, I think it had great effect, for example, in the hostage situation. A year and 3 months, at least, of active campaigning seems to be far too long to tie up the head of the government.
We haven't discussed one man and who emerges with some honor from all this, carried his own state for the president and everything, and that is Fritz Mondale. What is his future now?
Well, he's probably one of the losers tonight because it's very hard to maintain your base when you have no base, when you're out of politics, and Kennedy's has a free run, albeit Kennedy has lost a large number of allies, Culver and Bye and McGovern and others. But I agree with you. If a man with Fritz Mondale's light touch and good humor had been taking out after Reagan and getting the maximum coverage, Governor Reagan would have had a much dicier fall.
Is Fritz Mondale finished politically?
Oh, I wouldn't think so, not at his age.
Oh, the Senate races. Sure.
If undoubtedly, it's not even clear that had he been vice president for 4 more years, that would have been such a great advantage, because the Carter administration might, at the end of that time, really been in terrible shape, and he would have had to bear the burden. If For example, if he now embarks, as some other people have, on a long-term building process for a campaign, he might prove to be in very good shape by 1984 for the nomination.
Frank and Ted, you want to get into this?
Well, I've been listening with a great deal of interest, and I'm sure Ted has, and I'd like to ask you particularly, George Will, if history is any guide, before too long in the new Reagan administration, we probably will be seeing bumper stickers saying, "I miss Jimmy," or "Bring back Carter," simply because in the mere act of governing, President Reagan will be bound to alienate people. I mean, he has so many different constituencies. There are people who support him who believe that the greatest scourge to afflict Western civilization is the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. And there are others who believe that gun control is the dominant issue for them. Do you think he's going to be willing to spend any of his popularity in order to govern this country? And to put it bluntly, ignore the lunatic fringe?
Well, Frank, I don't think the lunatic fringe was present in his campaign, certainly not represented among those close to him in his campaign. But there are two serious problems confronting Governor Reagan. And the first one confronts all presidents. When you have the state is busy allocating wealth, opportunity, and favors, you find that whenever you do a favor for one group, you alienate others. You raise the price of wheat and corn and milk, and you please the farmers, and you offend all the people who shop at the supermarkets and have to eat the food. That's a general problem of governing in an allocative state such as ours. Governor Reagan has another problem. The cultural conservatism that I think in significant measure swept him into power tonight really imposes upon Governor Reagan, who you might think representing American conservatism would have a more modest aim for the presidency and for the government, imposes upon him a vaulting ambition. Statecraft is going to be nothing less than soulcraft as we improve the family, purify American morals, and all of this. It's a very hard thing to perform that kind of surgery on the soul of a nation with the fundamentally blunt instrument of a modern state.
You know, gentlemen, there are two issues that for some reason or other we haven't discussed at all this evening. One of them, Billygate, the other one, Mr. Reagan's age. Did either of them, I mean, apparently Mr. Reagan's age didn't have any effect at all. What about Billygate?
It doesn't seem to me that, well, there's so many things that apparently contributed to the vote against Mr. Carter that perhaps that did too, but I certainly wouldn't single that out as a major factor.
I don't think the exit polling showed that as a big negative, did it?
Could I ask another question of the three of you, really? I wonder what impact on Mr. Carter on this election day the long primary campaign had. I mean, Ronald Reagan never said anything about Jimmy Carter that was as strong, really, as what Ted Kennedy said about it. And even though Kennedy came around and supported him, finally even shook hands with him, campaigned for him, nevertheless, we all remember that primary season, and it was pretty rough. I wonder what impact that had.
Well, Frank, it had to have a tremendous impact. And when the Democrats were saying, ha, it's 1964 all over again, they were right, but they didn't know why they were right. It was 1964 all over again in the sense that by the time Goldwater got the Republican nomination, there was nothing left for Lyndon Johnson to say about him that could match what Nelson Rockefeller had said and then William Scranton had said about him. So in that sense it hurt. As Tom Wicker has said, Jimmy Carter lost Edward Kennedy in 3 of the 4 and 6 of the 10 largest states. And again, that foreshadowed the deep divisions in the Democratic Party and the exhaustion, the moral and intellectual depletion of their resources before the main event began.
And it was the campaign through the primaries that cut Carter down in the polls to the nadir that he reached in midsummer.
Yes, I think that's right. And and we saw in our exit in the exit polling through the year, not just tonight, that by the end of the primary campaign, the hostage issue was turning against him. And I think in many ways that hostage issue marked the campaign all year. It was an early plus for Carter. He exploited it, perhaps a little bit too much. Many of us think that one of the low points of the campaign was reached on the day of the Wisconsin primary when he attempted and did exploit the hostage issue in the early morning news. And you just can't do that too often, I think. And when the final hostage flare-up came along this last weekend, it turned against him with a vengeance.
Well, let me do something mean to each of you and ask you to, in a sentence or so, how would you sum up this election you've lived through today?
You mean my evaluation?
Yeah.
Well, the Christmas season is at hand pretty soon, so in the words of Handel, hallelujah.
Tom?
Well, George is a good deal more partisan about those things than I am. I think there are a couple of things to be said that are interesting. Once again, the continuity of leadership at the top of the American government has been shattered. We haven't had a president to serve 2 full terms since Dwight Eisenhower. With Mr. Reagan's age, it's at least plausible to suppose that he will be a 1-term president. So continuity is shattered again. Once again, it's been shown that the power of incumbency has greatly declined. I think the power of party is shown, despite the fact that the Democrats are the majority party. That's greatly declined. I would say that I hope that President Reagan's statement of humility tonight, which I think was very impressive, I hope that he remembers that, because it's well to remember that after 3 big landslides in recent years, 1936, in 1964 and 1972, disaster followed for the lack of humility. The Roosevelt court-packing plan, the escalation in Vietnam, the cover-up on Watergate. So a landslide is not always a good omen. And finally, I would say that this marks an important occasion, because no matter how much rejection of Carter there was in this election, there's no way that you can gainsay the fact that the conservative hour has come around at last here. The conservative hour has come around at last, and we shall see what they do with it. We shall see in 4 years what they have done with it.
I just have one final thought, and that is I'm glad I don't have to earn my living as you two do, being pundits, because if I did, I'd be out of work if I had to predict elections. Very wrong on this one, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, all of you. I can't imagine why anyone thinks George Will is partisan. Let's take a quick wrap-up look at the Senate, which, as I say, has been the big secondary story of this evening. Can we look at the boards, gentlemen? Fine. What we have, or what we had going into this election tonight, was 58 Democratic seats in the U.S. Senate, 41 Republican, 1 independent. That's Harry Byrd of Virginia. The way it looks right now, it's going to be 47. The way it stands at the moment, it is 47 Democratic, 48 Republican, and 1 independent. We still have 3 races to go, however. We have not yet been able to call the race in Wisconsin. If we can take a look at where the raw vote stands on Wisconsin right now, where Gaylord Nelson is battling Robert Kasten. Nelson, as you can see, it's 50-50, and in terms of the vote itself, fewer than 6,000 votes, with 79% of the precincts reporting in, fewer than 6,000 votes separating the 2 men. Gaylord Nelson, one of the senior figures in the U.S. Senate. Alaska, no, Arizona. There we have in Arizona, you can see Barry Goldwater trailing by about 12,000 votes. Mr. Schultz, as I told you before, was a Republican until very recently, when he turned Democrat for the express purpose of beating Barry Goldwater. And if I may be permitted a note just on Senator Goldwater again, it is curious. One of the fine people who's been helping us all evening long reminded me that early on in this campaign season, 40 members of the Senate appealed to Barry Goldwater and Jake Javits to run this time around, because both of them would have such extraordinary seniority as Republicans. Neither one of them, well, certainly Jake Javits has lost and Barry Goldwater is behind. And finally, we have Alaska. And in Alaska, Greening is ahead of Murkowski. Greening the Democrat, Murkowski the Republican. But we've only got 3% of the precincts reporting in there. Much too early. That could turn around altogether. Now, we want to go over to Barbara Walters for a moment, and then we'll come back and just wrap up the way the Senate is shaping up. Barbara?
Thank you, Ted. I'm just thinking of all the people who are going to tell us next week that they knew it all the time, and where were they last week? We talked a little earlier to Prime Minister Begin himself in Israel, and we then put a call through to Egypt. We were unable to get President Sadat. It was a bit too early in the morning for him, but we did get his chief spokesman, the Minister of Information, Mansour Hassan. And one of the things which he said I thought was very interesting and may represent not just his point of view, but the point of view of a great many other foreign leaders. He said that he thought that President Sadat and Governor Reagan, President-elect Reagan, would get along very well. Why, I asked. He said because they share the same superpower strategy in this area. I said, you mean they have the same opinion about the Russians? And he said exactly. So even though President Sadat was and probably will continue to be a very good friend of Jimmy Carter's, there seems to be not too much anguish over the fact that Ronald Reagan is going to be our next president. Ted?
Thank you very much. Just one final observation about the Senate. In those three remaining races, the Democrats have got to win 2 out of 3 just to stay even. If they lose 2 out of 3, then the Republicans get control of the Senate. If they get 2 out of 3, we're going to be in the interesting situation where the Vice President Mondale, will have to cast a deciding vote during this interim period until January 20th, and then it would be George Bush. But again, it is too close to call. If the Democrats retain control of the U.S. Senate, it will be just by a whisker. Frank?
Thank you, Ted. Look at the map behind us. You see that Arkansas and Hawaii are still the only holdouts. We can give each state a low bow because they are the last ones to come through. The map is all red with the exception of a few patches of blue here and there, and that tells the story. Red for Reagan, the blue for Carter. The Electoral College vote, of course, or the national popular vote, is also very interesting, with 51% for President-elect Reagan, 42% for President Carter, and John Anderson still holding there with 6% of the popular vote, with nearly 80% in. The Electoral College vote, a landslide for Reagan, 469 to only 59 for President Carter, as has been pointed out. The last time an incumbent president, elected president, was defeated, Herbert Hoover, he also received 59 votes. Well, what does it all mean? We'll leave it to the historians, I guess, to try to figure out. We heard just a little while ago from Pierre Salinger, who has talked with a high official of the French government. He asked him, what do you think happened in the United States today? And this official replied, I don't know, but I suspect the American people are just tired of being shoved around. Maybe the Iranian situation has highlighted that feeling. I can recall in 1968, after the election, but before the inauguration, talking with an outgoing president who said maybe Nixon will serve only 4 years, because if he really tries to address the problems that confront this country, the people will throw him out after 4 years because he'll be so unpopular. That may be some small solace for Jimmy Carter as he ponders tonight what has happened to him today. And certainly it would probably be a sobering thought for Ronald Reagan as he prepares to take on this awesome responsibility, the tremendous burden that go with the office of the presidency of the United States. The people have spoken, certainly with a very loud and clear voice, and it's perhaps good that a mandate has been extended and has been leveled. So he has the responsibility. Let's pray that he can meet it. We are going to be wrapping things up even still more completely when Good Morning America comes on the screen. That won't be too long from now on Wednesday morning. And we'll also have a special edition of Nightline, Ted Koppel's broadcast, tomorrow night at the regular time of 11:30. But we'll all be here to do some more analyzing and punditing and pontificating and looking back and, I hope, looking ahead. It's been quite a long campaign. It's been a long evening, and it's certainly been a very interesting one. Let me have the privilege of saying how great it has been to work with all of these folks here at ABC News, those that you see, those that you don't see, the literally thousands who've worked throughout the primary season, the thousands of technicians who have performed their usual technical miracles to get us from here to there and to enable us to transmit to you this truly vital information. We've elected a president, and we've chosen a Congress. We've had an election, and we've had another taste of democracy. Regardless of whether you're pleased or unhappy with what happened today, that's good for us all. This is Frank Reynolds for ABC News. Good night and good morning.